was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved to Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and Ketubos a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way that Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like you say in the Kirtan Medina, you say in Yeshua, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Tzmichat Geula Teinu, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where Israel is not essentially divided from. They are that deep level B. They're religious naturalists, right? As opposed to the other group here. Also on the religious axis, like this, this would be the Taik. Here's a picture of the skin chest. I'm sitting right over here, and sort of thinking without here. This is the most recent one. The left section, I mean, I just wrote it on the here. But looking forward, I'm going to make my own scale on Shas. God willing, a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast here, the Shameless Plug. You know I do definitely a podcast, right? Oh yeah, 100,000 people watched every day. Jewish history, they always said it. Like in ninth grade, that was like 5 years ago. I'm good. And then well, I really enjoy it. It's short, like it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I'm almost finished it, but I record a short history video on every single job in the bottom. 2,711 videos. But some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Buddhist Israel and that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Haredi, we call it in English cultural Orthodox, but you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, are you serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trendy, which is like you're working with all of these secular Jews, with all these Jews who are like, hypothetically, how can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say, you are contravening that oath, you are trying to force my hand and give you Mashiach before his time, will end in disaster. So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened to these parties? We needed to let go. They gathered Jews unified. Not lucky. Let's go through them one at a time. What happened to the Torah? Yeah, basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more borders. Sort of like echoes of the book survived outside of Russia, like our Bezar Ring and Workman Circle, but only as a pale shadow of the socialism. If you're going to meet a Buddhist, probably be in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like where the last of them would live. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating Yiddish stuff and things like that, but secular. Mr. Goodwin?
It's two other things I think of your Union Buddhists in New York. Yeah. One is Union Square in New York.
Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
Right, and I don't get the train. I don't know what that was.
Okay, that's interesting.
They're staying on the circumstances.
So but basically, this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century in Police Club. What about the diaspora ultra-nationalists, they were about 4% of whenever you see Jews voting, 4% at the most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it, the Federation stuff like that. All I like to see on the socialist Zionists, what happened to that? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went through different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until the National pagans took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong, dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been in power for like, 19 years, I think, for really a long time. But before him, this was all the founders of Israel right here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these kinds of people are Bolsheviks. Herzl, his moderate Zionism, the middle has basically dropped out of Israeli politics. Very little, kind of like a lot of the Zionists were there anymore. I think that they're moderate, probably due to financial or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw them good, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Mayor Kahane, called Taik, which was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it's ironic looking at today's politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli policy. Like, for example, the idea of quote-unquote population transfer. Like the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, Taik, was ended. I think he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And his inheritors, the electorate of people like Ben-Gurion, Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahane's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahane's. But one of the debates that's even going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activity is illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahane. Now, it's a strange thing, but there is. We talked about Cook's influence has created the Latino Me group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, at least in terms of the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about this as well down here, though? Left here in your mind, I think there's any. There's a lot of that, but what happens to it? The party still exists, yeah. What about it? Different character law? Yes. So we take it as a general idea of what happened to them after the Holocaust. Exactly. Israel, because their population base is overwhelmingly in Poland, and when 3 million Jews were killed in Poland, no more Israel there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really a source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredim in general will not serve in the army, and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since we are in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And they don't even understand why it is a major sin in Israeli society. Actually, I read the man and looking I mean, even before that. Yes. They were against fighting, or against it, and that was the editorial from this. Oh, definitely, no. They were definitely
notion that that the band of the what wasn't in the end that was the way.
I think that will be fair to say.
The fight remember that
I'm giving you here like that, a 30, 40-minute version of Israeli politics. And then really, in reality, we could easily do the entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions that Jews separated into. You're right, there are Canadians who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful, named Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today at the Times of Israel about how Arabians feel, and there is an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in the 20s. Percentages are small. Most Arabians are infiltrating them. It's really not Mr. Durandis.
So I'm asking about the American version of the same thing. I'm asking about the Israeli version, not its leaders, just the average guy in HR who identified with the idea of Jewish leader, but didn't necessarily go running over to the Arab leaders.
Yeah.
So how far past the Israeli people on the list?
Well, the Tory party, I think it's, for those who maybe aren't familiar, the Tory party are the guardians of the city. They are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Ruben correctly points out, actually they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to Palestinian protests, and here are some pictures of guys with face and stuff. They're holding their signs right out front. This is a terrible thing, I think. It's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh, look, there are religious groups who support this, and it's like the most extreme assault. But they are definitely solidly in this category.
I'm differentiating the American leaders from the the HR and more necessarily leaders, but it's just they as heretics, but they won't necessarily say they are playing better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Guinness Israel in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Nego Torah, and I have been drawn into the ethnic, the Z-axis, or I guess we'll get the Z prime axis, the Sephardim coming to the Rome in the 1970s. And they have a whole different series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi. But when the Sephardim get involved and interact, then it changes everything as well. Oh man, it's complicated. Let's hope shut down the door. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to take to conclude for today. To mention I have a difficult appointment I got to get to on time, so and to respond to stuff. Any last questions about do you understand now why your praising Uncle Meyer holds the way he does? Where he is like, okay, let me end with a joke. The joke goes like this. 1930s, father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the Heinz so he can like get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, and spends his time there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the piece of the table, and the father says, "So, son, what was it like?" He says, "Oh, Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a Christian Zionist. I met this Jew who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist." And he said, "Yeah, well, what did you expect?" I told you there's a great amount of variation in views in Europe. He said, "No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jew." Today's class, probably into Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went fully into this new world, and we still have not totally figured out what it means for Jewish identity. We're still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then, probably not today, but probably on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forces Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to do probably on Wednesday, I don't know what we'll get to it today, is I'll walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust in the state of Israel. And these are 2 classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is the argument today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not, feel guilty, but you watch the recording. Okay, so we get through with this. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of interesting from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of depicts a traditional Jewish, but it kind of depends on the root kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's just understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Modernity really begins in the 17th century and then continues into the 18th with the Enlightenment. And the kinds of things that go along with modernity, it's not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in the ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity include, for example, humanism. You want to define humanism? Let's give it a shot. What is humanism? Saying you thought as thinkers think about it. You're not too far off. It definitely has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought. We've been thinking for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of thought or meaning. Is that understand? The value of learning language without children. Very good. Decidedly putting aside, for example, let's say God is. Right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as the source of truth and more to we can think of truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealed text to tell us what truth is. We can think it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. Because World War II, in many ways, also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the focus of all meaning, then we'll create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific acts such that all of us say, wait, maybe humanism can go too far. And hopefully we'll explore that a little bit in this course later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. It's much more, well, you know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi or the imam thinks. But you know, what do I think? What I think matters. What we think is regular people matters. That's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important goal was because, again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world. Discovery of potatoes, for example, creates a whole new population explosion because people are, a reliable food to eat until it's not reliable, they're able to bite. But nevertheless, globalism, the idea that, wait, there are other cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western culture. There's like so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope. But we focus on Jews specifically, we want to say two things. The first thing is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 100 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep into enlightenment, so it melts with Skala. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure. Right? The whole idea of gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that, the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it, because that is, ultimately, because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews begins to think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this, we could argue against this, and ultimately, they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember when we talked about the Kehillah, and we talked about the relationship of Jews as Servei Regus, servants of the royal chamber? That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block. That we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country, we were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group education. But if that begins to erode, which eventually did, fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliated with Jews. I don't have to go to school. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation. Is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a Jew. And amazingly, it is mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, that we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are deriving from this period. Now, corporate society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familias laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I should say it like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. But the rules were not applied to women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt, a rather cruel attempt to control the Jewish population, will say only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families, according to state law. Education, of course, was limited Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on, really, really tight restrictions. There's only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher rate. They're primarily trained doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They would do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding onto a sacred Torah, and saying, they promise not to lie in court because Jews would be assumed not to tell the truth, and therefore this oath called the Mora Yudeh, Jewish oath, would be important. These are the kinds of things that would go with pre-modern society, because again, the state dealt with us as a group, and would make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and there were more opportunities for it. This is sort of a Joe question. Okay, good. So Jews began to write with this because, again, Jews are literate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English when these ideas are circulating, but it just takes one Jew to read it and translate it into Hebrew, and these ideas begin to circulate around Jews, so they revolt from these. So we see great changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about Moses medicine last week. Let's see how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly. Like Jews were considered non-Protestants. And in fact, when we talk about religion in America, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Catholicism, Catholics, right? Because we are running away from the papists, right? The papists would consider like the alpha groups, the Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries a few dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther says, I protest, essentially, and his protest created what now ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protested, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome, against the protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? Because Catholic clergy were celibate from the 15th century on. And so I was saying, so like ASC said that how we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his environments, meaning like the cardinals, can't even agree with each other on various things. Like how do we take that as the God? The men who are supposed to be giving over the word of God is are even trust parting underneath each other. And wasn't a concern that like we shouldn't trust in the guidance of the word of God is we should what the Testament said. It's interesting. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanness. Yes, you're absolutely right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, let's get conscious. Let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what it means. So ironically, this movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. Very good point. So to stay where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. And let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was more religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former the slaves, what do we do with them? Now, that is, of course, an issue that resonates even to the present day. Even the Trump presidency is a very big deal of how do we deal with issues like affirmative action, DPI, and so on. So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean, almost white? The word's term is one in the way. Okay, white supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretending to be white to get it right. That's just Russia. It's the same with the US, but the Jews have like almost all the rights of Christian, but like Muslims have it. Very good. So there's still kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature. But it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external experience, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress, they look like white people. So therefore, we could like sort of like grandfather them. If our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of just a line of the future. Yes, integration. I mean, but I remember the first people telling stuff who else was
That's okay. You were going to lose anyway, and everybody knows it. Are you ready to play again, son? Okay. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Okay. Don't eat. I'm going to stop you from doing that. You're horny and you came to me. All right. Well, I'm going to tell you to go to number 4 on your big board.
But Columbus and the Spanish, yeah, those were, I guess, Spanish Jews as far as so when they be general authority of the nationality.
You are absolutely right. So that's what the point is that the race is not really about color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. At least in my own family, I have a daughter who could easily, when people see her, they say, I mean, she has the same skin tone as my mother, my grandmother. People say to her, "What are you, Hispanic?" I mean, they do. You get that took us again, right? Like I said, yeah, it's a silly thing. But if you identify one way, you can often, quote unquote, pass for other colors. So we're not talking about you know, blue, black Nigerians or something. They're really obviously a different race, whatever that is exactly. But Jews can sort of squeeze under the wire. And also, we weren't part of a really powerful group like the Catholic Church to push a different agenda, so we were less turned to Americans. And what that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews, for my translator. Yes, but I said no Yiddish words, right? Okay. So what happened in America? There are limited representative disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push uh, anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about homesteading, fending off the Indians, and whatever else they had to deal with, creating a new culture. It was just too far from the center for any issues to really be carried over to the Americas. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Mori Afro, the Jewish oath, things like that, but really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787 and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? And it says, we the people, right? What is the right word? Inalienable right. Thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. I just got this a few months ago. I already forgot, right? It's an inalienable right to right that people want life, liberty, and happiness. Pursue happiness. That's terrible. I should read one because I'll go. God forbid I'll take away my things again. I already have my plans for it. But these are kind of things like all men are created equal. That's what I said before. Great jobs. All men are created equal. It's true they didn't actually mean it, as they didn't mean African American men at the time, but Jews sort of squeezed in under there. So we didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were formally emancipated. We just never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law, it was already too late. In some ways, we still have issues like in New Hampshire until 1877. There was still a ban on the Jewish oath. We have some issues in Pennsylvania of a different nature. But basically, in America, this is an unusual country, an unusual experiment which we benefited from it. Where we're going to focus today, which is really important, is in France. England, I will mention very quickly, though, it had an unusual kind of situation because Jews really made huge progress in England, which was a Protestant country. Remember, King Henry VIII was unhappy with the status of Catholic divorce law. So therefore, he essentially said, we're going to create a new religion here. We're going to call it the Anglican Church, right, the English Church. And it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce, right? And that was useful for him. Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, which in the Gemara would be based into the rabbinical conclusion, for example. I don't want to say it's the same thing. They don't really know anything about Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English Church did. And that meant that it was not nearly as rigid as the Catholic Church vis-a-vis Jews. However, Jews were technically, you recall, not even formally admitted into England. They sort of slipped in under the line when Oliver Cromwell basically declined to continue banning Jews from England. That simply ignored their presence there, and their population grew impressive. So the Fairground situation elected the sheriff of London in 1835, and there were several figures like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take the oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So you have until Rothschild, the parliament, they eventually changed the law, but you don't have the same kind of rigid change or rapid change that they have in France. So social change in this case, the Jews already basically find their place, that creates their legal change. But we got to focus on France because France is so important. Here's France. Unlike England, which sort of, unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away from liberal to the center of what was happening in society and culture, and unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic growth. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France can control everything on a totalitarian level, theoretically. You recall what one of the kings, I think, was the Roi Soleil, the 17th said, after moi, you take after me, like, meaning like, nothing will be applicable after me. I am the Italian respecting what said, the state has me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I can pass a decree, everyone has to wear purple. And then it's dead. Because it's kind of like that absolute monarchy on it. But it did not necessarily function so well, but nevertheless, this is the way they set up. Huge break in 1799, massive overturn in society. They end up passing this particular document, Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Rouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. And they said, no. We really get it. Just men and male citizens. And later on, we're going to deal with that. But this, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. Statue of Liberty is a gift from France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too, right? And they said, wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we have in mind. It's true you are living here in France, that you are a man, but we're not quite equal. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule, all French people are equal, and then for Jews to believe, what we can do about it. What ends up happening is they make a distinction between Spartan and Ashkenazis. In the Sephardi class, we talked about this, and much more length than we will today. Basically, when you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different in size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenaz, our main upper class. We come from here, this class. We're all living out here in the region near Alsace-Lorraine, in the old German territory. This is the region where Toast was very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way up here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. Remember, they were forcibly converted to become Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and the 1600s. And by the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. They come back to their Jewish identity. It's an amazing story, really. Like 200 years after it submerged in the south of France. And they start saying, hey, we should be, recognized as citizens. What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, bit of a controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazi Jews. And they start arguing, you should give us equal rights because we're really French. We speak French, this is our way we speak. We dress like Frenchmen. We're not so insistent on captures and jobs and stuff like that compared to those crazy Ashkenazim. You should give us citizenship. Forget about the Ashkenazim. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they gave the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then a year later, they say, okay, the Ashkenazim too. They couldn't figure out a way around it. So the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. And that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions, because I went through a lot of history real fast. Mr. Lloyd? Excellent. So the primary difference between a citizen and I don't want to say a non-citizen, a pre-modern corporate member of society is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of it. So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of the country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jews, and so you were subject to all restrictions and had all the privileges where they were of being Jewish, as distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities, or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that group unless you were able to join another caste, like, for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy. Some excellent questions, Kelsey. Emancipation has its positives and negatives. And when we use the term emancipation, you try to understand it. It's a term we borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. The Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the Kehillah, you had to pay taxes to the Kehillah, you had to do what the Kehillah told you to do. If the Masonite said, show up for mitzvah every day, or you'll get, flogged, you had to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. There was no, sort of, I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to, hang out like Christian. You can't do that. So, the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated as citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter a higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that the society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are that Beit Din in particular abuses, because the Beit Din no longer has the power to enforce uniformity. The Beit Din no longer has the power to keep Jews together and to be further away from assembly. That's the danger. Yes, Mr. Caliente? Caliente. How long do you think for us weekly the next week? Just how long do you think society to how long do you think Jews do? Mr. Parente, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long did it think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? Didn't. It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case in point, there's Dreyfus. Excellent. Another case in point. Yes, right? The accent of the France today is like fine. There are people who are France left and right. Those are the rest. Okay, the Holocaust? Yeah, it's true. If you visit France, every single French person speaks their parents were part of the existence. It's remarkable that the Germans were able to hold such a large territory. Not every single French person is like this problem never ended. We're still dealing with the same problem. And social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. And they've got lots of laws, civil rights movement, all kinds of things that are supported and still insufficient. But these are like, again, lecture, they're still getting these problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a bizarre story. So, fast forward for 25 years, Napoleon is no charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulums shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this massive change from the king to the democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast were complaining to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies, undercutting non-Jewish businesses, they're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews are obviously able to take advantage of the opportunities that emancipation affords them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's like wound really tightly when they suddenly have the opportunity to just explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to take advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves. Yes, not necessarily to the benefit of society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So the complaints of Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmarts of Alsace Lorraine, and you can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? What do we ask? Who's charging the Jews? They say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they do still have this thing called the Sanhedrin, right, which is way back in ancient times. And this is a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important things. There's no problem. Let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And typically Napoleonic kind of move, he gathers together representatives from all over the Napoleonic Empire, which would not only France this time, but big chunk of Austria, and Italy, and so on. He brings them all into Paris to say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to France. The Sanhedrin comes together in 1806. This was its head. He was actually a very well-known common public. About a dozen time. You can see he has this amazing hat, which I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him in honor of the Sanhedrin itself. And the dromedary upstairs represent the two tablets of the law. So anyway, we do that on the very book. But he makes up this city made up of Jews who are definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are Muslim, a lot of them are not sure Torah mixos, but they they're very, very invested in this guy's message. And Napoleon speaks to them and says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the Sanhedrin victory, it was his predecessor, which was called the Assembly of Notables. But here are the 12 questions that he asked. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. So you got question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice religion? Are Jews allowed to have more than one God? Thank you, Mr. Mudford, you're correct. They're not. But only since the ban of fatal kerosene, right? But still, one of the only cares of polygamy of all this. Why is that his first question?
At the time, they were very telling us that we're sharing the places and therefore required to be like that. And the woman's the murder.
Okay, good question. There are other groups of sources. But is that really? Is this a big deal? I'm worried about Mormons and big trans.
Well, I'm American ethnicity form. They asked her when my photos to say it.
Okay, but they're Americans. Still don't want you to. I said you're too loud in the back. You're too loud in the classroom.
Because the feedback is married the most alive, and say that it's fantastic.
All right, so population growth is an important question. One, like how big is this problem going to get anyways? If you guys, and by the way, the whole course is very viable, like all educated people, maybe centuries of today. But it says, I see Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, they have like multiple lives. So the Jews are, you guys doing that now? So that's all those are about this. I'm also concerned about how do we just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to like sort of render a monogamous society and monogamous society together. How far apart are they? Secondly, related with divorce. It also has implications for population growth. Also has relationships with one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which Napoleon is struggling with. It's technically a secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? And of course, you're aware of that. We invented divorce. Here's the point. The guy's married on Jews. He's married on Jews. Why does he want to know this? More for him. More for him? What do you mean by that? Then what's going to happen with the Jewish people? Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. So if you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry more French who could marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think this has an answer to this? Yes, we can. Taik, did you see the picture? Did you see that? Yes, I have seen the picture. Yeah, why would he say yeah? Well, he's actually, it's an argument, actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most swarmy, kind of prevaricated way. And to say, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, if it happens, it's not like we somehow bring it up, which is essentially the same answer that you just say today about a lot of that. Right? They don't want to say that way to Napoleon, instead of Baltic. They don't want to say that to Napoleon because they know it's not the answer they want to say here. But they say to him that, look at the time. They kind of like sort of hope to distract them. They don't want to say outright sheker, outright lie, that Jews are not allowed to intermarry. But they want to say that, there's only so much that we can do and things happen. They got to pass. My song, what's question? Right? This is kind of like a question. You guys consider yourselves to be truly French, or do you consider yourselves to be a foreign person in French society? What's the implication of this question? This is really a money question. It's really what he wants to know. Mr. Lucky. Wow, very good. You guys are rebelling, especially because as a war with Germany just about once every 30 years, we're a little overdue right now. So President like, you guys who speak Yiddish, if you sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border, are you going to join those guys and fight against us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really the money question. Everything else kind of like flows by. Do you consider this your country? What do you defend France? Because apparently shouting we have against in the speech was that she's got on more. You know, defend France too, the way it's right? This is also really important. There are points to rabbis, and do rabbis have sort of the terms of the way here? Do rabbis have beliefs? Why does Napoleon want to know that? Yeah, because we'll make our own. Or even less than an army. What if we constitute a state within the state? Right? What happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourselves? If you are a completely voluntary movement, or if you want to affiliate with a community, it's just like joining a knitting club, right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, you can, what colors you're going to get, what patterns you're going to get, who's going to be the lead vendor, who's going to be the secondary vendor. That's all fine. I don't care. You can do whatever you want. But if you can like force people to get certain things, but not other things, and you can say you need to do this for your other clubs, then when holiness work, it doesn't want to have a rival police force. Do we have to obey the rabbis? The answer from the right. The answer from the right. Then they want to say there is no double standard for punishment. And again, halachically, there's economic grounds for this, and it is, it's forbidden to speak from a non-Jew, it's forbidden to lie to non-Jews. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that, but this is not a hard one to answer. There's no way the opponent wants to hear. They do not. He does not. He does not want a learned Talmudic discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a mensch all the time. You have to tell the truth, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any occupation? Because I'm really concerned that so many people are in finance. I'd love to see more of you, like, let's say, become winemakers or beekeepers or things like that. And usually, in particular, because Jews are money lenders, right? They're still money lending, especially small-time money lending. We've seen it come back to us. Are you permitted to charge interest penalties? Basically, it's an answered all of these questions exactly the way Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are for sure emancipated. I confirm everything was decided back in 1790 and 1791. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially that confirms it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not that unrelated to what they do in England, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches in France. That all synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the ROTHSCHILD, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France they regulate Judaism along with other religions, that any religion that is considered legitimate and has a certain number of people to support the religion and so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it running. But that also means the state has a say in who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is eventually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread throughout the rest of Europe over the next century. This is a point I think I showed you a few weeks ago. Right? This is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the base. And over you can see on the left it says Napoleon, Emperor, and King. Right? Everybody loved Napoleon. And over here, amazing, incredibly obscene image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery, giving the Ten Commandments to a genuflecting Moses, as if to say, oh, great king, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the Ten Commandments. Obviously, not to throw an image here, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. Okay. I forgot the name of the artist, so Mr. Sperling.
This was produced by Jews.
Yes.
Right. So this constitute and form like, some kind of DVD like our
yeah. What else can we say about it, right? Like, if this is supposed to be Moses, who is this?
right there.
Emancipation was a golden calf for Jews at the time. They thought it would be so great that, guys, don't, like Rabbi Caroline likes to say, you should never confuse Jews with Judaism. Like, this is what Jews did, not what Judaism told them to do. Mr. Grant, I'm going to say, I'm going to do what we are. I would think so. Yeah, because I'm very sick. It's true. That's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate. Oh my gosh, people were. So many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. Just shows how far down they were. But we're still here. Mr. White, did you have a question? Okay, so let's go by check it out. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but I will just point out to you that it was an era when France, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. You had things like they went so far, like here, for example, you have a clock. But in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You say anything unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era? No, raise that up. Thank you, Mr. Blanket. It has only 10 hours in it. Right? They said, why do we have this crazy Sumerian system of 12 hours, 60 minutes, right? It's ridiculous. Let's make every hour 100 minutes, right? Good metric system. Let's make every day 20 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of dark. Let's do it like this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden Shabbos could fall on like day 4. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be Thursday. And this, Jews would develop all kinds of sneaky ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long, but it was an absolutely crazy day. And eventually found out. But 24 so I think this particular clock has maybe 12 hours plus another 12 hours. Oops, I think there's two 12-hour days like on top of it. You can take full time at different time. Okay. I'm not going to do the modern things on the side there because I want to take you to 1881 first. With your permission, let's talk about this period here. Now we want to go to another hugely important era. Okay. I want to move a little bit. So far, we've talked about France, because France was sort of a leading edge of emancipation. And now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of world Jewry, probably about 3/5 of world Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time we get to 1900, and they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews are a much smaller proportion of world Jewry at that time. We talked in previous classes about how Jews got there. I'm going to let past all this stuff. We'll use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So the big thing happens in the 1880s. There is, slide on that, yes. In 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of this emancipation stuff, there were some changes in the rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But basically, Jews were still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia going ahead from 1917. So this idea of Jews started as a group is something that reserved well in the 20th century to the equal parties of Russia. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a bomb-throwing attack on his marriage, and that represented a massive political upheaval in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout the region that used to about the tale of settlement. And these attacks, you've already heard the years, right? So through the years of these attacks, many of these communities attacked multiple times, essentially said to the Jewish population there that Russia is not able or interested in protecting those Jewish people. And this is like a very important principle of Jewish history. You know, we worry about anti-Semitism from the right, we worry about anti-Semitism from the left, but our worst enemy is anarchy. Jews fear anarchy more than anything else because anarchy sets the breakdown of the law. And since we are a minority, we are the most defenseless when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia at this time. These wake up and say, oh my gosh, this country cannot protect us as the members of society. And so they're going to turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with the situation. Take you through very quickly. I want to show you these things in charge. It's a great study by these people here in ROTHSCHILD, I love this kind of research. This is a study of the pogrom waves of Eastern Europe, particularly Russian Empire. You see that this is the number of pogroms, not necessarily the violence, but they actually got far more violent in the revolutionary period. And the number of people killed the first pogroms is much larger. But it's a huge number in 1881, it's a huge number here in 1903, 1905, and then a smaller absolute number of the 1920s. We would accept it because they're brutality much like the time in the revolutionary era of 1917, 1921. I will point out that these numbers compared to the Holocaust, by the time, like the scale of these attacks, we have 200 pogroms here, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. It's so, these should be, people thought it was in the world in 1903 was 1919, but that's only because we didn't know what 1939 was. Okay, so when you look at the number of pogroms, and what these scholars did was they correlated them with the crop failures, the years that were bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no pogroms. Then they do the same thing with
There he
political
is.
turmoil.
No,
Same thing. There's no pressure, there's political turmoil, like the pogrom.
Did you beat your meat? Yeah, you did. Are you ready to play? Okay, I don't give a flying fuck. Are you ready to play? You know I'm leaving a game just so I can play you? Yeah, I am. All right, Pam. You have an invitation. What are you going to do? I'm ready. Don't buy a thing. That's not fair. You have to play with the fruit one. Yo, dog, are you going to go? Thank you. The Bobbin restores 10 hit points. You're up, Phil. Evolving restores 10 hit points. Yo, dog. It's your turn. I see a bunch of moves that you can do. Are you going to go? Dude, why don't you go in? No, it didn't. You've been here the whole time. Do you mean Plato, not Discord? Are you gonna go? Extra mode. Psycho bite. Dude, are you gonna go? Well, it's not that one. Dude, why the fuck did I avoid that? Yeah. I mean, okay, well, let's see. No, that was a dumb act. Because you already had done that. You already done that. Yeah, good. Oh, fuck. Okay. Are you gonna go with them? Are you gonna go with them? Do whatever you think is good. Do whatever you think is good, son. I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up. person. But Vicky helped one person. Are you gonna go? How about you go? Bonnie Blue or Lindsay Lohan? Bonnie Blue or what's that other bitch's name? Yeah. Dude, whose fantasies in the group? It's one on one, right? Actually, didn't really Phillips do it first? She did 100. I know they don't. Dude, you're in trouble. I have 75. You have 5.
If your best friend's a bigger whore. So, you recognize that it's over for you, son? No, it's not. No, I didn't. I'm gonna toy with you. You just, what? Why did you say you? Only at this level. Who do you want to kill you, the pink guy or the green guy? Dude, you just did really well. It's over. It's over for you. It's over for you. Oh, what an amazing move. You just saved yourself. Okay. Okay. And then you're gonna play again? mistake. Do the purple one, and then it stops you from winning. Purple one in the right side. There you go. There's no way you win this. You're not involved, and I'm just toying. Literally, I'm just playing with my Bye bye. Yes, sir. All right, you go check your messages for all your dick pics. Oh, Zoot. You're absolutely right. There is nothing wrong with that, so long as they're of age. You just got what? Knocked out of what? What are you talking about, dude? What club? Wait, Zoot, what happened? Zoot, are we gonna play?
Problems happen, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and civil problems happen. But if you combine both of those, what are the years when you have crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio with population. In other words, it's really bad for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn, which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that they do not go into recession. This wasn't bad history for Jews, but it's not problem. One or the other we can't go. But combined is there.
So I believe that for Jews, believe that for everyone.
Yeah, that's right. They say about African Americans that when the American economy has a cold, African Americans get a flu or pneumonia. And it's the same thing about this year too. It was bad for Americans because of political turmoil and economic downturn. Much worse for Mr. Warrington. Since you well, we had a lot of people turmoil, and they did have an economic downturn, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews. What a whole lot of ended up taking this out. We're going to talk in more detail about the whole stuff. Let's look at a 5 national strategy. This is the important part I really want you guys to know. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the part we really have to show up first. So once Jews realized that Russia would not or could not protect them, Jews decided en masse we need to do something different. And they decided a very good way. One of 5 basic strategies to deal with the challenge. Those strategies that I mentioned at the beginning of the hour are things we're still figuring out today. Most of the people we know who fit into the political movements that people are in the strategy. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, immigration. This is the oldest strategy, the tried and true strategy. As we discussed before, it's a mini strategy, is the main part. And Jews left the Russian Empire control. This map shows you how many Jews left the Tail of settlement here in red between 1881 and 1970, when the Tsarist government fell. 1.75 million Jews came to the United States, constituting about 7 out of 10 American Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many of your ancestors, how many of you have ancestors who are included in this big migration to the United States? Okay, so yeah, we're looking at about 6 out of 10 of us here. I myself am part of this type group because all my ancestors went to Canada because they had much better health insurance, but that was a joke. But there was actually, you can't Microsoft nothing because it was like communist laughter at this point. But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out. Let's see. Jews have been doing this for centuries upon centuries. If the environment is negative, they will actually transport themselves. And what is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge in scope, and perhaps more significant, it was flying in the face of a lot of the things that make rabbis do not go to America. It's not because they're going to do that, there's the trade of humanity. Non-kosher land, you're not going to be able to find day schools, you're not going to be able to find any kosher Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America, but Jews left nevertheless. There's 2 studies of the age of immigrants, whether you're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here were actually rebels. They were like producing a lot of the Mr. Masadarski.
How big, I know, they're all the way, it's of course, that's pretty, I guess, century knowledge. Whatever, that's Egypt, that's not it, and equal, so, partially.
Basically, there were places where they call it borders were very different. The 19th century, the 20th century, borders were far more critical than they are even today. And not only America was actually inviting people to come to its shores, labor shortages. The Industrial Revolution in America was just booming, and they needed people to work the plants and the plow the fields and to lay down the railroad tracks. And so all you had to do was basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg or from England, and they paid their way across. You know, and they came and just said, here I am, this is anyway, you follow that question?
Well, yeah, I noticed they might expect all the way down to that. Skip like you,
Well, excellent question. They're not exactly random, but the reasons for a lot of these conversations. In the case of South Africa, the reasons because of lateral migration, that is very common phenomenon in my words, where people tend to go to a place where there's someone from that place has already gone. So you say, well, I know there's a guy named Ryan that, his brother, I work with him in Sawmill, so I'm going to go with him. Let him say, comes to my house, so I can go set up with him. And this is what a lot of South Africans, there are reasons for South Africans coming in the first place, gold mines, things like that, but, Lithuania, so a lot of good box, around the days specifically to South Africa. So why not? There's not a lot, there's no ladder migration too. There would be a huge amount in World War II when Jews had their way out to are examples like that. But that's the Canadian answer. But choosing to emigrate is very different from refugee. Is something that Chuck was Mr. Wilson. How much that there's a very nice in that world of religion. There are because they don't say that. Well, that's a lot of values that it's not a theory, it's more an observation. Regards of the differences, right? The Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to emigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents. They're saying, no, I don't care. I want to go to America. I will remake myself. And you know what? I am going to live in America. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to speak English even with my children. I'm going to become totally American. Right? It's very phenomenal this year with this immigrant area. So, on the other hand, after World War II, these are Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. So that's sound on it. Why would they stop us, right? Why would they put us up into the why would they say I don't why would they I can understand you guys like social media but play a video with sound over the top. All right, so I would think go back to the place so that exactly talk about the post World War II, right? Yeah, post World War II, I mean they come back to Poland. It's devastating. Nobody there anymore. It's very active. They're encountering active hostility from the walls that the else will come enough for this thing, but that's it. I'll make it. So when they come to America, those post-war, they're refugees. They're angry about how they're not choosing America. There's America's first right. So they come here and say, you know what? I'm not going to make myself into America. I'm going to make America myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shepherds should have been here in the unseen foreign language, place like that. And they had it here.
And what's a more niche follow-up question is what about the enlightenment of the time you say you're the potential facilities of rich, I mean, no matter what?
Not as it's yeah, I think it's a tiny proportion of those enlightenment Jews. Largely, most of them were killed. And those that did make it, I think they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in an orphan generation. I myself, my parents are Holocaust survivors, they were both born and raised in Canada, so survivors directly, but we're cut off from a massive number of Jews in their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything. It's amazing that we have anything. Mr. Abbott,
So thanks for the light brief. I know that one of the two major reports that Jews was declarated to improve other than New York, where Alabama was actually Galveston, Texas. And I know that many of the Jews who did immigrate through Galveston did settle there and these communities in Texas. And they were by and large like reformed communities of ratio, which definitely is much more like this towards enlightenment than the chefs brought like Solomon. So we're definitely before the podcast in America did set down and enlightenment.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, so we're not talking about America, we're talking about Russia. When you talk about America, post-war, you're right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on now. Strategy number one, right? Integration. This is probably the biggest strategy. It's the most traditional strategy. Another one, socialism. Now, we don't have the research to really delve into what is socialism, but it's basically it's political economic movements, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx, and it was called the Free Trade Agnos, that argued for a complete change in the way that we organize society now. Very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of means of production handed over to the fully large. So I'm not going to go into detail on this, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. Among the most important of those, this man, Leon Bronstein, known by his pen name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest before the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the Russian Empire is it's almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the entire Roman Empire. Get a Harlem. Yeah, but this he would end up becoming an incredible general. He was the leader of the Red Army, amazing when it's procedure. But crazy time. Again, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the times said, not only will we change the world, the economy, we're also going to change ourselves, particularly the larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religious. Anti-clericalism was a principal idea of the communist movement, and so many of these Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. When I say social democrat, it's another word for that, communist. And so this, the second major strategy is let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. But just to keep you, just to not give you a cliffhanger. The third one is Zionism, right? The idea of we're going to change everything, or we're going to change Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which essentially had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is the new traditionalism that Charles invented, which was basically like the Buddhist Israel or Arabic movement. Really depends very heavily on this. These are the five strategies. And as I said at the beginning of the lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these five strategies to find himself or herself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return. We'll finish up this discussion. Thanks for learning this. All right, we have some great things. Like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. So when you understand this, you'll know everything that's important about life. And years now. What do you learn about the language? Yeah, okay. No, it has to be from. It has to be about reality. But how do we get to it? I think one of the big things is like, it's really about how did we get here in the first place? Like you're driving along some country road, and all of a sudden you look up and say, what is this place? But if you had a map or that was like a very large piece of paper that you rapidly represent what's on your screen and PBS. You could, I know how I got here and explains why I messed up in this way or that way and things like that. So we're going to start with a discussion about scholars. And today we'll start the Jerusalem emancipation as well, because two issues are distinctly related. The term Haskalah is a Hebrew word of scale, it's like the Hebrew intelligence, right? It's called around dying selfie. So all my teachers, I gained the wisdom of the government. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Haskalah, which means enlightenment. And I think it's a good translation. To make things clearer because we now have light in them. The Austerum as a predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started rebelling it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Austerum include popular sovereignty, like why does a king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us. right? So America, for example, has a great enlightenment experiments in popular sciences. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific information really makes sense. That fits so well from published hold up like that. What do I mean by that? If you want to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Alfaro, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, oh, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, people like that, whoa, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. That's where truth is. So it built on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got to change the politics, changes in the idea of where it is, how to find out if something is true. And that obviously the latter leads to a decline in overall religiosity. But of course, we are still on that slope. There will be occasional revivals. There are very wide of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith. To me, why we're saying this is Western. So we're not listening to 50% in years. We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we decided, on the animal human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine it. It's just our question. Some things for yourself. No question, those things happened a long time ago. Those go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the pre-Sophists, guys like Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. That's not all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets, we say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is, it revealed to us. That is my life, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying maybe we should go a little bit right. It's a good question. That's more like a faith question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea that spreads around, and that picks up energy and steam and fits out to another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge totality. Like, I'll give you one example. Rene Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with in math class. Rene Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations, 6 deep meditations. What is the world of? The first one says, how do I know this? How do I know? Maybe I am in this world. Have you ever had that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I'm actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek. It's one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But it's a great episode where they have these brains floating in glass beakers, and they imagine an entire world in their brains. Like I shouldn't do this class. I'm on recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not here? How do I know that some people being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. So, Mr. Silver, it could be that I exist, right? And that's the famous phrase, no ego, ergo sum, right? Not really I think, I perceive, therefore I am. This is, wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe. Because I know this is true. I don't know if this fable is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist. Because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know the universe exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge is, to answer your question directly, just asking the question of us, just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist, maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage, you say, oh, you don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. So you start asking that question, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. Feel it or you don't. So don't start questioning it. You poke at it, you might find out it's not quite solid. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's talk about myself. Let's very quickly. Wow. That's a good question. That's initially that question, right? Look on another. That's with much knowledge comes much, sorrow, but it's much pain. But it's sometimes not to know. Like what they say in English, you don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression. Okay, that's true. Let's getting up. You don't want to get up. This is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 57. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period that would demonstrate or go with the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, due to its population. It was the rheumatologist in Ferrara. Anyway, earthquake in 1570 flattens the town. Everybody runs out and cross the river. They live for 6 weeks in the fields. The whole population is back, including among them is a guy named Asari of the Jewish guys. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic who makes his living as a proofreader. Right? This is in the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page with somebody else. But he's not like a professor. He's a curious guy and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the field with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his cabin, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks where, their monastery fell down, and so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except, wait for the aftershocks to subside. So they start talking and learning, so to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity. And he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he's never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And he says, hey, we got that whole thing too. And it's like, it's the real money. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if you're celibate, that's really not for me. But I love all this stuff that people say about, reality and truth. And we have great conversation. So he leans into the Rabbi's statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says and he ends up writing a really important book called Mebor de Nair. Don't be confused because that title has been used by many other authors as well, very different books. But it's kind of like the first real book of the Haskalah, or maybe I should say the Haskalah is basically something that appears in the late 18th century, but the Neo-Nine is kind of like foundational work that eventually spread into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books it's writing on. I think Mr. Lipschitz, who's actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos, and then the Haskamos were later yanked because people thought that it might have other courses in it. Controversial books like that. The Mayor Abraham at first received lots of Haskamos. No such Carl, lots of and then it got told afterwards. Like, no, it didn't act that way. I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around this particular book. The stuff that everybody liked was there was a big chapter on the history of earthquakes. And that's cool because there were earthquakes in Tanakh. We don't know a lot about them. That's what directly in Ferrara. But then they also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield, which flexed people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level of it. It's not a college like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college, and we are using scientific inquiry, we're using lots of modern tools of inquiry that, it's not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering the streaming such the cancelment of the 8-5 a lot of other regulations, how the money was the support and opposition? So it sounds like everyone thinks the opposed them and everyone else was neutral or everyone tried to oppose them. So
no, not everyone can oppose them. Many famous people oppose them, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. It's hard to hold back ideas, right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. Those people start being accessible. People start reading. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular and people this is fantastic, great, and later someone picks up something and says, wait a second, it's not exactly what it is. But it doesn't tell us the right way. Mr. Loiky, and
we don't do
yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides using Aristotle? Right. So it's not the first person to use like that. Correct. He's the first person when he's quoting Rabbi. Right, quoting Rabbi. But he's the first person to say, you can learn about it, and I learned it by the way from Christian monks. So it's camped outside of it. Right? It's like totally trade source. Not even like a payment source. So this was one of the ones that was popularized it. And again, the Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to obtain. Who's writing in print? It's like the internet. Everybody's got it. It's really hard to control. It's like Instagram. I would simply you can answer later on some ideas of, not listen to this or the right. All good is well, all of the dive into that, but a lot of his issues can do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passage in the Bible with 15th century science. That's probably where he got into most trouble. It's a pretty thick book, by the way. Translated in English. I think we have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Imperial Library. It's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but these couple of you have been in my articles, which is really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Roth, the greatest historian of the last century, the first modern Jew. And by modern, he meant Jews who have a totally different outlook on God and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, the identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, Spanish Jews, who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, And then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful. And then only afterwards was he able to get out of the middle and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews were also Christians at the same time. Meaning they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And then you could work where they want, they could go to university, they could take any job they want, they could take any job, any profession they want, they could live anywhere they want. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but still they wanted to retain their Jewish at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Jews, because they were already swimming, and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe, and they moved to the New World, and so they created the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive, completely Jewish and Christian at the same time. So the Portuguese Jews could and did and demonstrated that this is a possibility. Right? So they're spreading these kind of ideas, and they're loving the Maronite. They think this is a great book. They have all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. Jason, you got a question? Okay, you got a question. Okay. No, you're good? Okay. No, be sure. Okay, so the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called History of the South, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, maybe he's a strong guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos. Right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaged in as a society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment, as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because societies are prepared to agree to this idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776, where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically, it didn't happen all over at the same time, but basically America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal, it's not about people. How about you? And by the way, women almost we won't have to vote, but otherwise okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution we will talk about after this lecture, massive impact. America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe. But when they give the Jews equal rights, that was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on from the work of guy by Morris Lamb. His biography comes from northern Germany, it's called Prussia. And he's a stout, autodidact, self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his conversation skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Don't you remember the linguistic situation? Jews are still living a very, very mixed to their lifestyles. Vast majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have like lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews had in most of Europe, it's a high degree of fluency in Finnish, right? The mother tongue, the mama tongue. Typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon would have enough to consider, follow maybe Rashi. But when it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help in their houses and their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or basically go, hey, please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or like, I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my driving exam, right? Because almost all leaders have ground representing Korean. And I actually, in fact, I have a Korean name. And I don't know writing. Do I have a market here? I don't know if I mark it. Is it the word with a finger in it? Let him mark it. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to do it. Why you might ask why you have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said after about a month, they call me Youngster. So his name means like Mordecai or something like that. Youngster. So that's my name. Okay, well, how did I get that? And well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker yet. Yeah, this is a marker. Yeah. Not one marker. I want to make it work. Yeah, let's go about that. It's called the. I should be trying out. No, really. If I write that here, we'll go on there. No. That then we will go. There it is. Just go. So I know it's going to go thank you and like welcome and how you doing, sir. Anyways, how did I get there? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my career is like it's really handicapped. I only know this very minimal, but it's why I'll come to learn a lot more. Just to do this thank you. Not that I feel a literary genius, not that I write a book in Korean or feel science in Korean, but I would give other telephone conversations in Korean, right? So both at that level of journey. I'm living in the country for 800 years. The extent of the skills largely because of what they needed. The word exceptional needs that we count for students who are kind of like the representatives of the community who are close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who have got much better levels of it. We see this it's also in the Gemara where there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular going haircuts that would be considered like haircuts not going in. Get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king, you didn't have that, you should have that haircut. Well, discussion, I think, whether or not his son-in-law, but my friend, every son-in-law has that kind of haircut. Tangents. Why am I going tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful journey. He had that excellent speaking of that journey. So much so that there was an essay competition, and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. Coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. So this Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, he was like the genius of that's how he was like really. And he wrote a ton of material in German, and also he wrote to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism for the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thought. There were other figures who were contemporaries. By contrast, you told you Solomon Marmot, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border. He also was a genius, deeply involved with ideas and Asian intuitions, but and secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. he can't stay firm and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. It's autobiography, a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Maggid of Ezra. She was spoken about on Monday. That's an example of most of them not dealing with this era. If they got involved with non-Jewish ideas, if they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay from and also engage in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Most Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once you burn, you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next few centuries. I'll give you some of the causes and negatives. By the way, his background is a shear from a paper pending and a priest named Lavender, who's strong over here. I wasn't sure the whole image, but I don't think I have it. Because I forgot to take it out, I gave it like in a different purpose. Here's a Mendelssohn, you know, the Hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best, seal the deal to the prize that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. It's a great story, okay? He had a hunchback. And the story goes that when he was set up with his fresh air, he was always with fresh air, he comes walking up to the top floor to the chef in, and she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window, she sees it. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find the actual picture. She sees him out the window, and oh my gosh, she tells her, I don't want you. And her mother says, how can you do this? All the way here, and so it's polite. Like, she never married someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I can't do it. But the mother raised the us, we must sit down. You have to have a sort of taken it for sure. So she relates. They try to hold in. They sit down in the parlor and they really shoot. Go back then, the parents are outside, and it's like chaperone, but not strictly. And they talk for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long shit of days. Very it's on that. It's going well, it's going well. And it's what's simple, you know. She said, I'm not going to marry this guy, he has a boyfriend. They come out first date, you know, serious. Mind blowing, right? So they afterwards the parents asked her, you know, the future Mrs. Mendelssohn, what did he say? You know, you were so pissed you didn't want to meet him, right? She says to the parents that he said to her, I know that my hunchback is difficult to take, but I want to let you know that there is a tomorrow, which I'm sure you have all familiar with. 40 days coding zero blood, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas call goes out, the divine voice goes out and says, bas call, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas call, and I saw that you were my basher. But I saw that you had a hunchback, and I doubted in the womb. It's all over. I mean, this is the guy's gym. So, in this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of the biography, as part of like this whole deal of the old Celtic society and stuff like that, he befriends a priest, this guy here named Lavender, and they have like meaningful conversations. Yeah, okay, listen to it. They have, I used to look like that. So they have these AMCs about writing religious stuff like that, and then Lavender trades and publishes a book. Right? So we're kind of published books for a reason. We published a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truth of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow the God's of Christianity. Hugely embarrassing things. You know, we don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being the whole Mendelssohn never converts peaceful laboratory camp. They very close to each other. They diagram so not to the press, but this is like, a sort of replication of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have put off this playwright in nesting. We go to brilliant play, dedicated to a certain called, if I remember correctly, the three rings. Really, no, it's not the advisor, but taking the wise, in which the whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all have to come together in peace and coexistence, stuff like that. But, anyways, whole story. Okay, so, to give you an example, I think the medicine is very involved in, to give you a sense of where how it could go, and where it could go, much to its 1772, right? This is at the peak of Anderson's popularity. And he won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. Like everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And but again, he's still second-class citizen. He's no rights to Jews. He's been kicked out of his house many times. These happen still. A crisis erupts is a principality of Germany called Eckert, where somebody was very too early. Conscious guy, he woke up in the day, and everyone says, what is going on? And there's like this whole interesting backstory. They want to see much details, but they really do. And they say, look, we got to do something. There's no issue. People are being very before they're dead. We see this rule. No one gets buried until 72 hours after the death certificate is signed. No one gets buried until 3 days after we declare the death. Just in case. Right? That was a huge thing. All over Europe, there was crazy ideas. They were building special like emergency conference like this one, where it has like this little air balloon on, or the bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the palm and stop it, and you can squeeze the bellows, and the flag goes up and walking by the graveyard, pop up. They have attached to bells. You can be walking by a cemetery, and all of a sudden, very considerably. These are crazy tiny phenomena that was happening. And there are even examples in America where they built cemeteries with, emergency digging out right now messages. So, what's the problem for Jews? Yes, Judaism valorized Swiss burial. As we consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the disease, and we consider quick burial, the quicker the better general. Because we do have an idea of how it makes that you can wait to preserve the honor of the name. So let's say there's not going to be a lot of corrections. So there's a lot of discussion about, if a close family member needs to come in, there are some posts that say you can wait a certain amount of time for we get there. But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. And typically, we don't use conflict in Israel, right? And then it is accelerate the decomposition. Even the conflicts we use here in Bushfires have holes built in the bottom of them so that literally the worms can get into the coffin faster. Right? Those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is design-wise. It's an insult to the deceased. And you can't do that. That's a really serious issue to disorganize. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi and the other one is Rabbi Moses Mickelson. Rabbi Yaakov is initially stumped. Doesn't know how to deal with this, and just go to Rabbi Mickelson, so he knows how to talk to the German authorities. Later, Rabbi Mickelson changes his mind and was a discussion with it, honest. But Moses Mickelson does two things. First of all, he writes the thing to the nobleman, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing is privately, we can do the community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this stuff into our role. Because as much as we dislike, a lot of somebody's letting their body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, he says that this is historically, the example of this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of the elegant indoor cave graves out in Beishan, out in Italia, Yerushalayim, anywhere where the Hellenistic Jews was very big, where we would bury people, inaccessible place, not actually buried, not in the human. Then, of course, I'm sorry, in the course, absolutely, the people of the Samos, right? The holiday, like a yota, that after your parent or loved ones would be proposed, you would go back after a year and collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burial. I know it's wild. If you go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus shows the full length common. The Mets are in that Met, and they have this one the instruments here, and that's an example. But these ossuaries are this big because you just collecting a bone. You don't need a lot of space. And that's what we do. So says, I don't know why don't we just go along and do this? Why don't we just, accept this public health thing? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise, and halacha, when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health is motivation. Where you also see this play in your own lifetime during COVID. Same kind of arguments were happening. On the one side, more of what was ultimately a Haredi approach of a street to street, but it's really here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what I said earlier. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis tending more left thing, saying, well, we say public health, stuff like that, and we should that. Maybe we should not have Indian or some giver. See what you guys remember that? Okay, so we were shut down. Yeah, you take it already. It's not so. This is the same question that we have with the things for okay. Now, I don't want to give you a really rosy picture of the scholar. That is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Nicholson was true of the elastic compromise in Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path. Like this guy, very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said, you know what, this is just way too much work. We're never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through it, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian. And then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens, and we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine something that way so long as this is. But this was definitely a result of the Haskalah was waiting for that. Okay. We also have a moderate expression of Haskalah in Thompson of Church, who is a tremendous intellect of the 19th century when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which was very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out that a way to adapt it to our issues, to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halacha, but let's think carefully about what we call minhag. We're thinking people who are called
fighting with, Hebrew.
Finding what I'm saying.
Or I guess, or no, Hebrew.
Oh, Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger was he's considered the founder of the Reform movement. I know that most know him as an intellectual sources. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. I'm getting extreme and putting it in the same language. I want to come back to this later in the semester, but yeah, first you mentioned saying if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose the income guidance. We'll lose the earlier one. Remind me about cancer. That's what I mean. Yes, Lord, that's a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it. They live in very different eras, right? In Mendelssohn's times, years, I think he was born in 1720, he died in 1786. He's dealing with a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty poor, still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more one's compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly community world. Down to the first years of 1888, the world has changed a lot in the intermediate century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant. And he's fighting a very different battle, a different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line, but it's not going to be a line that's in a very different place than Prussia in the 1780s. So it's very different strategy. Yes.
I think that was he right? I feel like today where everybody has that, but it's not for his points. So yeah, like how would that approach? If every book is everyone is really like a Hasidim. So
Mr. Tillman, I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgment backwards in time. I don't think it's an especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision and think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had Tom Pilgrim, which is a contemporary of Contemporary, essentially staking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromise with charity. You have the people like Abraham Geiger who's saying, oh, we're totally not compromising with charity. We love charity. That's, in fact, the Reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because the gap between the leadership of the Reform movement and the lay the people. The leadership thought this was a great idea. The lay said it's just gone too far, and they wouldn't accept it. But so that's on the other thing. And then Sosna Bar Hirsch, he carved out a number middle path. And maybe they can study strategy with people, but they're all still extant. They're still dealing with all the strategies today. It's not what you say. It's under the conservative Yeah, dance is time. That's when the word orthodox is coined. And there's some things that is slurred that we discussed last week. Neo-orthodoxy is developed a little bit later, and trying to say, like, well, if you're orthodox, but you're not orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe, with the long dark clothes and stuff like that. So that's why new orthodox. And that's sort of evolved into modern orthodox or centrist orthodox. And a lot of people debate very much terms that fairly apply to the Constantine Proverbs. But I'll give you one great example. If you read some of his works, like Tuesday's Chapter, the 19 letters, wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like it could have been written today, right? And Coleman, wow, life altering. 19 letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who's thinking about going overseas and to an older rabbi. And they have this back and forth about all the issues. And so the issues go up there. Truman.
About a young man being in regrets.
Yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor. And it could be because Heinrich lived in his house and he didn't flirt with OTP stuff. And he was an intelligent guy, so his reason might have been Heinrich Fritz. And Korev, brilliant, amazing book. Hard to read in English translation. I actually had to learn this German frequently to figure out what the English was saying. It's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is peace. It's written in German. And like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already books. He's writing for people like Armani with the Guide to the Perplexed, writing for people who are like on the borderline and of slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement. That's right. Your first is trying to be practical and not saying that this is actually how some communicate so-called it needs to be more documented in the world. But if you agree with that, that's well. That's an excellent question. Did he do his strategy as the Hashira or did he have it? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he would have used it as the Hashira. So you should really say that they accepted it. No, it's controversy. All these great people have controversy around them. It's hard to find a great rabbi that everybody loves. It's trying to take a while. Not even Moshe Rabbeinu. That's all right. No, definitely doesn't. No, there's no rabbi who totally is worried about my attitude. I think his time was criticized, but people recognize it. I like people recognize their piety. But there was a lot of criticism on Shapura. So let's not get too far away, but I would say one more thing about the times. And with verse, yes, really important. Probably we'll skip over some of the denominational issues and get to it later. He was also savage, I think, to the other side of the equation, because one of the things that he had to deal with was the life of his own community that Torah and discourse. Right? There were a lot of Jews in front for their mind who were saying, what? Don't be so pro, Rabbi. We want to have an organized discussion in the congregation. What's so bad? And do that. Exactly how bad could it be, right? And so you have to realize that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized, there was one Jewish community that was recognized in the time. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of rules. I see this Mishnah is all kinds of things. There was one Jewish community. He applied for a legal status for Orthodox Jews only. This was something called the Auschwitz, which means like the case of separation, the translation, Auschwitz. Now we can't deal these non-Orthodox Jews anymore. And some Orthodox Jews, we can't deal with the non-Orthodox Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to do a lot of whatever they do, they're on their own. Big challenge. And all of a sudden, saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. It's like, hey, what's your Friday? What do you mean? All people are this. Don't separate the community. Literally, go behind the sand. So his ability to compromise, as a will adopt these behaviors, will take on these kinds of articles of clothing, will do things so we can be more German. We all trim our ears. That's, a little bit too bad. This church here with a little bit more facial hair, but we'll do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on Congress, Congress, or as a discussion. And our goal, in order to save it, is going to separate. And that's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years, is adapt, but also separate. Okay, so we can argue more about it. Let's go back to Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah in Ashkenaz and in Western Europe was deeply related to the whole concept of Is that the right slide here? Oh, yeah, that's the Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small in terms of the percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities, and they have to be concentrated in the single digits of population. But once you get, east of Germany, all of a sudden Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages that lack in sometimes in large cities, but their population sometimes being over half. Their district, for example, has about 78% Jews. That was the population of the Jewish. And then similar to the thresholds that were affecting Western nationalities, it's totally different in the Eastern. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tradition of the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so badly. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. We really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed in some of these denominational steps, like we thought, I know it's not the planned lecture, but kind of going in that direction. Abraham Geiger, Reformed congregations are typically not called synagogues, what are they called? Temples. Now, why do they call them temples? What other way to call this temple?
From the service like we didn't have one Jerusalem, and we don't have it, we still practice it.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many temples are there in the two, three. Well, okay. One at a time. Exactly. So one at a time. And where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So why, what does it mean if you build a building in Berlin and you say, this is my temple?
You build the center of Judaism.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, oh, forget about all that biblical stuff, what's the back? This is our temple, right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course, you should give us equal rights as citizens, because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple in Jerusalem. We're creating it here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, the Russian Empire. Jews are not these admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. You're not reading Tolstoy or it's not that interesting. But back then, it wasn't their thing. They got involved in many more Jewish issues, and especially they found expression in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language, I'm going to speak Yiddish language. I'm going to look up your name. You didn't show up for class, but I read your paper and it's so cool. So the Yiddish, of course, the vernacular, they're saying we can now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language, which basically German written into their characters. My own grandmother, Alana Charlotte, was born in 1910. She didn't even call Yiddish, she called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing literature, Shalom Aleichem, words, people like that, you call them parents. Or Zionists. That becomes really big. We're going to get more into this early on Monday. Zionism becomes really big. That's a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression. Not as a trying to imitate non-Jews, but we're going to figure out version. And of course, the socialism, again, more for next week. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah in Eastern Europe was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lives in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. One fascinating story about him that I want to share was the person and the apostle. He was a Mitnaged, think about the facts here for this. We hated Hasidism because, like Rex, felt that it was this superstitious downfall, believing all kinds of total niceties, wonder working remedies, and say, oh, flourish. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he didn't put transmigration and developing school system very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which is here right now, and some look it up. So it's the title is what is it is right now. It's like developing your teacher, right? It revealing the hidden things, right? That was Tamar, right? Like not Tamar. What's the word? What's the shortest for Mary? Isn't it like Hatmana? But it's not maybe. Anyway, he wrote a satire of Hasidism. And people loved it. They didn't realize it was backfired. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, think that it's a mistake, read this and say, wow, this is true. And in fact, they began to admire that. And so it like backfired on his big time. There's no dimension without the Holy Spirit, which basically we need to keep let's try more flooding. Nowadays, it's a love song because, well, we're still wearing it. Yeah. And it's funny how these things change. Okay, I want to thank you for one really dark period of Jewish history, Greek Greeks, and then going on Monday, we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must, talking to the audience here, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you will totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics, right? Those are pretty exciting morning. And let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So this is one of those periods, this is really important to understand politics today. One of the darkest periods in Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole Akhtala element in a very big way. This man, Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having tornadoes organized and watching parades, things like that. He feels the rebellion. Before him and after him, the major rebellions in Russia. Russia is slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is that I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christians, they're not Orthodox. He also has a Catholic, told him, but you have to put down rebellion to this. They're Russian Orthodox, right? But they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire, kind of like Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much as Anglos time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as people. There are lots more selections that would be talking about too. This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, you would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, because they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? The rabbis and God. They don't look at me as a supreme monarch. So he said to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he takes Jews. He takes this undigestible mass of citizens. He wants them to fit in. It's fine if, as one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them immigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like okay. But he wants to deal with this demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is he hired this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will get a deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in gainful employment. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like not efficient. And Max Rosenthal, big Costello supporter, says, fantastic. Here's my chance to get these backwards, super religious people, launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's give them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture. I'll handle them. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up leaving in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas, the first motivation, although we may say he was a bio-Semite, he was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jew even consider this? Yes, money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivator. But good guess. Appreciate it. Ruben?
Can you translate it also and more to other conversations?
Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. And we will see in the 1920s in Russia was a huge phenomenon. But they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but so too our judge, Mr. Featherston, for their kids' safety. Explain that. They're worried that if they don't get these kids will have to appease the Russians or hosting them, that they will allow the youth to go there. Okay, good. You're absolutely right. But the youth is actually quite a bit sharper. Therefore, I reckon the straight around black pants. And lots more experience. It's good guesses. Here's the main motivator. In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Cantonist Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 3 years in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. If you're a third son, you might consider the army. And this is a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews historically didn't really want to choose the army. They didn't speak the language properly, they had the same values. They were not interested, so Jews typically would pay an additional tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay an additional tax to gladiators to keep their kids under a 25-year military service. Nicholas I remembered he's a very military guy. He says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go to the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, he says no more exemptions. Every community must provide the number varies from time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. When you show up after service, you have to deliver 10 people to the army. Jews have historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would show up and go to the army. He removed the possibility of buying your way out of it, you had to serve. Secondly, because he realized that the age of conscription was 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married. They've already had some exposure to Gemara. They've already had the bar mitzvah. They're already, you probably have at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be restricted, serve 6 years at a military school called a kanton. That's where they get the name kanton. And then serve like 5 years. Can you imagine? 12-year-olds get 6 years in military school, scattered by various countries, and then 25 years behind. And very much actually, we did. It was amazing how many concessions we made for them. Not religiously across the board, but generally speaking, they had at least some sort of representation of that. But, you know, good Mr. Truman, how do you destroy the school system? What is this fancy students has an insects you got to control? You got to tour, exactly. They in the school system, because so then it means that the Jewish parents have a terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I send him to a school that is actively going to try and learn Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now, here's the worst part. Guys, focus with me for choice. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sure that's going to load out, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? Who chose the children of Lucas? Well, not close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian government was like really poor bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks on the locals. So when Nicholas I said, the Jewish Kehillah, which we spoke about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish federation, had to choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad, the service is like amazing. Mind-blowing what actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, this went on for a decade. Not the point in the 1850s, where they actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children to present them without choice. Like, hard to believe that many testimonies of kids who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community, because basically a whole generation of Jews, for 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbis. I can't trust my leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. And the scripts are absolutely totally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. They say, what do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. It's really the darkest period of history. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. They must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day, gentlemen. Okay, we're ready to talk about this. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between Hasidim and Mesnakim that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel it right back. What do you do on YouTube anyways? Rabbi was not. Okay, so here we go. What is Hasidism exactly? What are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from neo-Hasidism, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit because of our sister conversation. Actually, read if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old time religion. The term Orthodox did not be coined for about another 60 years. It was coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed, the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. That was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to traditional Jews, saying, you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reformed Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was traditionally intended as an insult. It later became adopted as a term of pride. And yes, this is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there's no such thing as one way to tell it, almost a halakha, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalai-Lamas. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term, there would have been Jewish, and people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that. They would use the term alt-Glauber, which means full believers, but they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidus. So in terms of like, do they believe in Haryas, I suppose the answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe in the really key elements of Judaism? Like, for example, the person is going to become a care, and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join the club. There are 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are those 3 basic things you gotta get? Shabbat is going to be one of them. The second one is more than the third one. Exactly. Those are the 3 things that you can. If you those 3 down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what in terms of yes. So how are they different? They are all on the same kind of stage with these things. What is next? Yes, there are like tons of tiny details. Like for example, our Mishpacha, there is a difference in the Hashemah and Mikvah. In number 4, on God 4, or Taka 4. These are tiny details that the rabbis need to get deep into to see. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really simple. If you are March and you come to this planet and you saw Hasidas and Arabic standing side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Not even Martian actually. So it's really because of the rebellions that we started this whole unit with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of consciousness. They're finding as it were old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidim did say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on some sober Kadash Asur in the Torah. The idea of saying, hey, this is let's break us in, right? Is that Kadash? Well, yeah, you don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can start to say, hey, we should incorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Krantz.
What's the difference of belief that something crazy is the way to the players for the house and like the position culture we believe in. So
we are going to go to all the things that go to the Mestagan crazy shortly. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to get kind of like the high point of the show. I don't want to give it away before we do it. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these rebellions discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim, what's new is stuff that has been forgotten, not used, all this Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old, it's so old that we forgot about it, so they're not introducing something new. For the non-Hasidim, it's not going, of course, there's a lot of challenging that these things are actually do. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabees, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidim Ashkenaz, we spoke about them 3 weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Right? So you go with Mishra or you go with it, or you go within the system. You go beyond what is actually required. That's extra. So, for example, when it comes to Deus, of course, the only thing that's forbidden electrically is to shave the sides of it. Like you can't shave the hair with a blade. Even with a razor, there's some such electric razor. But with a blade, you can't shave the sides of your hair. So Hasidim were saying, well, if you can't shave it, although you can trim the hair, if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it. We're going to let it roll, down low, and use pronouns, make it look really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's the sense of the idea here. You can see it, the Hasidim and Yemenites also wear these pairs. There's a picture of the pairs, right? Okay. But where the Litvaks start wearing pairs? Well, this is one of the ironic things of the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Dunn, that some of the things that Hasidim did really well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. So the Litvaks start adopting bit by bit little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true in the 20th century, not just Jewish customs, but also Sephardic customs. Against the Ashkenazis world, and we just kind of like I told us many different here. So that's where Litvaks will also grow their payas sometimes. Technically, historically, they never had payas, like so long. Mr. Don, with parentage. Yes, it does, absolutely. Example of Hasidim following this Nagdic customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning the model. Because one of the big arguments that he used for Hasidim was, you guys are not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now a lot of Hasidim spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. That's a that's kind of like the ultimate issue of value of studying text, especially Torah Sneglet, the revealed Torah. That's what that became a great Hasidic value as well. Going back and forth. Okay, let's go into the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: how did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This is something we just begin to see the beginning of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it like swallowed up a huge swath of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did they get so rapid, so fast? We do different historiographic models on the walking through them. The first one is from Heinrich Kretz. You recall, we talked about him a while ago. He's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of German. He wrote first in German, later in Russian. And his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead with developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Kretz's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed with you his conflict with the Ukraine from Taik. Did I discuss that this one? Well, I'll talk about it maybe later on in the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction against that approach. He's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s, he was trying to English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Jews. He says they're so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are culture. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, loyal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. No such that's an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because Jews were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good Jewish reputation. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. Far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us German Jews. You know the great classics, Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven you listen to and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the self-esteem. And they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jews. Right? That's his approach is that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant and didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments, discussions, Mr. Franz? Do you have any problem with it? Yeah.
First of all, it wasn't saying that because they had the word illiterate.
They are much less literate than others.
Even in the quote unquote this particular country, they would never have been allowed to get an education.
So it's never, but is that going to change the argument?
Right. But I would say that it's more of the idea of a focus to healing so much Hashem that we are in the university. I think that certain people at least to Hashem are having to worry. So
you're Maccabi the next historian, Shimon you mentioned in my note, I talked about how it is strong. So, but we've seen a lot of conflict. Now we're seeing conflict. Shimon unlike Gretz, who did most of his work in Germany, Zygmunt did most of his work in Poland and Russia. He wrote in Russian, well as Hebrew, I think correctly. And he said, no, Gretz, you got it all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, relishing. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in north in Lithuania. They were separated from them, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through full expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was he tapped into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Friends, you should not criticize Hasidism because they're actually really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them. Right? So very, very different approach, but still it relates to an intellectual approach. Another example of this is kind of like he explores thought further. Barton was not actually a historian, but he was very influential in the influencing of Western Europeans who adopt a positive attitude toward Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard his famous quote, "I am the thou." Really, actually, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and translated all kinds of specific works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read from his comments, that he was criticizing Breslov and so on, that's his favorite. Breslov and fantastic because the amazing, weird stories that Rabbi used to tell and stuff like that. He says that Hasidism was spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies can read Hasidism and say, wow, it's mind-blowing. I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all of the other things going on. Now, here's my favorite. Well, not favorite. Here's my favorite. here, I do think he's great too. Gershon really puts heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai Tzvi. He does draw a direct line from Shabtai Tzvi to the Hasidic movement. Shabtai Tzvi, of course, was a huge debacle because referring to Islam and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai Tzvi did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. And people began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff about Tzvi, Rizal. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of rabbis, a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became followers of Shabtai Tzvi and even actually converted. They stayed on quietly or, under the table, still being Shabtai Tzvi believers. There was, for about half a century, a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were still serving as the head of the bases, still serving as posting and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing some Shabtai Tzvi stuff. It's a very, very difficult period. Mr. Grant, first question. So, we talked about around this, I also do before, and I heard people that was around time when before Hasidism was born, but not that much before, about 40 years before the Al-Shankar. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite. That's Dino. Someone else is going to have to this here. Is going to talk to me about this. Yeah, right. So, you guys know that that's Dino is great. Because, related to I don't know. You know what it is? No. Like Eleanor, the Hebrew Hall converter. He's got. I related to Dino, or is it maybe? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. So you have to look it up. You have a computer. Wait, you'll do it. Then still Dino is great. No, I love it. Dino's approach because he uses the table control. Before Abramson was even born, he used the table control. This is a money. Why are you guys all talking about ideas? About thinking ahead? No, it's about money. Think about it like this. We know that in the over-circulating Commonwealth, like who owned the villages? Who owned like the whole thing outright? The orchards, the mills, the noble, right? The Schlachta, Polish, the poets. But the poets owned everything. Nothing can happen in his land territory, California, without the Jewish community. So who hired the rabbi? The poets hired the rabbi. So the poets would actually help the Lord. The non-Jewish published poets would actually accept the rabbi who were the Jews. This was like a signature. It was like a little Stella. Was like a sweet job that you could get. So that meant like a lot of people would actually go and bribe the poets to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by the tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, went to the rabbi. Tax on Shabbos candles, went to the rabbi. A whole pile of these kinds of like little taxes. So you know what? If you like to sit in orange, you didn't necessarily like people are much. All you have to do is like get your father to help you buy a rabbinic position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi of this. And the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to English. So they're not related. And said that okay, good. Thank you. So he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as a grassroots religious movement saying, we want to do with these, all I can think of is profanities here, so I'm looking for words. So all of these like these corrupt rabbis who taught their position and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, like a rabbi to inspire us. And the last thing from inspirational. But these local charismatic leaders, they know how to sing, they know how to dance, they know how to tell a story, they know how to have a drink with a fellow Jew and to spy over the thumbs. Those are the guys we want to be our leaders. And moreover, when it comes to really seeing that, we'll talk about it and get to the conflict in a second, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported really popular products, for example, I mentioned meat tax and kosher meat, right? Who would be selected do you think the meat tax? The tax collector, but where would you pay it? Yeah, the butcher shop. It's technically the sell it too. So you can buy a meat for sale. You have to call it for salt salt meat, right? That meat. You did not come, it wasn't, actually salted it though, my mother was salted herself. My wife actually had to take a special class to salt it. You guys just buy the meat, but it comes like that in the plastic. Anyway, so if you would buy it from the okay, who's paying the tax to the rabbis to be told by it. What happens if you want to pay your meat tax, which you're going to pay anyways? So let's see it, Rabbi. How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to use a shita. I can't go to the regular shita. I need to go to the Hasidic shita. And so you need different shita that for Benzino Dinar says it's a whole revenue stream. It directs it away from that. Rabbi will do it. Let's say, for example, the lid box all down and Stockholm is here in the week at 6:19 a.m. And you know, you're going to process that says you don't have to come when you're ready. Let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have a shul. You can't have some time, especially if it's an overlap. Essentially, two different, I don't know, shuls. So you have a new revenue stream. But it's not leaders argument, which may be a little bit overstated, but it definitely has tremendous value. Money involved. Have a rabbi. Like Alexa supports this guy as opposed to giving it to the corrupt rabbi of the forest side. He's the burn it. He looks for the Romans. Yeah. How do those we're going to get there. I know I thought it was the tricky part, but that's just that for it. But we'll get there. Mr. Harris, quick one. It's a profile of the spiritual I am still the idea of money is started. But Mr. Harris, ever was it so? Money is always the rule that motivates so much of what we do. I was still realized without being at times, it just necessarily. Not necessarily. We still see. I'm going to show you the Paul Shepherd's constitution. Other interesting arguments. Dr. Albert, very, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? And you're missing half of the human race, women. Hasidism actually, especially in the early stage in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional literature practice. You know, there are actually several examples of female refugees. There's the famous maiden of Uthir, for example. Her name is Nevermacher, and she had a titch. She would get sheared. Sometimes the island part of a veil, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways that if you're going to open up what is traditional practice and say these other things you could be done, and all of a sudden it's kind of destroyed. Another example in the 21st century is like collage interests, right? You know, a collage couple going to Montana to set up a collage house. There's only the two of them there. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rebbetzin, but all of a sudden you do all kinds of things that Rebbetzin 100 years ago did not have stuff. Different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, faith, and what, and it's all couched within tradition, because that's nature, this kind of rebellion, but it ultimately is something that is novel into it. And so in Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women as it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this captured the masses. Let's get down to
It's really
here's my colleague Moshe Rothman. Actually, a senior colleague at I think on my own research. He said very well. When the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991, actually a little bit earlier because he was working with Poland that collapsed slightly before it. Many scholars were until then shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things to put out and so on. So he was one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc, it was not part of the Soviet Union per se, but it was part of the bloc. Ironically, I was also a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time, and I actually first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got further into this field, because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and found all kinds of things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland to a place called Mechivich, because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. You are called in search of the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, like this, right there, the founder of Hasidus. He didn't know for sure if he actually was a real person. So the only book we had that said anything about it was this book, Shikrei HaBesh, the phrase of the Besh, Baal Shem Tov, like master of the name. That was published decades after he lived, and so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that, that we don't even know how we're supposed to read this. It's not a history book. I know there's a lot of questions. So the Moshe Rothman went and directly to Menchievo's very simple scripture and found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem, you can see the boss, Baal Shem, right? That's it, the Baal Shem. He was recognized, now this is quite different, quite another people, don't look up, but Mr. Rubin, quickly, I don't even know but it's like saying again he didn't exist. I mean, he existed, not only true, he pre-existed. That's a whole different argument. We're going to do that in 155 sometimes, but yeah. So it's don't know possibly we didn't have census data, and all we had was legendary stories. And there are some people like Taik or the Sheriff Nottingham that we don't necessarily knew exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, is proof that he existed, and so he did. Now, by the way, this book is fascinating. The Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories that your friends would probably repeat about, was wandering and things like that. He was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as they really called him reverend, and it was like actually a real deal. And we don't know too much about what he actually did instead outside of these stories by Shikrei HaBesh, but we do know that we have certain non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspect of his existence. His dates are roughly 1999 to 1760. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about and have a lot of data on. So this is a colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in Taik. He's actually the Dramatic Library. He's actually a huge scholar right now. I think I even put his book on the syllabus. Yochanan Centrowski sharing. Now it looks more like me with like not too much hair and what he has is all white. He's a brilliant scholar. I met him there, but they're both in their 20s. And he was working with these fantastic people like folks from a community of Lithuania that were moldering away at some of the basements and libraries that he's playing on great research that's it. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you about his research on the three persons, but his diagrams next. Exactly, good question. So these days, there's tons of people going around what we call violation. I didn't necessarily call himself violation, but people are finding it. It was the violation. Oh, what does that mean? Perhaps you can answer that? Come on, Someone can answer that? He's the good violation. Excellent. So what does that mean? He's a good violation. What are the bad violation? No, well, everybody is not right? So first of all, what is about shepherds? Okay, what do they do? A Baal Shem is literally master of the name, like master of Hashem's name. Why? Because he was right to make the right amulets. Yeshua, remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem was born in 7060. That's 100 years, 95, after the doctorate of Shabtai Tzvi conversion. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people who are making good living writing amulets. You know the amulets, right? You probably haven't seen them, you may not own some of them, right? When our children was born, we got these little laminated also the red screen is an amulet, but not a text amulet, right? That's just it's the same kind of idea. These are like not just the word derogatory, but like magical devices. More technical term is they are theurgic devices, which means these are tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do. Right? That's like magic, right? We can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that you can make things happen. Right? So they call it Kabbalah. Yeah, Kabbalah Master, practical Kabbalah. So this is part of Jewish culture, right? The Kamsa, the hand with the eye in it, the word off the Torah, the part of the words of the kind of we love those things. That's some of myself. In fact, when my first son was born, from very, very religious rabbi, but the very simplistic amulet put on the front door. And I have a spooky story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording. Maybe I'll tell you afterwards. But we use amulets. Sometimes people hang on to their rear view mirror in their car, stuff like that. So, especially in low literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, like in Ukraine, there's some guy who looks really cool, he seems like a nice guy, grew up to say, oh, Rabbi, I have so much trouble with my business. My daughter's on the shidduch, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Could you please write a mail for me? And I'll write something where you put your pants or your pockets, and on top of the threshold of the door, different things like this. These people are called violation, amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so I kill. It was an easy way to make a living. You could halfway write to your name. You might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your amulets. And by the way, this is nothing to do with Judaism, right? How about in our time, it's somewhere around there, $10 actually tells exactly which word is valid, somewhere around there. A whole discussion of paying for an amulet on Shabbos. And a whole discussion, what's the defining factor? It's also discussed in the Shabbos, but Yosef, right? When do you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulets to wear? If they're written by a multiple, they're written by an expert. So that means right away, you've got amulets experts, and amulets that are not just by experts, already in the Talmudic period. So it's a really old thing to do. But they were not so good. This guy, now when he knows it, and he was the Baal Shem Tov. Right, his happiness was, and he was so wonderful to be with because and that's how he became like really rich people like him. So my colleague Yochanan studied the scholarship, and particularly he looked at one called Hillel scholarship. Fascinating example. Hillel scholarship wrote a 500-page manuscript, which he forbade to ever be published. He said you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it's really interesting because it was like one of the last gasps of anti-book culture. We're not going to go into the whole, business of publishing things so that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it out. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Baal Shem that was very active in this time. Do I see any other hands? Mr. Francis?
How can you say that it was? You said one of the stuff they had was when they were doing the Alshak, so the term, the Shak, the Alshak, the Sarm, and
Yeah, so later in the ship that
they put the term Alshak teaching the disciples to do. So there's what
you have to accept the assertion that passed down student to student. If you don't accept that, or if you have skepticism, so you want to see is it really true? I think the Belgian consider might have more of that. I'm not confident. Mr. Lorenzo.
Where speaks along for nationality for all these things when a lot of it was historical. Why did so long?
Well, these amulets go all the way back. The amulets go before this part of Dutch as its communities existed. We have it in the Gemara, a whole discussion of amulets. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that there's an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress to get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a massive amount of people, a popular movement. It's pretty impressive. So let me go on to it. So what happens to this? The Baal Shem Tov, he has a couple of disciples, the Maggid of Mezrich. The Maggid of Mezrich has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is also Rabbi, another is Rabbi, and those 5 disciples express these everybody. So the great book, The Historical Atlas of Calvinism by Marcin Bozinski, and it has all kinds of really cool maps that show how things are spreading to the South between everything. This is the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here's Medjugorje, and here's like from Medjugorje and Magin, how the mass spread across the country. But of course, and this is in 1772, when he was so extremely fascinating science, about 1760, 12 years later, we got a 3rd generation going, and they will be really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the Maggid really has significant popularity that the mid-boxers will start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way people with Judaism in Europe what we're going to do. The opposition centered around the Vilna Gaon. Here's another example of an image out there. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. For the last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition to the movement. There is a considerable amount of ink spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. And in fact, probably I would suggest to you, gentlemen, one of the phenomena that we often see in history that great leaders may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second command who become the real proponents of that attitude. And they use their mentors' prestige to wage wage their own wars. That may have been his Jerusalem, where he certainly had some serious reservations in opposition to Hasidism, but it was his followers who became like really angry that he was prepared to go into the street and fight over it. So, what is it that they were upset about? I list, I think, here 9 different things that will assign them really opposing. First is, what is this separate prayer groups business, right? Hasidism tends to emphasize a very different approach to Tefillah, whereas the Litvaks really have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to daven and stop or finish Lamar. And these, are widely ignored by Hasidic groups, largely in the sense of, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray? This is not an enforcement, gentlemen. You got to show up for Shachar at 7:45 in the morning and claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is when Shachar begins. But that's the idea of us because, I'm not, what is the shoot on my davening for if I'm still sleeping? Let me, it's better you can sleep during class, like some of us. You get a good night bed. So, my voice is very smooth in that result. So, that's one of the things. Remember, Ben Taylor said that the separate prayer groups really had an economic incentive to it as well. That it was ways creating different revenue streams for the country. So, and that goes along with the more demanded prayer times. And of course, they're saying that out in Russian and people are so separate from the community, and you're setting up separate people and things like that. There's different groups and so on. That's not right. And what is this with abandoning our traditional siddur? What's wrong with the Ashkenazi siddur? The Hasidism people went back to various pilgrim styles of davening, which were associated especially with the Alvi. The Alvi celebrated Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, phenomenal Egyptian and later rabbis of the 16th century. The separate kosher slaughter, the whole business about, when you check the night, I don't know how much you start schooling yet. Good question. Yeah, they should be studying it for only about 4 months. The second student, the older section there, your knife has to be both sharp and free of nick. But the problem is, especially with technology in the 18th century, they make the knife really, really sharp, very easy for you to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, but then maybe you'll be pushing against animals that can slice it. So the Litvaks differed on the degree of sharpness the knife had to have. So that meant different shvita, you have to have a shvita. They said, what is this? You guys are studying Talmud. Are you saying you're getting together and you're sitting around and telling stories and you're drinking alcohol? Is that what the Holy Spirit do? And it says studying the Gemara, is that what you're not using? Oh my gosh. Kabbalah is supposed to be Kadosh Kadoshim. The Vilna himself was a phenomenal Kabbalist, but that was kind of the ideal in the literature world was only people who had met all of the markers, 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and Poskim. Then maybe you can look at Kabbalah. Instead, these Hasidim are they're taking Kabbalah Noah, the wagon drivers, faucet traders, water carriers, regular, lonely people with no education, and they're writing about the Spiros and the Klimas Nota. What is going on with you guys teaching the stuff to ordinary ignoramuses? That's so marvelous. It's taking turtles and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. And this is the category changed from 19th century, but the Hasidim at the time, 18th century, were known for incredibly wild during government. Turning somersaults in shul was regular practice. Can you imagine? Rolling up and down. Because the idea was, pull out some time from our Hashem, all of my clothes call out to Hashem. So I'm going to be violent in my gesticulation. You ever done some press lovers? lots of clapping, snapping of the partly stolen where you scream out loud when you're davening, like you're supposed to imagine someone about to stab a knife in your back and you stab it like at full volume. So really weird behavior. And you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. You say these guys are like, that's not Judaism. You got them stock still, don't move, they're the ducks, right? And we wait for like Scotty to like on the transporter beam, quiet, and these Hasidim are just so wild because they're mad. They said also that they not take all of those clothes. You want to so bottom banging up right? You can imagine. I mean, that's just gives you a sense of like how the Litvaks would say these crazy. And finally, number 8, anti-Romanism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, breaking the law, or breaking norms, and these ones have seen secretly following Shabbat and speak. So these are the charges that were brought against the signal by the Christian event. They also Rabbi, perhaps went to see the Vilna and say, hey, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are bad eggs and these things, but that's not really what we're all about. The Vilna and refused to see them. So we don't know exactly, if it was like, there's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted in a positive way by the economy of it. And so in the 17th century, it's not clear whether it comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from Taylor. But in the 17th century, there were parents placed on the and the books were actually built. Not the first time Jews have were emphasized. Books the found on the starting class. Around California, they were not burned, they were buried, but as well, right? Now the casino, they prepare them back and you have to bands and boundaries and circles and some Saturday books as well. And it was like just about the last 2 decades of the 18th century, the casino was starting to really act each other's throats, and especially nasty back in the year 1781, that was like one year still standing within Dalai-Lama's kind of beds. This was the period when it was like the most ferocious level of conflict between them. Ultimately, they had to go ahead in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Messianic rabbi, and he was, and Pinsk is like one of those borderline territories. I see this actually has a geography which is expected to be more. It's like basically off of borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Messiah thought was in their territory, when they lost key position to a Hasidic rabbi, to the Russian authorities and said they hired a charlatan, which is under a ban by the Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbis in jail, which began a whole cycle of denunciation to the Russian government. You start him in jail, see them thrown in jail, you hang out with them, these cartoons and documents like every other week, someone's getting out of jail, this Rabbi or that Rabbi, but it was really nasty time. Imagine if calling out the cops saying, hey, you've got to put this rabbi in jail because he's betraying our lives. Also, gentlemen, put yourself within the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian Empire. It's very different from our lives. Nowadays, you can worship allocated to that. Nobody really cares what you choose in your own home or in your own house of worship. There are lots of practice religions because that's the nature of our sector. The Russian Empire may not have been but they expected to function their blame. Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and say they're legitimate leaders and these people are not legitimate, those are things revolutionary by Tsar's government. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted. by revolution. So that's why the Russian government will listen to this and say, oh my gosh, this document translated to Russian for me. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews. So therefore they went along with it and put them in jail. Okay, questions?
I don't know. I don't think anybody does.
Okay, you guys put in jail for getting drunk.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody talk about
Okay.
the person. So like one time I heard a reference.
All right, so what is we actually can't talk about this.
Why not?
There's two phenomenon that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday. One that I want to mention. The second phenomenon was picked up on Wednesday.
I want to see everybody.
This whole fight between this guy and the museum died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether the knife should be sharp or whether it should be nail-free, but the masculine coming from the West is saying, why see kosher at all? And the Hasidim are saying, whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m., and masculine are saying, why have Shabbos and Saturday? Let's go to Sunday, so much more weekend. Right? So the Hasidim and the Simon realized that they had a far greater enemy of their understanding of Judaism in the masculine movement. And so they decided to patch things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge of using that as a united force. The phenomenon we'll talk about now is when the Nazis realized they were not going to win a decisive battle against the Hasidim. The Hasidim are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what to do to adapt to those stereotypes. After the second decade of Sheep, that they joined the force and they were working together. You get those guys with the guys, so they keep them established strengths and try to keep them. Basically, we sort of said like I would hate for my daughter to marry a CrossFit, but I would rather employ neighbors than a lot of us on my street. Right? Like, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they have a lot more in common. As we saw at the beginning of class, right? 99% of what students decide to believe in is the same. It's that 1 to 5% that just dies. You wear dark clothes, you're not wearing dark clothes. It's not like that's what I'm talking about. It's really Shabbos or not Shabbos. It's just a big difference. Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Voloshin, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great students of the Vilna Chaim of Voloshin, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with yeshivas. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like, see them. They innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't really emphasize. So what we have to do is we have to go back to the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at as we're going to text? So we are going to double down on that. We are going to maybe one of the parts missed out on because we did not emphasize the importance of common study. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to focus on a much wider expansion of the life. Like, even tomorrow learning, we should understand those kids start to do it now because a lot of their time, but a child would be much smattering of the opposite in a cultural knowledge. Savor of Mishnah, that thing really so learn that tomorrow, that's a massive problem. Because basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married. You got to be out there making a living. So there's not much opportunity for someone on large unwild masses to actually engage full-time in Shiva learning like you guys as seriously So Litwak said, you know what, basically we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud, and at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying. Talmud in particular is better than anyone. We're better than the system of Talmud. So we really need to stake our reputation on that. When it comes to Kabbalah, which is where you see a really open to the message, but we're going to be super careful with how we disseminate. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Muslims who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, I even in my own lifetime I had Mr. Rabbi telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too Kabbalistic for my own lifetime. Yeah, this is a pretty great day. But it's not something I read, but no, maybe it's pretty good. This is the response, a really important response, and I encourage you going to read this. This is Never Shachayim by the time of the Washington student of the Tower. And this is basically Kabbalah for midwives. And the guy who's doing this is like mine or we're going to say it is easily, in my humble opinion, the equal of Tanya. So much so the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas asked, oh, he said people are Tanya, how many things? This is amazing. It's not the actual Tanya. They're very, very similar in some ways. The last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. It's such a mind-blowing word. It changed my life. I'll tell you quickly one last story. When I was first in Yeshiva, maybe I'll turn off the recording to this one. Yeah, it's a personal story. But when I was first in Yeshiva, you guys know that I came to Yeshiva late in life. I was already in my 20s.
Oh, baby girl.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild section right now. We left off last week, Sunday. We left off Monday. We were talking about the hoops. So we left off here. I'm doing great. But she's coming late. Don't say crazy. Where we left off last week, we were at like the pushing the feet of the Maoist rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. So someone asked a really good question there because, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and the kind of major things that go along with it. But we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people hate Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? And you should realize that there are definitely regional variations between communities that are having their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, this kind of supernatural thing about it maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch, like it goes and it transforms itself into, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos, and there are hardly any Jews in the Inuit lands. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of anti-Semitism was of a socio-economic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews were based more than anything else on the relations that they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements, the Jews killed Christ and stuff like that. That's not to say that the blood libel did not seep into Poland, which it certainly did over the next 2 centuries. We were just kind of like boiled down to the major element, socioeconomic elements. And one last caution in this regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, you know, like
Thanks for the follow,
there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed to it, right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of thinking of more Jewish faith. But if you are interested in academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it would do to the community in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you gotta recognize the fact that
Where was it
not
from?
always true. There are elements of our behavior over
It's
centuries
6 hours
which have
of
from time
YouTube
to
that
time occasions a backlash,
Why is
which
this
is
course so
generally
difficult to
part
understand?
of the fortune,
I
the
can't get
nature
more
of
than
the
1
original
minute
events,
into this
but
fucking
nevertheless that's
YouTube
part of
video.
the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in.
Never even heard of that
One more time, that if we try to understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible,
God.
it's not always true that Jews are blameless. I don't think that I can say with great confidence there has been no case in Jewish history of a Jew ever get caught murdering a child and drinking his blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure. In fact, I would not say for sure about any case of a Jew kidnapping a child. Not because of the blame. That has happened even in Brooklyn. The young child, I don't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but you know, that does happen. And how that sometimes is translated into popular violence is really
Do you really think they
do difference? From that how it was all over the place. Does that mean that people who blame all of those that are happy that I can see minority somehow as everything possible? Like, oh, this is something that right, well, you're absolutely right, Mr. Krantz.
It's like when you take one of
the pieces of great philosophers and almost you can talk about it more. You said, see the Jew exists about. L'antisème l'aventore, that if the Jew did not exist, then someone wouldn't exist. At the end, anti-Semite needs some kind of construct to explain his own failures. The Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct will be. Because they can, look at folks and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300. It must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that's built upon itself. You're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive that you can tell.
I think that's a lot for like what happened recently, these crumbs, they're very normally human nature. It's not normal. These are horrific attacks. But there are some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction was in proportion and understandable with what the user does there. Like even the religious stuff doesn't warrant barbarians. But violence we can sort of understand a little more, let's say again, whatever the OM words, but they're just trying to express something about, barbarism and barbarism as well. So like do we have instances where they're less barbaric and also more understandable?
Yeah, and to answer your question, we have to separate it a little bit. Because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in the society, and those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when social tensions with peasants and lords and Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome armies and with powerful friends, then it becomes international relations. So maybe a good case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when Egypt finally I was able to, and in each case,
Stephen
Egypt lost
Gates.
miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that. We can hurt the Jews. And Israel is not completely, Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends. Doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care if our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. This is like international relations. Countries are always fighting. So that's normal. It's horrible in the sense that a lot of people die, God forbid, horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely India.
You understand why they do feel oppressed and
There's a political and economic conflict that's real.
yeah, I mean, so they just benefit from country. But so you can understand that aspect of it. So, like, do you ever have reaction, but I guess it's significant but responding in a less violent way?
Yeah, sure.
It's especially
Oh, yeah, you're asking me a complicated question, and just totally derailing us from the essentially. But you're also conflating two issues. You talked about Gaza. I said Hamas. But they're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a model. Maybe the Nazi SS's second choice, or they're competing for Gaza. Because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually, explicitly, in public statements, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity in it. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why he wants to choose that. But that's taken as far off the equal to, of course, sometime though the history of Israel and the Middle East, you are going to collaborate throughout the fashion. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. Right? Okay, so I gave this lecture a few years ago, and I started recycling a few of that up. And you may have seen this is a popular show. This show, right? It's really great because it's real fascinating characters, really fascinating. But it's essentially depicting ultra orthodox life in the 21st century, and in so many ways, it's reflections of the 18th century. The same kinds of tensions that were going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying them today in a very different modern era. And we call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is a century, Mr. Roscoe? 100 years. You have 261, that's 120, 262. So a century is 100 years. However, historically speaking, we've got a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war, France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning up after Mr. Russia. That's yeah. You were born that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900 to 1999. Most historians will think about the 19th century. There's a short 20th century, which goes from 1918, end of World War I, 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century. These are cultures. Like one specific culture with 110 years. Right. It's kind of like when you look at the major themes of the time. It's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But they're making really big people in the way people think all this. We've got depending on, most of that first one involved. We have a long 18th century art situation. First begins with the 17th, but it really goes back to Shoppenheim's scheme, who we'll have to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really out until the very end of 1795 is where it ended. That's when Poland was taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden you're in a new environment for the Jew the kinds of figures that really shaped it. We have three big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewishly. You have the Rabbi, who is founder of Chabad, very important thinker, an unusual Hasidic leader. I'm talk about a little bit on Monday the entire Hasidic background, but among the Hasidim, the Altarelli stands really potentially on many of this generation. You have, I guess we can do next, the Vilna Gaon, the famous Rabbi Elijah. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits going around, but this is one of them I kind of like to look at this because the seat of home. He is, of course, representing the reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century. And they, of course, take on the name and they wear a crown. The Italian boys come on, like we call it, tags, right? These they are historically the predecessors, because the Messiah are kind of like the traditionalists. When the Hasidic movement began kind of as an intellectual spiritual rebellion, the Messiah opposed it. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. It's a name that ultimately they sort of adopted themselves, even though it was originally a term of homophobia. They're also known, of course, as Litvaks, because they're from Lithuania, Lita, but today we call it sometimes Yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has its deep Litvish roots as well, but we are definitely about friendly, party friendly, all kinds of things like that. But we live in a post-movement world, if anyone says, at the grants, and these messages will come out. Well, obviously, this is good. When I think about these philosophy, I should tell you that I think this was one of my daughters became what they call Spitz Chabad. Super Chabad. It's like they have stories Chabad they have here. If someone whispers, they heard, someone read in the book, that the Rabbi might have done this particular thing that immediately lets them shut up. They knew that they gave them how to from having that. Well, and they're loving it. They're great. Anyways, and my daughter, she was like a spiritual powerhouse. She was like, my gosh, she was kind of like around the world. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story. One story, I should tell a story. Hopefully, this is good for her. And one story was when she was 8 years old, sitting on a sofa. And I'm talking about Unisana Tokyo, because we just read on Yom Kippur, right? Unisana Tokyo, and the books of life's going to be opened up, and it's going to be all your things are in there, and your signatures there. And I said, my family, like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything! She runs up the center crying. And like she was spent so much karata at 8 years old, any mistake she might have made, that just the idea of the center token threw her away. So that's the first year. Third, figure that wrong in the 18th century. And by the way, this like, you have to imagine 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and they're still feeling the waves of their child tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alta Rebbe, really you said Paul Shemto, but I like to talk about the Alta Rebbe, and the Gaon, Nicholson, whose many movements are still today in a very discernible way. So, they're the leader and fighting for this. That is right? Yeah, yes, we'll talk about it. Excellent. And then, but these huge. All of them we'll touch on the concepts a little bit, but these are three very good ways to approach a massive impact on the Ashkenazi world by extension us. I don't know why I include this in the lecture, but I kind of like this. And I also included this picture because a lot of times I want to see people say, hey, aren't you a Christian? So actually, this guy here. I can say that I go laugh. People don't use it to walk down the street. So, anyway, I'm not sure why I included this picture. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical fact. We're going to come back to this chart in a minute because the 18th century, in many ways, was the wrong 18th century was a century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions of what, I mean, it's a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean? It means to remain worldview. Excellent. How do you know that? Nice word. What's famous word? That's good. I'm so proud of you. Said the famous word. The capital W, Weltanschauung means a way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word worldview. It's kind of like aim, right? Understand what Weltanschauung means, like you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world. You feel that God runs every piece of the world, or maybe kind of left to the world like a watchmaker or something. You believe that most people are nice, most people are evil. You believe that people definitely deserve it. All kinds of things like that are built into Weltanschauung. So there's three big Weltanschauung rebellions that happen in the 18th century. We're going to go into each of them. But let's talk about the first of all, rebellion of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration, in the sense of we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and their grandfathers. But in reality, that's because we do not have access to the great fountains of wisdom present in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they have only realized that Chachmas already, that they would certainly be doing the same thing, and that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in Hasidism. Kabbalah is huge, right? Like it's high in the idea of the spiro, really a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really. Spot this animates Mr. Friends. What part of the thing is it wasn't they were trying to say that that's how we asked Mr. Stars. That it's trying to get them all the methods trying to consider that even the LE button. So that's how we can that's how we can do that. So we're gonna go there. Going through us. We still have some of also there that society of society or learning all these things. So so that's kind of like a question, sort of like in the theology of the movement. Like, if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Again, because the rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora, you look at me kind of crazy, but I'd say, no, these flowing robes. This is the way it goes. And then people wore exactly the same shade. Right? That would be like a rebellion. That's doing something different, but it would be on discovery. I learned that Rabbi Yehuda's mode of dress is really what I want to do.
I think the serious role was like impressed thing to nowadays. It's like, I think like a shrine like a mega child. I think like, whoa, that's stuff
you're asking really important questions. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for like the first 50 years. And then it goes through a thing where a lot of historians consider reified, that develops its course in dynasties. And most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn of its energy, but not all. Many have said that they just don't understand that concept very well. So stay with that question. Anyway, the Western tradition is basically this issue. They said, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high level elite study. We've been sort of saying, yeah, that's for the elites, but in reality, everybody's studying before. Everybody's studying before. That's more of a rebellion expedition. By doing something that Jews typically do not do that much historically, but we are going to reinterpret it more for the masses. Mr. Tucker, why all these what's going on? Everybody's talking everything that yeah, it's kind of like a velvet shop. But occasionally there are things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, that's like this. When I get to the discussion of Shabbat Tzvi, I believe that's going to be kind of like the making of the dam that is following these movements, because there are those who say, oh, Shabbat Tzvi is really dangerous. There are some aspects of which are totally cool and I want to grow those. Others say that Shabbat Tzvi is so dangerous, we have to protect ourselves. Like it's like a Shabbat Tzvi, one of the chances. 9/11, like here in America, I always think before 9/11. I like to do this, right? We were all like, before 9/11. It was a very big movement on 9/11. You did not have to go through security to get on a plane. They used to walk in like this, and you didn't even smoke on the intersection. I wonder why they tell everybody, everybody's smoking on it. Doesn't matter if you're right. Fuselage flying through the sky with all this smoke in there. He was like, I can't say it's not that big a deal. But that's it was a pre 9/11 world. And now we live in a very post 9/11 world where you have security airports, you have cyber security that's huge, you have all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 that we have this very big world. You guys don't even realize it because that's the area of greed. But old people remember what it used to be like. So too is before Shabbat Tzvi and after Shabbat Tzvi. So the snag instead of snag can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So it's not the best year of Shabbat Tzvi 2.0. Yes, he is here was because it's huge here. And I wanted to start the time of being infected and short. Like look at the shows and God, this would be predicted if the things you put out that part of what they so wasn't that they gave a game that still those are ASCs so that will we're going to talk about all that stuff too. It is interesting, not all the issues of the time that have this, but in the most authoritative issue printed by the wrong part, stack out of the factory house, there's actually an apology there or wrong. The printer of the wrong shots, the double shots, or certain materials and stuff like that. Mr. Vasilevsky.
So what today's modern orthodoxy is comparable to the Bastille back then?
That's a great question. The 21st century question, though. And I think, as you shall see, modern orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, borrows from all of these. It's the waves of that tsunami. These are the three asteroids. We're like absorbing those waves and mixing them out. Last question is
Why do people listening learn so much by this phenomenon? Why want to learn?
okay. If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is money. Exactly. No, it's expensive is to devote a working age male full time for a study. Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, you would have been already earning a pension working in a mine or something. But you imagine this number of men engaged in full-time study at age 20, 21, 22. It's It's a version I heard of. It was that's necessary for that. Well, we reaffirmed our priorities. And also, we lost the vast majority. Okay, you guys, I hope you realize that people are really DOD. Just do the numbers. This is last year only out here. It's about 10% of American Jewish growth. All of that 10% that Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to full-time study as young adults? Maybe half. People like, well, so maybe half of those that attend, 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you only go for 2 years and they got to work, right? So maybe half of a percent of the entire Jewish population is engaged in full-time study like you are. You guys are so elite. We're the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEAls say, look at those guys. That's the best. So that's the Navy SEAls. Your parents, they're rushing paying for your tuition and paying for your ability, not to self-reliance. You got to be thankful. Okay. So the innovation of the rebels was sometimes perceived, or the innovation of the movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. The word, what does it mean? The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norms, like the leader of this country, for example, breaking the norms. Not necessarily breaking the laws, right? But it's a thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian, the casino were seen by the Messiah as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a Shulchan Aruch, it's not what's on us, what's done, and you're done later. And this is not what you're looking for. And what you guys have in your person here, you know, all kinds of things like that. The greatest example of this strategic approach was the Sam Sofer, I think, in one fascinating exchange where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later time, but riffing on the Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he said, Hadash, Asur, Min HaTorah. He was the Kaddish, also named by right. But what does that mean? Contrary point, please. But not just in the Torah. The same as the Likely? Okay, is that the original context of the Torah? What's the original context? Right, the new wheat that's just been planted, you have to wait until after this other school. Remember, before you eat that, it's called Kaddish, it's also and that's why we read it called Yoshon, and the whole product. As he says, take that as a cloud not Kadash, Asur, and the Torah, if it's new, it's also. Right? That's kind of like an extreme reaction. We will not trust any new days. That it doesn't mean that literally. I think it has a sort of rebellion of conviction kind of approach. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of expansion. And where we see this, and this is associated more with the masculine movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world. In great distinction to what some Sofer says of Kadash Asher and Torah, but it's not Asher, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asher, it must be Mutter, then you should be doing it too. So the nostalgia in that the masculine were interested in experimenting with the outside world. And, adopting all kinds of new practices in the baby. And although this is not really fair comparison, I know the Rosh Hashiva would not be even suggesting to you to think about it, but their heroes are the Rambam. And they say, something to Rambam, again, masculine here are unfairly using the Rambam as opposed to child or their values. As we say, the Rambam was a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was like in the courts of the royalty. He was like completely involved in the outside world. So that's basically iconic image. There's actually an article that I saw a few weeks ago we don't know exactly where this came from. This is essentially a 21st century colorized version of a 19th century portrait that was very prominent art forms. So we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have any of it from that old. It looks very good. I say, it looks like but we're a servant. Well, no, this is the rebellion of expansion saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? 1776. These are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now. And we can like the 18th century. Okay, so those are our three rebellions. Let's go now to chapter 16. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, what's the story with chapter 16? So there are the story of chapter 16 with narrowly is really the story of an individual who had significant talents and learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as evil Russia attempting to convert Judaism, most of the modern studies of Shostaktsy suggest that he was mentally ill. He was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers who tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder, or manic depressive syndrome, or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So, obviously, we can't really do psychoanalytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries, but what I can tell you is that he would go through these periods of what he calls illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. And during the worst of these periods, that he describes how he could levitate, that he could engage in exosadera, meaning like transportation over wide spaces of territory, and with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact the Mashiach. And not only that, you have to imagine this guy is tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers when he wanted to remain in his studies for a long time until he started getting bonus. Later, he would get married actually 4 times, but you can't count one of those because the Torah school he got married to at one point. Very interesting symbolic kind of marriage, I guess. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact the Mashiach. And so he established this massive movement with them, and the devil fell in the end, I'll explain shortly. He's frantic. How are people so vulnerable, that ought to be real. You're asking that amazingly important question. I will repeat it for you make a lot of feel that how are people so gullible? How are they buds? I mean, their historians point to the fact that there was a wide-scale suppression after the Malinowski rebellion that we discussed on Monday that ended in 1649. The trail of violence for the next century, for the half dozen years. And that contributed to the idea of wow, that the physical massacre Mashiach must be around the corner. They tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of wow, look at these totally new ways of understanding the world and thinking mystically, and here's the guy who comes along, he's so in this Kabbalah. There's also the role of new technologies. Printing was really going to catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabtai Tzvi, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings, leaving Amsterdam in particular, and making their way to Israel, thinking it's the actual way.
When you say potentially, you say that these things, the whole years, or even these harmful dictators perform something like that, even people follow that movement.
First of all, I don't know if it was necessary. Looking at the descriptions of how he behaved, most historians believe that's probably the case. But they assume that, and I assume that other dictator-like leaders, narcissistic, self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders. That doesn't stop them from, throwing nuclear weapons. We don't necessarily vote with people who demonstrate sanity. So I like going on. That's being recorded. I just got my citizenship. I know. You're already messing it up. Well, it's true that the story about I was having about a girl, she was a very another one. Here's from Phil is the classic. So he's a master of the and very appropriate. Yeah. I think I have a picture of your that's right there. No, I said that was good. No, it was too far. Yeah, he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him like a Nazi. Maybe as a suggestion, I think Gaza was definitely not a good influence from. He got a future Deborah. He married a woman who was an orphan from a history regarding Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently. He wanted to imitate the Nazi. Shua. Yes. So it's not like that's really spiritual. He's trying to okay, that's the kind of prayer. He also married a woman of Gil's repute. And there's a whole story we read about how they know. Oh, yes, I love the entrance of my brothers. So let's just go back a little bit before we jump as we kind of what's going on 1490 to expulsion of the Jews from Spain. A couple of you took my story classes talking about this a lot, but it's a major thing in Jewish history. It was that where one of those structures that's also all across the sky. Spain was without doubt for a few hundred years the most powerful center of the Jewish people at the time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, of wealth, basically like America, like the Northeast, the North of New Jersey, that's what Spain was like. And then all of a sudden it just collapsed. The pogroms of 1390, the Fourth Conversion, the Inquisition, and finally the expulsion. And all of these Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, anywhere across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, and even Alassane passed away, all trying to find a way to reconstruct itself. And many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that something has changed dramatically. We need to find new solutions. In particular, the Jews who made their way to Prague, who founded the Prague Circle, where you have, the great Kabbalist Lamach, his student, the Arizal, the influential, also the Yosef Karo, and so they settled there, the Al-Shif, many others, the alphabets, the how to be all the things up on that one. Why do people always do that? You think it's the question that why do people always do what?
Everybody likes to have answering out of the ships coming this week or next week or the week after. Well, we keep doing it.
So huge overgeneralization where like not all people do this, not all people react, but I think this is something, a refuge, right? If you have difficulty understanding the world and reason does not give you the kind of emotional support you need, you may find it in this. You may find it in poetry, you may find it in standard but this is a refuge. If you study my book on the possession of every more of a discussion there, because you will get the Holocaust. But let's go do this stuff. Okay? There were also during this time was a call that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something we have not seen before in Ashkenazic history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliated from the community. The idea that you could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but you do not have to be under the authority of the Jewish. Some of the crucial figures involved in this, Uriel Acosta, pictured here in this dark kind of green, the straw-like hand, stuff like that. An individual who, maybe I'm going to tell you this story because it is a really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was from Portugal in Christian country, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish. Because there was always the concern that maybe they'll be playing, and they'll have to mention that my mom likes candles Friday nights, and they would come and it was a disaster. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology, actually, a lay priest, he was a theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Uriel, actually, we're actually Jewish, and we're moving to Amsterdam. Right, which is a free city where Jews could express themselves. Uriel says, I knew it. Oh my God. I've always wondered what Jews are really like. I always enjoyed reading the Old Testament more than the New Testament. I wanted to be like those forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's like so excited. He goes to Amsterdam. He's a smart guy, right? So he's write several books. But what happens when he actually joins a live or real Jewish community is that he's too grown for them. And he starts singing essentially, isn't that much more hurrah? They're saying, I can't believe you guys are talking. You're examining. Don't you realize? You smart with that, and he says, like, did you really finish? I can't believe you said that. I really can't. And you guys are very like he probably has some kind of mental illness as well. He becomes a gaslighting in the community saying, I can't believe it. They're Jews here. I'm so happy to become Jews and to express myself as a Jew. But I met this guy and he told me he cheats on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly commit a crime? He's like walking around and he's like killing people and he's like, and they did in Amsterdam, he does not, they don't want to rock the boat, right? They actually have pretty good at Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which is basically, if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues so that open in Amsterdam when Jews are technically not allowed to live here, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in a harem 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, before he moves away, same kind of problems. But finally, he goes back and he begs the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't do anything bad anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told you guys think and convert to Judaism, but they really shouldn't because the Jewish community is full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, and I'm making a joke of it, but I really couldn't reduce that story. They say, okay, fine, we've already done this twice before. The third time, it's going to be the last time. We require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite our faith and our confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. There must be that. We will flog you, publicly whipping our countries, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his throne on their way out. The president, as he really wants to be among the Jews, he writes later that if I have to, I will be a among Jews, but I must live among the Jews. And he feels like connected. He goes through all the things, walks home, sits down and wrote a 12-page suicide note, Latin poem. It's improv by Taik, the example of human life, and then he shoots himself. Yeah, terrible. Awful. But his problem was he was living in the wrong century, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of shifting how he perceived Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic, and how he sees actual Jews who, sometimes cheat on their taxes, or sometimes he couldn't handle that it was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this passage I can talk about here, including probably mental illness, but he represented a great break in that ability of being within the community and being under the auspices and control that they've been, or being completely outside. He did not want to hurt else. He already liked the Catholics. He did that. And while doing it, he wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jews. So while this is an amazing portrait by Gershwin, he's portrayed as like this dark, aggressive type. It's pretty fair. The child on his lap, who was his younger contemporary, is none other than Baruch Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but Baruch Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of Costa without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza showed that language in reaching out with his hand and planting flowers, curls, and bright colors. That's showing kind of intellectual evolution of the Jewish community during Christian period. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza went through the same thing because the Amsterdam community is having difficulty controlling these Jews who are like stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in a terrible, awful and he basically just ignored it. And okay, fine, you can say what you want, it doesn't change how I feel about myself or how I feel about the universe, the world. Here he is, just lost in the part of himself. And the background of these things portrayed in a negative aspect, powering the place that this guy looks like he's picking up a rock to throw at him. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as the experience and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seeing kind of like a different way of existence that's radically changed from what previous generations have done. And that's built on the horrible massacres of humanity that we talked about, and the crisis of Shabbat, which we'll talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions?
Do you think we can do this, or would it just like about bombarding us really like actual like reviews and things like what we do, like people trying to move out, people trying to go about their daily life, or like all these guys
So I don't want to use modern terms like Modocs to characterize the people, but it was a legitimate faith in the sense that I think it can form a legitimate faith. None of the people involved in the faith were like famous people. You might read their words in face medrash, but they're like big cities, and they does not find the right formula for how to control the output of the Costa, and they also couldn't control Carl Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting to mention that context a little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous East Science archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the medical family of Carl Spinoza. So they surprisingly, they banned him as well. He said, sorry, and there's a pair of my youth coming into our library. You know, some of the most famous libraries in Europe. Once you want to think about us, we're going to follow what we use from our ancestry to put a pair of my youth. Intellectual. Chuck Dixie. Okay, so we talked a little bit, we started with it right off the this is one of dozens of portraits we have of Chuck Dixie. He was very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this whole story of Chuck Dixie. It was that interesting. The Jews claimed to have a Messiah here, that's what happened. So there's lots of projects portraying this one until definitely by how do you know? There's this one, right? This is like, they don't know what Hebrew looks like, so you just have gibberish down here, that's our fresh of it. So we don't know, that's, maybe that's the situation we're on. I don't know, it's really it looks like this is like the pastel maybe Mama Zion, right? And Halo, okay, that maybe you saw a little bit of a book here, but there's also, that's not much of a plot, right? This is something, but it looks like too much more, like maybe we had some kind of book. Okay, let's just figure that out. That's what we're solving, right? Rewind that, take it back. I'm not sure if this is an example of it. Okay, so this one. Anyways, the whole idea of what the hell is Chuck Dixie on the end of the story, we don't get it off of his language. He gets this huge group, and he essentially wanders around Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who pronounce him, he does find a lot of people who he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaged in all kinds of bizarre activities, like he says Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on because it's now my birthday as Mashiach, and now he's got Tisha B'Av. He cancels reading from a sacred Torah. He says that Russians are so modern and so cool, we should all be reading from Russian, but when it's Russian, all kinds of things like this, and many other more crazy things. He ends up making a delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader, controls the Shura, and he says essentially, okay, I'm here on the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now. And the Ottoman Sultan says to him, very nice to meet you, Messiah. I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive if you bring to Islam? He accepts the counter offer. He becomes an Muslim. His tens of thousands of followers totally crushed, and they go back home, penniless, because they sold their houses, spent it all on the trip, thinking they're going to be in Israel. Except for about 30,000 of them who figure that maybe this conversion to Islam is part of this Messianic process. That we've got to go through this Islam in order to get by the Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They call it doing that. And they're actually active in Turkish politics, right? In the 20th century. So someone commented on them, and it's asserted. I'm not entirely clear on whether it's true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has roots to it. So they really quite active a while. They still have to that synagogues that have lost in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after this ends in 1666, who ends up in Sheltex, he eventually really loses it. He becomes a crib senior rabbi, and eventually the Ottoman Turk puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request was for a young Kippur Matzah, because he wants to dove it, so maybe he can more than that. definitely this movement lasted for a good century and a half afterwards. That there were still, this is the problem, if you look at lasted for a century and a half afterwards, there were a lot of these kinds of things, cameos, that were commissioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things, parnasa, shidduchim, ryu, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean meetings or being secret followers of Shabtai Tzvi. Perhaps the most famous of those, Jonathan Ivishitz was the subject of a massive attack based on an argument that he was a Sabbatean. The Ramchal horribly pursued the. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of the Swiss charm, right? Now, do you guys know about the secret of Swiss charm that was discovered in 1991? Mr. Leukta, what is that? Right. Yes, it is. Why was it? Why did you think it was partial it was a show where you get it? So, maybe that's wrong. It was originally a hung open, but yes, he wrote an earlier version of the Swiss charm discovered in the Soviet archives, and it's brilliant. It's, in my humble opinion, way better than the one we've been studying for 250 years, because it's a dialogue between. Okay, I'll tell you quickly, because it is really important. And I have a personal ambition to study the Swiss chart 101 times. I just finished time 30 about 2 months ago. But it's such an amazing book. But here it is. The original Swiss Sharpening Code has this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but if you were to make him a 21st century guy, he's kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah, he likes learning, he also likes science and sports and culture. He's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of personality. But, I'm wondering, what is it with those fancy guys? You have to think about that. Really think about it. Why do those guys? What, what more things? Let's finish that. Last day, right? He sees the whole high school friend of his. He flipped out in Shiva, and now he's like wearing all black, a big black hat, about 6 feet across, right? And he says, "Oh, great! Brett, he goes up to show away from Hawaii, and sees his high school and stuff." And he says, "Listen, do you mind if I ask you some questions? I noticed you become like Haredi." He doesn't use the word Haredi, because he's already in the 18th century. But he says, like, what do you see in it? How can you run for so long? How can you drive it so long? What's going on in your life? And they begin this conversation that goes through the entire Mesilas Yesharim. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the Kios, the regular guy, he calls it Chacham, is completely blown away by the trusted, and he just says, "Well, you just take the wheel and drive me anywhere you want. I really need to hear about how you appreciate the world." And that's what is different, original version of Charm is. Now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? He had it written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Rushman. The justifiability. I'm sorry? Justifiability. Right, justifiability. Good argument, although I would say that the original is way more lost on the like it's on slipper side. It's less than just out of the rock. No, that's no problem. That's the wrong slave. You were high school and had slave. Like the character, like the dress, but people would be interested in something like that because to talk art stuff together. I would think either of it. More people would be interested. But you guys don't know the answer for sure. One to two as linked even he got put to school bad at the same time. He was put under house arrest, his writing receipts in Frankfurt, and because people didn't know whether it was out in Corsica, they actually buried it, and then Somewhere in front of Germany, there's a massive chest of the ROTHSCHILD writings that have never seen the light of day that maybe one day we discover. But I'm waiting for them to give me, I think that's a big name of school of history. Mind you, exactly. David Sklar wrote a PhD dissertation on this. I'll use that they used to be published first because the publishers would not benefit. They lost the backing people were paying for publishers. Why? Because the original version has few places has a few things that you know the people involved can identify them. You can say, oh, she's writing about this kind of here. She's writing certain kind of personality. I know what he's talking about. And it was just really incendiary. So he gave up. And his students said, no, Rabbi, this is such a great book. So those who will love it, you have to just do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized material and let's publish it in a standardized version. And Rabbi said, you can read this if you read the introduction and conclusion of the book where he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, whatever you want, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, but way cleaner. But it's just a mark where it's going to be. Now, why was it pursued? That's why I included here. It was first pursued because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including the Moshe Hamid, Rabbi Moshe Hamid, the son of the Chacham Tzvi. The Chacham Tzvi was the number one Shabbat Tzvi hunter of the era. For anybody who was foundation, his son continued him, but by the time you get to the Ramchal's age, there's very, very few big Sabbaths left. But Rabbi Moshe Hamid identified him and pursued him throughout Europe, right? Until finally he ended up in the relative liberal city of Amsterdam, where he could be, more active. But the Mesilas Yesharim itself is an artifact of this hunt for heresy that was the evidence of the South Europe. Okay, arguments, questions, discussion? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just orient ourselves, and then we're going to dive into see this. This is first all the way to Europe in the first half of the 19th century. We have the only country we're looking at. You can see great density, particularly in what would be considered Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe, because even though we have this massive migration to the east, as we discussed last week, there's still concentrations living far out. Not so much in France, which they have been actually banned from there since 1306, although we will have a complete assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, and not in Spain, because Spain is still officially Huguenot. The main concentration in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How does that map onto the three main asteroids of the century? So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the empire, and the Western Ukraine, so in Poland. Then you British North. The one example that I've been concentrating on Chabad is ironically an exception, but Chabad is the Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Misnagim, the opponents, who is definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Russia, and of course the homeland, Lithuania itself, with epicenter at Vilna. And finally, you have the appearance of the Haskalah, that's Moses Mendelssohn, who are much more associated with Germany and the rest. But what you notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you easily have Hasidim, Misnagim, and Maskilim living cheek to jowl, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Corinth. legend of the realistically, but it's very right. So, that's a great question. How does it affect the denomination? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. The whole idea of what we call today a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting, trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of them see them as an aside who are saying that the others are Jewish. And none of them are arguing that you don't have to follow cardiac mitzvahs. The Masculine were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so their denominations really are an offshoot of Haskalah. Of course, once the denominations were really created in the 19th century, then they might get back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavored, or let's be, Islamic flavored. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Kranz, that's all we got about. Probably wasn't the setting. There were engaged fighters of the Muslim yes, that's what I was very excited when the starting and all of this came together. Like, okay, we are also a chef. We're all trying. We are also the chef. I have a one-word answer for Mr. Kranz. Monday. Monday, we're going to see this. Okay, at this point, it makes sense to stop. Here we go. We're looking at the last week, like last century, when we were talking about the negative pressures that were quickly used with kind of Western goods, right? What kind of pressures? Remember what was going on? Western Europe, part here. Barbaric crusaders, right? Exactly. The massacres of children at 96 dollars. What else? Governments taking it out, right? We've got expulsions in France from 1182 to like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half. And England told blindly, right? Yeah, why are they kicking them out? Because generally speaking, when the peasants poachers money, you have rebellion. When the nobles poachers money, you have expulsion. Right? That's just because that's how they deal with it. Just end up inviting the best. Like, what about someone like the really bizarre idea that was circulating at the time that made you think that welcome? Or social religion? Blood libel, social immigration, registration murder? Sure. Close. The Nazis were the shoulder crackers. That was most separation. Most of the name of the crackers. Shoulder crackers. Okay, well said. Original murder is technically a early history of murder. The murder charge is in 1144 in order to the idea that you use much for some bizarre reason. And after crucifixion, actually they ritually murdered the child that forbid us the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspect of it. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are physically uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this pull, this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. One door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazi sector. Because even though, as we saw in our very first class, looking at the genetic history of Ashkenazim, the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the eastern regions of Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus, to certainly Russia. That's a phenomenon from the 13th to the 18th centuries in particular. They moved from Western Europe. Okay. Historical truth. Let's just think for a second about historiography before we get into this track. We've already seen Salo Bauman, right? We talked about him a few weeks ago. A very important 20th century historian. I think he died in 2008, something like that. He was especially known for his conception of the lachrymose vision of Jewish history, meaning that he's criticizing the tier fiddle definition of Jewish history, that oh, it's all just too strengths and stuff like that. So we talked about him for this, and we're going to come back to him in a second. But I want to introduce you to two other great historians who made a huge impact on the way we think about history. This man, not Jewish, as it's called. Von Ranke was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history. What do we mean by this discipline we call history? That was 6 years, right? We should quite late, right? That means that all those people who know history centuries and centuries before him were not necessarily writing history the way modern historians write it. What could possibly be different about history written in the year 1000 and history written in the year 2000? What's different?
Access to their own entire things and just their local area.
Okay, good. More use of sources, but even more basic than what sources used to be. What is their word for what do you mean by that, direct facts? What is a direct fact?
Just things that actually happened, maybe instead of fiction stories.
I'm so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that? No, before you said that, you said exactly the point. You were mentioning to great point around when you said things that actually happened. Remember you said that? Right? He said history is was and Gentlest gewesen war. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And that's what his big deal. When Rabbi says, you know what, too much of this, all of this history that's been written up until now, it's not. Ross is like information about so much that actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing, so suggested, stories, edification. They're writing like narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle the facts, what actually happened, but to try and make people feel a certain way, to feel patriotic, to feel religious, to feel why. Whatever it is, they're more of an art form than a science to be sure. And so Rabbi said we have to really think about what we're doing because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big line in the shelf in the library on the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until Papanke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like there was no problem going to mythology straight into war sequences and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in history. He will later be really criticized in the 20th century, saying, well, I think it's not right now. But that's a really important, sort of turning point in how we understand history. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a bunch of facts. And that was, it's appropriate. That's what you want to do. You want to build up people's identity in one way or another. But it's not necessarily the kind of history that on wrong thing would be happy with. Another really important thing here is this not a Wellhousing. Wellhousing is not a friend of leadership. I'm going to tell you up front. That's not a friend of leadership. He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Spinoza, but Wellhouse was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which these issues come up. And so we had an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates history coverage. So we're not going to go into the theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting them on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight that history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period in which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it is written than the period in which it is writing about. History alone doesn't make this. So, people who are writing this here living during those times, and they are, I know, partially because to what is still on, you feel more about their personal views for that matter.
Nice take if you're talking about the primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I'm not that old. I was not around in 1978 that month.
I'm sure you were using primary sources for research.
Right, but I was writing history in 1990s. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about?
You weren't there.
I definitely wasn't there.
Revised the political reality situations for what's going on in
Very good. Now you're getting us. Because obviously I can use sources from 1917. I'm reading newspapers, I'm reading diaries, I'm looking at documents, I'm looking at archaeology and all that. Looking at 1917 sources, but I'm writing it from a mindset of 1995. Taking all my 1995 issues, filtering everything I know historically from 1995.
but I also understand where these people mindset is getting clarity that here they are shared out of that
Cool, perfect, very nice. I'm going to repeat that for the people who are on Zoom here. Mr. Says we're actually blinded by hindsight. Exactly, because we're looking backwards, so our perspective is today. So we're not trying to understand everything through today. So, like, for example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibilities. It's like they jar us when they say something about slavery, or unnecessarily being saying, "Oh, we hate slavery, it's bad." They just admit only the horror, or they aver, for example, that national government powers, that women are right-minded, right? I would say, "Oh man, he's a misogynist." Well, excuse me, there were no misogynists in the 12th century. That was like everybody thought like that. But if we view that person's attitude as if he lived in the 21st century, then we'll make these facile character judgments and just that. But that's what Bellhausen's main point is. But we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today, and we bring to that study history all of our contemporary biases, and it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and break free of them. Some historians, some philosophers of history would say it's impossible to break free of them, but that's not what I said today. Finally, Sarah Brown is home because he says that's what's going on with the history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by our contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we only look at a narrow slice of it without looking at a broader picture of what actually happened, as I hope to demonstrate in the next 45 minutes. Right? For example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this part of this lecture a couple of years ago when the war broke out in 2022. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this is I like this picture in particular because a lot of the stuff when we talk about today is the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century and stuff like this. But here we are in the 21st century, and here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would look at it totally differently 50 years ago, 100 years ago, even though it's the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said the past is not dead, it's not over. You still keep reliving the past, but I wax through those sides. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think may have been more mysterious than actual
actually clarifying, but hopefully you'll come back to these ideas that they are revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressures as well. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this the other part a little bit higher as well, but this making their way in specific years to many communities in what will later become Latvia, Estonia, not so much Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire that is, I'm sure all of you are aware. The Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991, revealing itself to be full of much smaller, of course, countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. But we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressured from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time invited into Eastern European. So I have to figure out, why are they invited into it? Okay, let's look. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe, for much of the later Middle Ages and early modern period. Is a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called the Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. As you can see, it's massive. It stretches all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea. Here, this would be the southern part of Ukraine. Here's Crimea, still a contested region of contemporary Russia. Actually, I don't know wrong. This is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. Russia has most of this, although Ukraine has a linguistic territory goes further, and the Ukrainian zone here is part of Russia, although this part is still Ukraine. This is supposed to be everywhere. The Germany over here. Right? So Central Europe, way over here is Finland, right? But it's a big, big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western church, Poland in particular, is under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language family altogether. So many different people here. We also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, is the Jews. The Jews first entered this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimean Peninsula, where they were first there with Greek trading organizations back around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine Khazar migrations, specifically to the region of Kiev, that Kenya was just saying, I read in English. Let's call it by that for a second. And we listen on the radio, everybody says Kiev. Kiev is not a place. I don't know why they listen, there's 2 syllables in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what we say, Kiev. Just like, Paris. It's absolutely. But in Ukrainian, they have a slightly different vowel combination, the sounds are sounding thing, and it is pronounced K-E. K-E, 2 syllables. I don't know why people say Kiev, but it's K-E. So anyways, Kiev, Kiev, this city right about here was actually the center of the medieval period of a massive princedom, kingdom, that was later regarded by Russians and for the Russians as their own. But in many ways, they were totally separate. And in fact, after the Mongol invasion of 1240, they were literally separate because that would look for extremism. We do know that there is lots of Jews active in Kiev from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence. There's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian cave and so on. And I believe we even discussed, we did, the famous Pogus Kremenia, the chronicle of life 500 years, where things below the year like inside the same religion. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany. And this is really where we get the huge bulk of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first myths these Polish beings making money, literally making money. Here's a whole pile of very early Polish myths, and you know what's about them? They have Hebrew all over them. They are like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. Good. They say like Polish jokes are written on them or something. Yeah, exactly. Poles are not literate, and the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know their value, and so on. And they don't know the Latin alphabet. They're printing money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this? So why do you think that Polish people do this? A little lavish, right? Yeah, but why would you want to attract them if he has Poles already in the country to do it? They didn't know how they want to do it. The Jews already, by the time they say the 1300s, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong financiers. And we discussed a couple weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because the Church of World they allowed that money. They're literally being rich. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles were saying, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to move to that more advanced money economy like Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and start working on this. You can see launching a little protest something there. This one's my favorite. It says Mashro Karol, King Eshko, which is this great Karol is king in Polish. These are amazing things. Going back to this year, a lot of them settle in particular in right bank Ukraine. And explain why that is so significant momentarily. But what this term right bank means is because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, right, the Chernobyl Rabbi, the whole disaster. It runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank. And the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are strictly concentrated in the left bank primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called a venda. So hang on to that word, a venda, because we'll find it out here. Something like 20,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important date because it's the outbreak of the Great Misty Rebellion, But you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a place that had Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews. Unlike in Speyer, Worms, and Mines, we have a tiny little group concentrated in two places. Here, Jews are spread out. They're small numbers, but they tend to be village and town based. Some cities as well.
was born of large people.
This looks like a good question for you. No answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you. Right. Money. We're here for the interest.
No, why money and not that?
Economic opportunity. You know, like
You obviously get a
yeah, exactly. Exactly. As we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunities that this environment afforded, especially for much smaller pockets of Jews, rather than the massive concentrations, those grew together with industrialization. When factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that, that's really when we start seeing Jews really big communities like Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetl in Yiddish, the word shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is an enhanced form of the Ukrainian word stetl, which simply means village. Shtetl is like a little bit L at the end of this word is given and get smaller. And so shtetl is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shuttles over. Here is the Negro River, so this is all the right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, you know, to come in and please do this stuff for us. The meeting turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the event, which I can describe now, is much larger. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king saying, well, how come the Jews are getting not like this in Europe? We've got to invite them here. You can see the Jews are like, oh, please, they're saying, this guy looks very mosaic, but some people are saying about a shirt like that on the 19th century after it was so good to the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words Pol, here, within, really rest. Right, like name that. Poland, here we will rest. After all our wandering through Western Europe and North Africa and Spain and the flood rivals, finally here, within. And we talked about some nasty things over especially when over there and so on. One of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg Rep. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. Usually what it says that you can apply like equal rights, but that concept really didn't exist in any way. But if you were an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up to your community group. And the Jews in particular have this Magdeburg Act, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. Talking about the big thing I'm talking about, we don't need to talk about Russian, but the kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries, such as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like this, taking tolls, whatever industry. There was sometimes like if you go to get your driving done here, anywhere in North America, I think, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be doing it for Koreans. Why that is, I don't know. But like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to the industries and do it right. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be a Bavarian guy. It's like every barber in a 50-mile radius of agriculture man is a Bavarian guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I know you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. So I'll give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production. We shall see that more seriously. Magdeburg Rep also reinforced a lot of the takanos that the Kehillah had proposed, including the Keren HaYeshuv. You remember what the Keren HaYeshuv was? Exactly. Keren HaYeshuv literally is ban on selling. You can only move into town if you have permission of the house. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. Even if your end goals are way better, doesn't matter. We control how many people will be engaged, whatever. So a lot of people are left. But finally, these are modern societies. They don't have excessive bureaucracy. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of the self-governing tasks to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why do they want to get these things right? What?
If you stay profit, so
I would say not so much number one, not so much number three, but number two. There's three answers you say there. Which one's allowed to use kid? The third one was, allowed to use the sort of like happily. I don't think those are big concerns. But make money, everybody likes that. They don't take that. Of course, once again, right? The whole idea is if the Jews are prosperous, the king can tax them. They're not the only, there's not the only one to tax them. The European economy can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and numeracy. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want so they can set up shop, and then we will tax them. Kind of like how feel why a individual community might want to open up a gambling casino. Right? They might not like here in Queens, there's no gambling in Queens. Is there some gambling by the highway or something? Okay, my JFK is like a laser. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You think it's going to attract people with maybe not so salient areas, maybe a lot of despair of people who sometimes. Why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why it's so expensive. But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area. You have too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. Somebody they're not Christians, they don't believe like that, stuff like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as we can they keep to themselves, we'll be happy with it. And my work is like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and it regulated the degree to which they could make things stuff. I'm a school of statute. Yes. Thank you. It was started, named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews moved eastward, they're saying, "Oh, you want us to move to this town? Fine, we'd like to have some Magdeburg lands." And they'll say, "What are Magdeburg lands?" "Oh, I'll tell you." And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classy thing. So by the time you get to the 18th century, just over the density of Jewish settlements here in what would be the end of Pennsylvania, it's massive, right? Really concentrated, especially in redneck Detroit. Now, I'm really got to get to the land that whole. I'll talk about it sounds like that. Here is one of the most amazing things about this period of time, which one of the early dissertation that was of the great Jewish historian Shimon Buchner, who was a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to his students who came crowding around his body as he fled out, he said in Yiddish, Schrein und light and the cold. And he gave a seal to his last words, the last will. Keep recording, keep writing it down, let people know what happened. Anyway, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands. This is what happened. You have all of these tiny shedrocks all over it. You have Kahal. So we talked about the Kahal structure, the basin, and with the Parnas and pillars and stuff like that. So each Kahal is making its own rules. which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variations in local customs, things like that. But after a while, they say, you know what? There's so much stuff that we share amongst our neighbors, and that we could actually standardize ourselves, even organize ourselves into a kind of super Kehillah, one big Kehillah, one big council that would pass legislation for all Kehilas with cultures and economy. And so that's how it was. He set up first in what they call four lands, then they call five lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Mauritania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible high point of Jewish self-government, where every single Kehillah was operating in the same legal system, same kind of avenues of appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. So, exactly, so the council of the four lands. It's really an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Trade taxes are good, right? Internal taxes, food taxes, definitely good call. What else?
Help to deal with people who are out of line. For example, someone like you heard about the
good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Pinsk, and the patient sends you a serum, you got to show up to court. You say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to go on to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, you live in Minsk. That's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the big thing in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, we don't already doesn't have the power to kind of chase you to Seattle. But the run out of our did. They can say, oh, really? You think you can escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. There's a harem placed on you in Minsk. You are also going to be under harem in Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of the Rabbi is if you become Christian. There's no sort of like, I'm just not going to kill it. That's something that happens. For 80% of Iran, afterwards, with Western Europe, and eventually throughout Eastern Europe as well, but it's not at all true. In other words, wherever you went, it was like all around. One other area that you might look like, what do you do? See a lot, for example, is in Gita. The guy wants to not give his wife a get, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they can go send goodbye to Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk and force him to give the get. That's the power of this incredible thing that's stretched again through what would be today 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Lewis.
I know in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who live better their Jewish hands than being treated in another prison. Was this something that
it was absolutely applicable, although flogging is more common in prison. Because a prison involves great expense, right? You've got to keep people up, feed them, all kinds of things. But if you flog them once and it's done, and it's a physical pain, people are afraid of it, so flogging is far more common. You go through these areas, find like some, flogging killers where they would actually severely flog. Schmucky was flogged, all that kind of stuff. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day. It is an innovation of the God of so, can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book? I think you close to copyright. Yeah, well, we're going to call it all right. What's that? What is it certified? I guess it's sort of like, it's like, in terms of, you see, like, quotes from emotional lyrics, right? Yeah, right. That's good. It's very nice. Credibility in one sense. Credibility, you said, that is something, like, who writes stuff? It's not a phrase. big rabbis, right? Big rabbis. They write it. All right. I'm not a big rabbi, right? He has to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and such. I can tell he did the books that he got them done. They don't know most of them, right? But that's how we use Haskell's. But Haskell's were invented by the Soros because of the new technology of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote a paper that basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. Maybe expensive procedure, but just copy it out. But once that print happened, this type, and the price of printed books dropped significantly, and then suddenly became a great invention that, oh my gosh, I found this manuscript here. I can just put it into typeface, print it off, and I'll make a million floppy, which is $12. I did it, but people say it's great. And so, and you also do that with someone else's printing book. So let's say, for example, you live as a month here in Danzig, and you're visiting Krakow, and it's a great book. You say, oh, this is a fantastic new book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, and make a lot of money before you can possibly ship his books up to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Rabbi came out with Haskamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially what Haskamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book or the prototype of the author. They basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how we got evolved into that stuff that we have today. Ironically, the stuff that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the Imprimatur, which is basically a sign that the Catholic Church says this is okay reading, which you've probably never seen in the US, but sometimes we say Catholic and Protestant. So these are the kinds of things the body of source did, and they continue to fulfill instruction at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? Yes,
They really don't know if it's the one or two still Europe and then Christianity.
That is a typical thing. That might be one way for that to be focused on. And it's an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing. I think on a psychological level, it is gone. You see over and over again. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's an amazing thing. They hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, like this guy in Israel who went to jail. In Israel, they put jail deals that they get. And he went to jail for like 20 years rather than get swept again. It's incredible how this happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of the victims was to convert. And that worked. With some, okay, now we got to talk about the physical stuff. Ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were Jews invited so much? We talked a little bit about that, and that's just kind of cool as we have it formed. So far more significant aspect, something which became the backbone of the economy, was the system known as the ROTHSCHILD. It's a Latin word incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If you look at the map, let me just go back to the map for a second here. If you look at the map of Eastern Europe, that's for example, you have a tremendous number of noblemen of Schlachter. I know it sounds like Schlachter, but it's not the same word. That are living primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are dominating right-wing Ukraine. And Ukraine is not a independent country until 20th century, and at this point it was part of this Polish community. Particularly Polish landlords own these massive farmsteads called latifundia. Again, another Latin word, but they've got all these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or better term in this context would be serfs. SCRS. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s, but 1865 defining that period. Serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to either pay a tax in village, like a certain amount of their produce, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor, or ROTHSCHILD, which is basically they would have to spend 1-2 days a week farming for the board, and the rest of the time they would live themselves. And so imagine the ethics. So why is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. So the thing is, the Poles are far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from it? The way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called Agendators, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish nobleman, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community, Jewish shtetl. Well, it's important to note here, very importantly, that these shtetl, these little villages, and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything, owned by the nobleman. Even to a certain degree, the serfs, the people, are owned by the nobleman. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in a buggy all day making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And the nobleman says, fine. Go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the gritty of how exactly they collect it, and this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jews. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect minus the amount they have to make to the nobleman. So in other words, if they agree at the beginning of the year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's a contract, come back to me next first of LO with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That's because they're mainstay on their account. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it, doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve in all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce. And if you bring in 10 bushels a week, you've got to give one to the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. If you want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got to pay a toll. In some extreme cases, but documented, if you want to use a nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jew who use the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive the specific tax to get the keys to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality. But in terms of the Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that are memorized by the blind guitarist led by Rabbi. And they all go on and on about the poor Jew who charged a huge amount in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would build up a tremendous amount of resentment. Okay, let's keep it in mind.
So, first of all, the Jews the early perception of the time that they were really impoverished, they were the lowest class of Roman peasants. When they came with the paradise, that's all the money and money got it.
Well, there you go, Mr. Truman. That's like Salaverin, right? There are almost what you're saying. First of all, we should understand that our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years, and there are definitely good times and bad times. And also, you have to understand that we're looking at shtetl life, and we've got we don't even think about the fact that we have running water. Right? As going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So the overall standard is much lower than ours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe and let's say the year 1600 and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want, invasion of body snatchers, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant or a Jewish tax collector or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
So also the scapegoat that the Ukrainians stated that it was actually the nobleman they tried to Jews. It was
You are absolutely right, Mr. Truman. I mentioned the year 1600 because in 1648 this was all blown up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellions, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not being really counterintuitive. You tend to have sort of like a vision, like some style housing. We have a vision that's sort of colored by further on the roof. Anyone ever seen that movie? The Apple presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's presenting, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600s. Can't take it back to the 1600s in the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read, if you're about the research on this, Yevhen Mitsura, very, very powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who records the Mexican uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of an economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this headed for a disaster, that eventually things would go on, and they did. And that's what Jew from the 17th century being, unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices Jews made in the 17th century. Primary social, absolutely. Primary witness. Another example might be like if you look at it's a terrible shot. It's such a terrible challenge. You look at the newspaper and see the financial scandal. And someone cheating the government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that. And you see yourself, well, please let it not be a Jewish name. And then you see a stunning bird is this body, But that's the same kind of thing. But unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1500s were black Catholics or Shabbos is unfortunately not true. And even the people who were black Catholics and were Children Shabbos were sometimes unfortunately all really shaky and exposed to that non-practice. Demonstrating people were that was slowly avoiding more today and the water the coming of the so that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say, if I don't want to step out of my lane into the theology part, because I'm more of the history part, but we have this idea of we got to go to the decline of the generations. But we also have the idea of halacha basar, halacha follows the later generations. Okay, so what does that assume? If we are constantly lower than previous generations, then how can we follow the halacha of the later generation? We should follow the halacha of the Mishnah only. We shouldn't like what the Mishnah rules. So the answer to that is that in my humble opinion, I think I read it somewhere. We read that as refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, I don't know, empathize or to see the truth of something differently, but not their scientific intelligence, not their, grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming better. Just as good as I think if you ask Rabbi Sachs, he would say, of course, you can come out with just a great thing. Because he wants you guys to max out all of your efforts. So I don't know. You guys are asking outside of us. I don't know. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the event, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it was broken not skills, Mr. Phillips.
So the legislative that's it's one of the countries. It's a really pretty foreign to me. It's
Good for
not a one.
Well, I don't like the idea of warranty or other warranties that imply that violence is somehow justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence if it ended, if that's my problem. But I would say that, it's more, let's say, rational. There's one of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named Galvin Lattner, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. So I had a word, I'll write this down. It's a good word. Chimera. Chimera is? Yes. Right. Why would they call anti-Semitism chimerical? So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you attach things one to another to make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on Western Europe, like, Jews killing children for their blood and stuff. Wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on the contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone. And it's horrible for the consequences, but you can see where it's coming. Maybe an analyst said, the Jews should realize that the agenda was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example of this, broken landscape. You've often seen, like you see it in the on the roof, the crutch shop, which is like deep in, right? The place where the entire Ukrainian presence here, they have shown the Ukrainian presence actually in more festive garb. This is not like right out of the blue. But they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol served by a Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy called Professor Myron there. What is he talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get taxes is through vices, we say. I'm going to go with gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. Why it's so hard to ban alcohol that you have the 19th Amendment, right? What is it? Yeah, 19th Amendment to ban alcohol. One of those short-lived amendments, the only amendment that goes on repealed, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban it here, right? But they can't do it. Thank you. 18th Amendment. I think the 19th was pretty bad, right? Forget about the 18th Amendment. It's not worth it. But alcohol, everybody loves alcohol. The reality of it, people will drink alcohol, so we can tax it. It's not something that people say, well, that's too much of a tax on non-alcoholic alcohol. People do drink. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propaganda, which was part of the agenda. That you Jews are the only people allowed to drink alcohol. You are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it. And you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer of with you. One more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small. They're still small-time money lenders. There's the ban on Christians engaging in money lending disappeared by now, right? It was already knocked out 14th, 15th century enemies. So Christians are still are much lending money now, don't banks lend money and so on. But in this really backwards part of the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the only way you could borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons or whatever, you go to the Jew and you lend money, you borrow money. And it's very significant interest. It's the only place where you get it. It's unregulated. The Jews are still protected by the government. It was like the king in Western Europe, because he wants to actually get taxes and the Jews the Jew because he gets trouble with the government if you do it. So Romanantia is added to the money lending in a way that training lessons, they work hard in the fields all day, they just want to come back and a glass of kettle or a glass of glass, they show up at the end, they drink a few, they say to the nutrition keeper of the restaurant, put it on my tab. Nutrition keeper says, no problem, you're just one lucky. And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money, has $40 to me, and then he says, okay, I want to settle my tab. And towards zloty, as with interest, become like 6, 7 zloty. And that's not the only item you're drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden, you have like 300 zloty bill for alcohol over the years. What is this? So this was like an especially noxious form of the renda that was ultimately very, very negative. Yeah, Mr.
So they would tax them just for produce and just and they try and make and use things. And then like what was that relationship? Why would they still get directly because they couldn't make over alcohol? Like these are the bad guys.
Well, I think the question is backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
And I'm pretty peasants. Yeah. People are stealing our money and coming every day and harassing them. Whatever they need. Why would we hang out with them?
So the Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, there are only two things which are inevitable, right? Debt and taxes. Jews are not in charge of debt. But the taxes, they work each other. And the reality is, you have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knows this money goes to the nobleman. And the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected a little drop at a time. Just cross this bridge, fish in this pond, and this is whatever. That was the reality. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare that you have tax revolts, right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals. Maybe once every who knows how often, right? Hang on a second, so they basically may not have always liked them, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, and it's so hard to teach this properly because I have to keep both of these in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Now, some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648. And they're also accelerating in this modern area. You have Oklahoma City in 1903, 1905. 1919 was horrific, of course, all of that. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do in Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian culture. You cannot sit down to a meal in a nationalized house without having, for example, Russian cooking. Right? What is Russian? What you wrote is Russian history. No, it's Russian, which is Ukrainian for tools. Cooking is German. Or you can have, I don't know, there's some other examples. Borscht, which are children. Those ones actually French, show long, slow pop. For a long time. So, but, so much of the stuff we do, the rituals we do are basically things that we sort of borrow from them, they borrow from us. Oh, so it's how you think, and that's what they call the Jewfish, which they equate it up. Jewfish. It's not because of Jewfish, right? So our cultures are so closely interrelated Like that is one of the best scenes that is on the movie is when they're in the restaurant and they're kind of like all drinking together. And when the guy walks over to tell you, a muscle puzzle, and he says, "That's the road to your help." And Ted is a little bit intimidated, but they end up dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like growing, and that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also tremendous degree of cultural borrowing. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far in this case, because me, I'll probably do it. Women, the women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints. All kinds of women are much more the gurus of societies than men. Men may have hostility and things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Ellis.
You say that Jews would just suggest that there's the reality of life. There's there people who being people or whatever.
But we're not like Muslims or showing to kidnap our children.
Not perspective. You ask most Americans what do you feel about the IRS? People most likely tell you, oh, I hate, oh, I wish I could just do this, right? And the IRS body effect is a lot more oversight than the Jews. And they were also people of monopolies who also have very strong voices about argument. And so, your whole idea definitely seems very much like voice.
No, but we get into these things are actually so deep, so beautiful, because there's a difference in what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS, you might
Boston's party was over a few percent tax.
okay, so what is that?
That was in 17.
Right. And what was the next tax revolt? There are tax revolts for sure, but they're as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain, and America has an unusual kind of pressure on this because we have elections. You just say vote the bums out, and that makes America a little easier. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, but everybody agrees. You have to put something there.
It's like, obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but in some socialist and communist countries that try going socialist and communist and increase taxes exponentially, have revolts, sometimes relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, people just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis, and they'll say, it's just easier for you to pay the money and we'll leave it. And it's only when it's too much that you have to live. And this is going to pay a little pay.
That's not the reason you drink during winter.
Well, okay, so that's what's right? That makes it fit. Because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Rabbi, which shows the reply to the declaration, from the reply of the declaration to the Sultan. These are basically complex issues. These guys are Cossack or Kozaké, right? And what they were people who were so upset with the system that they called for elections. They led the referendums, right? They led the settlements, and they went as far south as they could to the outlet reach of the Shah, and they essentially set up these sort of like independent cowboy settlements where they lived free of their own fields. They had all kinds of unusual sort of fashion statements, like this walrus mustache, this classically Cossack style. They talked on as well. Quite often, it's creative, but they talk on it. And this is, by the way, sort of kind of like a national feeling. Like we think in America, we tend to idolize the gunslingers, the Wild West, right? The model woman, riding off the sunset on his horse, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys pretty things. Unfortunately, the national heroes, right? are like national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen? What's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did for which they are valorized by Ukrainians, they fought the Ottoman Turks who would raid Ukrainian villages for children and take them back to be slaves. Really awful phenomenon in the early modern history. And then the Cossacks would fight with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, "You guys can stop attacking our slave raiding to make a deal with you." So they go back to their place to get notes to the Ottoman. And so here they're celebrating that one guy knows how to write. He's composed the letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various, profanities to certain it's really like a sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in the records. They were led by this guy, Wolfgang Malitsky, who was one of these petty noblemen who fled to the particular part of the rapids on the southern River, and he organized all of these kind of like bands of people named Cossacks, and he said, "Let's all organize ourselves. Let's not run away from the Polish noblemen. Let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territories." And of course, this was a hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system. Right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there, right bank of the And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent up anger at the Polish government, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get convert to Catholicism through the Orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element history. They came sweeping into these Jewish deadlock, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as the chronicler of this period, and although he does criticize Jewish involvement in the horrendous system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes because they will scar your mind and you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look up Yevon Masuva. It's a chilling, awful read. Now this jumps into the region, or the region by the series is called in Hebrew, Zeras Taik and Taik. Taik and Taik refer to the 2 years 1648 to 1649. Actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years were the worst. Sorry? On Israel, when you have I never came up about that. It's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl, let's say 1,000 working individuals, men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the renda out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the renda, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas was the main industry. I don't know if you come back to it. Gambling, right? If you took gambling out of Las Vegas, what would happen to Las Vegas? They would support that. Yeah, they would literally dry up because all that water is imported, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work at casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels and Ubers and restaurants, stuff like that to support the people who come in to do the gambling at casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist. But most Las Vegas, most Las Vegans are not working in casinos. So the same thing with the Arenda. The Arenda was what really allowed the basic the taxman of the economy. But the vast majority of Jews were doing all kinds of other things. Silver smithing, pin smithing, small jails, you had to use a scholar.
Vegas is actually especially good comparison because the enormous amount of babies that feels that are on projects.
let's get one last thing here. Okay, I'm not going to do that. But okay, we talked about this. So this is translation of the Sherman's class in Drexler states. Oh, there it is. Just one of my memoirs. It is. Absolutely correct. They are English translation. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very modest sources, taking Hanover as perhaps one people, but there are many other sources as well that describe this horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recognize. You'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. You have 250,000 victims. But the reality is, in this lecture, there were probably about 40,000 Muslims at the time. It's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed with only 40,000 there. Chances are, it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of these historians do. Okay, let's take just the aftermath and wrap it up. This is a spotted it's Ukrainian, that's was on the not there yet. No, it's five statement note. This is on the $5 bill of Ukraine, not only $4,000. So again, we're going to only serve and we talk about that we're there. Or Ukrainian states, great national world, George Washington, also, definitely massacre lots of Jewish outdoors. Horrible salary. Understand the lens through which they are. Mr. Truman, last question. You really understand the SBA question right there. Yeah, you say they Native Americans look at Columbus and they see differences on money. But we didn't show each other that. Well, we told Native Americans, but as far as you can compare with harder all, I got this, by the way, in Central Square, they have like this very heroic statue of Nixie there as well. The earlier version of it absolutely comes by the front end. Actually have like foot on it. But even starts at the left-hand foot, so they're moving the tree from. Okay, let's call that a day. Exclusionary pressures in Western Irish. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. And what's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenaz Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There, in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called KEST, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and there's going to be an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America, to South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into the period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe in the 13th to 17th century. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Varente, Mr. Varente. Just over here. Yeah, that's what's hard to think. Okay, Mr. Varente. So that's the question. The question, so we'll keep the people who are watching the video sometimes asking to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So if you have a look at the very first lecture, we went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah. So I guess it's okay. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jews. So we have no real good reason to associate specifically that reason with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So now it really only refers to people, and the Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture that's online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe is twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. They're pushing Jews out towards Democrats. Well, you're right, Mr. Kranz. The first Jews were allowed to be full citizens. That happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790, where the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here, like about 400 years earlier, and nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? Actually, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? Mr. Silva? No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? Depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls through New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Kohelet. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River and then down into the Gulf of something. Right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So the Gulf of America. Or further west, there would be a watershed where it would flow to the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell where I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean as it flew to the north. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where people understand the world in such a way. Afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but we live in the post 9/11 era, changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy is Pope Urban II, 1095. He complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? There are, don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope of Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world. Sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than the Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not really appropriate to use the term denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gone along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole bunch of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the region of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. This is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea and Akko and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications in the Crusaders, like, for example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple of hundred years. Here you see that, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes. Some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happens? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see these stars that David represent, very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point, in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance the long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi. You have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too. We want to get involved in it. And they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who are kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves? Our whole point of this is that we are going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in Avarakaman prayer, which Avarakamin, which we read on Shabbos, that we the Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them. Mr. Goyke. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of they don't have the same kind of resources. They can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there, but they do want to get involved in the violence and all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazi homeland, Mr. Barante. So I think that if you ask the Crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option: convert or die. Right? This is the option: well, get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root, demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right, Kaiser? Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you stepping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of the really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, there's a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture we looked at Ashkenazic genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as a part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbi Tam being involved in one of these crusades as well and wounded. Absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Schum communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation that might suggest of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not far away places. They're small by our standards, but still big by his very science century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic strategies. Let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat? What do you think those three strategies are? Pay them off. Thank you. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? So you're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. But basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as an energy. Since the Maccabees, actually way later, since the revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it in the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. So that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, you have lots of flight of Jews. It's not always possible, though. You're talking about your family, talking about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to bribe the criminals, try to pay your way out of it. This is one of my students once memorably said, this is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. Right? Remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. Those are the two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the service of Kamarai, that stuff we talked about. But we appreciate the desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance military endeavor. And they were able to successfully, avoid a massacre in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and many Jews who were outside of the synagogue were killed by these crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized, or we will set the synagogue on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives, and the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had been absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? I mean, amazing that they would rather kill themselves and their own children, a ton of the time. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history. That from the Crusades onwards, much of Ashkenazic culture was sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involving the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. You see the contrast between the two? Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force a samaham on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, pardon the pun, Jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this, and this recorded in the Jewish Chronicles of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and he says, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these, bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite. They were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and then massacred 800 people there. You have more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the worst of the rabble-rousers, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence just ran over even the bishops, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of the Christianity. That's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail is kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decide to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Sephardic class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christians. It's a sacrament. They can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to the Jewish communities. And he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you are familiar with, Rashi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the first Crusade was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. And there were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they voluntarily be baptized rather than get killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we should accept them back. Maybe you only allow this Yahareg al Yavor, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to push yourself to the life of it. Nevertheless, consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. So it's not such a thing to do. The consensus developed that, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation, or we're not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? Clear as the sun at noonday. Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I don't know. I really don't know. I think consensus would be shown are that baptism has no impact on Jewish status based on the principle Yisrael Afal Yisrael. Right? A Jew, even though he sins, is still a Jew, and he can't remove that Jewishness from him. But I'm not a posek. I'm not even a rabbi, just a regular guy, so I can't tell you shit. That's ROTHSCHILD. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, deals with the Crusaders in 1099. They finally get their way there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the first Crusade, it was the peak of the Crusade story, and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart, who make their reputations in these huge battles for Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but they lose. There's going to be a massacre, and the Jews are sold to slavery and some type. And it is ironic. We should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It's been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. Also, one more thing to point out, we should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if we go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they are really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get all of Europe comes down here and they're big metal armor and their horses and stuff like that, and they make a war with us. So they regard the West as being as an existential enemy. This is something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades. Mr. Barrente. Yeah, so you got to take the Sephardic Jewish history class. That's you do have this period which they call, it's a little bit of exaggeration, convivencia, the period of coexistence. Lasts about 200 years. About give or take 950 to 1150. Yes, it's specific. But that's it. It's an interesting period of time. Part of Jewish history. You think right now everybody's getting along? Yeah, I would love that to be true. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. Uh, so good argument. There's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, here's the point, right? Okay, let's just one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers of Yehuda Maccabi were called Hasidim. Rabbi calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, just happens to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim, fascinating book on a historical level. Sorry? Yes, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the major authors of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at this time. It's a fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into Halacha, but nevertheless is kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasidic Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition, it's really very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva. It's so different from much of the modern day Hasidus. When we talk about Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidus is really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way, these Hasidic Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal, lots and lots of fasting, and even like after death, customs like putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is actually quite fascinating when you can look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on. Hasidic world. I think I have here. No, I don't have the images. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidic Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artwork that we have from the time, a lot of I have them like it later on in this lecture. Maybe I'll put it in the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. If I don't, I'll try and find later. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today. The idea is like we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most viewers say, especially with the idea of like, it's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Yes, question. The Hasidic Ashkenaz? Well, it's kind of like an intellectual religious movement. And there were several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential. And so people followed it. People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays we express our Judaism by like, having lots of sukkanios and hamatasha. Back then it was, oh man, I gotta go like a little bit. I stop eating for 2 days. Just that was the style. Wear dark clothes, don't wear bright clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much levity. Yeah, correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening during the Black Death. No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, we still have their writings, which indicated they were circulating. You'd have to find a way to measure that. I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Krantz. Yeah. About in particular do not like that. Yeah. I don't know. Could be. I'm not sure. Okay, let's go weiter. Now, the next math. The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres that we did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. You can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea that started first up here in Norwich, right here in the, actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called the ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel, alilat dam. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jews need to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But, and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. And so, whenever it happens, unfortunately, and it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, Rahman Islam, even in our own day. So, people are really upset. And I say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard that Jews do this. It is April, after all. It must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings, and it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder, it begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, these in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney. Right? You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake up the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Oh, man. But even though, how often and how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens with ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victims. They have to actually go, why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. By the way, I'll show you. Here's like you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one in 1144. This is Simon of Trent of 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. You can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet. Like one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, if you've been to Europe, you'll see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things there. In Israel, you see in Pashkevilin, same kind of idea, like don't go to college kind of messages that you see in some places. I should say that's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. That's a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoonish image. They have these little ruelles here, these little badges that indicate that they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the founder of Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. And for those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood tells you it's better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that. I'll have to cut that out of this video. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation, and so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that they are infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. And they're talking to absolute bizarre stories. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust to try and wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. A very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood, and amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they can use it for their purposes as well, when of course there is no blood to be done. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was he was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then be buried in the wall of a church. You can go to churches today in Europe and you can see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it. Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are willing to go along with that, but historians recognize it for what it is as best you can. And here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews, it relates to whole pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis were just in tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews. That is another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow that to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from these crazy people. Yes, Mr. Andrew. So the question Mr. Conte asks is, it's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sandra Gilman, which I think is called The Jew's Body. I think it's called The Jew's Nose, I'm not sure, but Sandra Gilman is the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, which is a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 19th century, when it was displayed in the Louvre, as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal, the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large, it's late 19th century, most likely. Good argument for it. Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and this is national great. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during this time period. And we could say much more about this. Literally, we could teach a whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported there was a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the post-desecration story because it served their own agenda. I'll explain. So the term post refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. Taik. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you had said your confession and done whatever penance was required, then you would enter into communion, which involved the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like they have a kiddish. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it. Right? If they are killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it with the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous, they put it down, post-desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation as a doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a post-desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau, which is also 14th century, and it's basically, again, written with cartoons, because most people were illiterate. You know, it does have the German text above it as like a graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the blood Bible stories. A renegade Christian who, you know, helps the Jews, the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian who goes to the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals the host. So here's the host for the wafers. Sorry, jump ahead. And then he goes and takes them to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have them really well on their shirts, their tunics, and he accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got it in a little box here, and in their synagogue they torture the host. It's either stabbing it with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. It starts to bleed. That's again demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in the synagogue or has to look carefully because he's trying to reproduce the Shnei Luchot Brit here in Hebrew. He doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he's running gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like the police come to the door and say, "Hey, what's going on in here?" We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming as it were. So the Jews say, "Quick, get rid of the evidence." They collect it up. They throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Marishkeit, Bobomeister, is not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, burst into the synagogue, they arrest all the Jews, they behead them. This is also a typical Jewish act from the 15th century. They torture them over the flames, they set them on fire. The Christians later taken away for other punishments, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. This is the body parts up here from blood libels, things like that. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. This ritual murder, the blood libel, the host desecration, it just gets crazier and crazier. This is a map which shows the spread of the host desecrations. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay. Well, that's so exhausting and nasty. Questions? Yes, Mr. Valente. I didn't understand what your question was. Were they spread separately from what? Oh, that's good. It would be interesting to try to correlate this stuff with witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like, when it's one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's 1-to-1 or 1-to-a-few. But once you start like getting broadsheets, and once you start getting like, you won't have newspapers at this time, but once you have like more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. But, we live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. And people start saying, oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q anyways? You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Yeah. Or what else? I'm sorry? Yes, stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is this bizarre, super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, back in the 2016, it was especially a huge during COVID. But it goes back to 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason, there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon belief, but this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for the basement. There's no basement. Like, it's just, this is blood rivals. This is human psychology. Sorry, and in the back, yeah. Yeah, it did happen. Super crazy things happen. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't even know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because we're digital natives, but we don't know how to prove it. Yeah, that's reasonable. There are some really crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left with each motion first. Okay, let's go. Oh, Black Death. You might not take this second. Sure. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. Right? The 1340s to about 1360, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just like carves a swath of deaths for all of Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death, big ulcers called buboes that would grow up, with the implants and things like that. And people are like, obviously, freaking out. Think COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts, because remember, how would Jews be related to this in many ways? Well, no, they told us to. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually without soap. I don't know how many times you guys wash with soap, right? So we wash without soap. And we would bathe more often, like, that's so weak. Right? So it's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy, but Jews didn't like dogs. Like, there is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. The Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats. Rats run away. No rats, no fleas, no bubonic plague. But all of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a higher rate as a prison penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there's Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. The reason we do know a lot about the Black Death in Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that, and we have a lot of fascinating accounts that are specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is a 16th century revision, the triumph of death, these horrific kind of scenes really worth looking at when you watch the video, you look at it closely, with with skeletons riding all over the place, and big, like 30 people in the coffins like this. It was just a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that circulated became very popular is that Jews were poisoning the wells of urine. And what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning the wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew at the time was designed. They didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time, but he's wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew has to wear, with a special hat and things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of demon that urinates back into the well and poisons it. In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text to look at. So read here, it says in the little shoulder note, a great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. Right? The allies themselves, meaning the Jews, allied themselves in concert with their diverse lepers by a whole sequence of connected and poison. With the construction of the blood of man being composed with certain venomous herbs adapted with a little linen cloth, find a salt stain, make it sink to the bottom, they ignite, they cast, and said, infection of all the mountains and wells of Christians. And these bizarre kind of ideas circulating, all of these things together make sense. This is like why Jews felt not welcome into the West. Ritual murder, blood libel, the Black Death, last war, the 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we shall see God willing on Monday when we meet again, Eastern Europe was saying, hey, please, Jews, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great developing economies. Please come, we'll let you settle, we'll give you all kinds of commissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1182, when Jews were first expelled from France, largely because we talked about with the economic situation, and that this is where we're going to leave it off. The most important of those expulsions, of course, will be later in 1492 from Spain, but we're still a little bit shy of that. Okay, I'm actually going through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for joining us. All right, so where we left off, we talked about trade and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact, probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest. And in the Middle Ages, you should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it could be double that easily. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices in the, so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand, but if they have a gambling casino at the block, it tends to bring the neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love that. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was in some degrees of vice, and you see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Uh, let's try to understand, like, why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. If expensive first, no, but every year, right? Okay, if you're smart, like Joseph Tzaddik, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got money to carry you through. But people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter, and also all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or rampaging nomadic civilizations, and they steal all your grain, or good things like you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Things like people have these payday loans with really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need money for your next paycheck. So you go to the Jews, you go to the money lender, and they'll say, no problem, happy to lend you money. It'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay me back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very lucrative. Precisely, this is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from thin air. But the idea of the Shylock, right? There was a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. Well, actually, if you ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play. I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit and stuff like that. And the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after. It's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very human character because he's deeply wronged by whatever his name is. Antonio, was it? Antonio, there you go. So that's where you get the phrase, though, the pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious, extreme rate of interest. So, but think about it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can get kicked off their land, or they can be evicted, or they can be chased out by farmers and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like we talked about a Cherem, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds who said only so many, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do, incidentally. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money lenders. Mr. Vasilevsky. No. Basically, we see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid. We are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly ended. Mr. Atherstone.
But you can't have every single Jew.
Correct.
You have the few.
Right. It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually money lenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy. Not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by a church father named Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratiani. That's actually portrayed in this particular document here. That says it's explicit for sure Christians are not allowed to charge interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide open for the Jews. Jewish monopoly was de jure. Remember this term de jure? Sometimes people say de jure, but it's de jure. It means of the law. That's in writing, legal. Jewish monopoly in writing. That Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe. And Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law, de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. What actually is written or what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were no ones allowed to do it, and Jews were big into it. That's very evident. Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and artisan organizations were closed shops. You could not get in, and you would not be allowed to train as sorts of things like that. Jews couldn't get in, even like dyers and like pigments and things like that. Jews couldn't get into for the most part. But this is something that was open to them, and not only open, encouraged and protected by the king. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, because they gained pretty much universal respect, was medicine. One of the reasons for the long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields is because this was an area where people were so desperate for good health care that Jews were literate, were pretty much universally respected. You had popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors. So those fields were largely not closed to Jews. There were not every university, the vast majority of universities actually were closed to Jews, but there were a handful, I think about 4 or 5 universities that were allowed Jews to study there for medicine. But if you realize that in the 12th century, there are only like 3 or 4 universities total. Bologna, Oxford, maybe, very few of them. So people were learning medicine on their own, saying, okay, I'm a doctor. No MCATs. So Dark Ages, that actual term refers to the period from the fall of Rome until the Renaissance. It's a big period of time. It's basically from, let's say, the year 500 to about the year 1300. This is the high Middle Ages. So this is like the very end of the Dark Ages, so the dawn is already coming out. Yes. You're absolutely correct. He's far more lucrative than being a peasant. Way better than being a peasant too, right? So let's talk about. I think I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of usury. Right here, some Jewish money lenders. See the coin here, right? So benefits, profit, right? Money lending is profitable, and that's the bottom line. Like a big paycheck like that. Yeah, Mr. Gertz. Oh, we passed by. Okay, sorry. Okay. Urban. This is an urban profession. You don't have to live far away from other Jews. You can stay inside a Jewish community. It's a clean trade because you can still go to Minyan in the morning. You can, walking distance of the kosher Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they come to you, right? You can have bankers' hours. You say, my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I take an hour off for lunch, and people will come to you and they'll wait. So it's great that way. And it involves minimal effort. All you have to do is numerate and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have enough to start with. So basically, if you got the money, you'll write down what people owe you and you can calculate what they owe you afterwards. Then you can open up your shop. So, but remember who your partner is, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, and the king comes to your office and says, okay, where's my tax receipts this month? You say, oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, but look at my record book. And Jean-Paul did not pay me back, and I'm still holding on to his pledge for this whole time. So the king gets upset and goes out and beats up Jean-Paul, right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right? Federal something. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruin. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You got muscle behind it. Right? Okay, and so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are not, neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to do it. The church forbids it. But the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So, resentment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan, right? Especially when you're halfway through on your car payments and you're seeing another 2 years to pay this off. It's not a fun thing. So you can get, if you're a money lender, you will be resented by everyone you loan money to. The peasants who are typically borrowing small amounts of money, just like payday loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing. Or even worse, we'll see this more when we get to Eastern Europe. Right now we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would rack up a big tab is they would drink alcohol in a Jewish inn, something called a kretschma in Yiddish. And this is also something that the nobleman would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. Just think about this. Nobody in, let's say, southern Poland, western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol except the Jews are living there. They set up these inns. The peasants work hard all day in the fields. They come out, they have a few beers, they say, put it on my tab, and the tab grows, and the tab gets interest because you're borrowing that money. And then as the harvest season comes, and the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to pay up my tab. What? Look at this amount I owe. How do you calculate this, right? So why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen? Because he taxes it, right? It's his profit, so he loves it. He lets the Jews be the only ones to do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then there's no way he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are dependent on his good graces, they will fulfill that role. They'll provide the alcohol. They'll sell the alcohol on credit, charge interest, and then you'll have peasants who will be very upset about this. The process is something called propinatia. And occasionally, basically from the 17th century on, you'll have massive peasant uprisings against Jews. We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Khmelnytsky uprising, one of the most notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily rooted in factors like Jews charging interest on bar tabs. Mr. Kurtz, you're behind us, and then Mr. Kim. Good point. I mean, don't forget, you still have the big brother factor where you're seeing support it. People ditching town is actually rather difficult to do in a serf environment because people are not quite slaves, but they are attached to the land. They can't just pick up and say, I'm going to go live in the next village. They have the freedom of movement all day long, but they're still owned by the master. And so it's kind of like a half servitude. And so they're still around. So it's hard to run away. There will come a point where the risks outweigh the benefits, and that's usually when Jews pick up and leave. Too risky. Mr. Tillman. Financially, they definitely had good control. Yes.
In 1700s, like the Jews started to get out of society. That was terrible. It's like they're like Jews versus isolated.
It's an overly rosy picture. It's an overly, we talked about Gretz a few weeks ago, right? That's a Gretzian approach, but the Jews are always victims, never victimizers. But it's not the historical reality. We definitely had our share of victimizing. You can answer that question for me at the end of this course, Mr. Jim, to see how you feel about it. But the difference about the 17th, 18th century with the Haskalah, which we'll get to in a few weeks, that was entrance into broader society, into the world of culture, of art, of the media, of literature. this is actually pretty good compared to a pleasant existence. I would take a Jewish existence any day, and not just for the schnapps and herring on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Cranston, I really got to go on. Yes. Correct. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Adelstein. You're a segue to the word nobility here. It's not just the king, but it could be local noble, right? And what would happen is, like, and this especially happened as money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed really incredible capital, they would finance wars. Like if a nobleman said, "I want to fight with the other noblemen across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries," they would go to the Jew and they would say, "I'll pay you your 15, 20% interest on a big, big loan, get it for me," and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. And the Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called Hofli, or court Jews, because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you point out, because what happens when the time comes to pay? And the nobleman says this debt burden is too high. So the peasants would react by revolting. The king or nobleman would just say, "Not, I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, and by the way, I'm also canceling the debts." So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors. Is that the right word? Creditors? I always get those mixed up. Creditors, yeah. They get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening, though, Mr. Adelstein, what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, "Wow, it's so hard to get up by without having a credit system in place," and they invite them back. That's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century. Yes, well, the clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those reigns of power, but they had far more influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right. Same thing. Clergy could be upset, and it's really dangerous for the Jews. So we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Grants. I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles. It was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. They couldn't get jobs, they were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Food Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and you travel, 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anger of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically, the how it works out. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is Jews had relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this, and we are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years. But relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew. But it was tenuous because you could have these popular uprisings resulting in these explosions of violence called pogroms, or from the landed estates, you could be expelled. You could be kicked out because the debt load to the nobility was too high. Okay, let's go. So when did it all end? I mentioned earlier the Italians entered into the 15th century. The Italians who said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money lending. Can we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They called it the Monte di Pieta, which is the Mountains of Piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the Mountains of Piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt of a loaner's agreement from a Monte di Pieta. They essentially charge interest 4 to 15%, but they didn't call it interest. They had a legal fiction to say this is to cover the overhead of the bank. Meaning this bank, this Monte di Pieta, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on, we have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you could borrow money from us interest-free, but you pay 4 to 15% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. Well, this is more like bank. But the thing is, I was about to say halachically. Bahagia. In the Catholic Church, halachically, a Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often, the church, which was involved heavily in creating Monte di Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to underwrite the Monte di Pieta and to pay punitive taxes, like when the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors open. So the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyone guess why the Monte di Pieta? I mean, they eventually succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular and people didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase, not only survive, but increased at this time? Yes, Mr. Blanchard, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is a counterintuitive. You're not going to get this, but Mr. Chinman, last guess. No, in this 15th century, the Italians are really smart. They know stuff. Mr. Variety, last guess. Reputation? What did you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation too. This is the main reason why. The main reason why the Monte di Pieta did not extirpate Jewish money lenders is because they had all kinds of religious rules attached to it. So when you went to the Monte di Pieta, if you owed money, you had to give a confession, you had to say why you owed the money, and you have to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, visit prostitutes again, whatever it is that got them into debt in the first place. And they couldn't guarantee secrecy, couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jew just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt. And all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Montefiata is set up, and even when the Jews were burdened with more taxation to pay for them, people stepped. People kept patronizing Jewish moneylenders, including nobility, because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it gets reported to the credit agencies. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to the credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. That's Mr. Timmy. It probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact the Jews' reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact that they maintained confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? Like, if you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential. But it doesn't mean you're going to respect them more or name them sisterhood member of the year. Okay, so the demand for credit, as because we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance, is really happening in a big way. Societies need so much more credit to build themselves up. Jewish money was able to continue through this period. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and we're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazic period of history, which changes dramatically. Okay, and then the microphone. Oh, it's great. Okay, all right. Our screen sharing, let's hope it all works. Okay, we talked about agriculture, and we began talking about Servi Camerarius. Remember what that term meant? Servi Camerarius? Mr. Epperstein? I can bring my, go ahead. Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I think I have actually a chart of this. No, I don't. It'll be in another class. But basically, we're in the feudal era right now. You guys remember what is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Blashka? Yeah. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about that structure? Excellent, very good. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into big blocks, which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like the huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agricultural products. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story, that you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters and say, listen, you guys, don't worry about farming. We'll take care of the farming. We will pay you to protect us. And those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility, coming from those knights, begin to demand more money, more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience. And this reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very, top down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Blaska. Where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? So where does the church fit in there? Good. Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Adelstein puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things of this world. And as the founder of Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Give the king what he wants. That he's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls and everyone's, religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based. It's very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Jews in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, first things you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands, how do you put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, tie the left shoe, tie the right shoe. We're like really into the details of actual behavior. The church has very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on a second, I'll get too much time. So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other. And sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky? Okay. Good. You see a smile on my face, though? Mr. Tillman? Honey, thank you. And there's a demonstration of what? The Abram syndrome of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You were correct also. So that's fun. Money. So exactly, the king says, "Oh, fantastic! Look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them, engage in finance, engage in money lending. And I can tax them, and it's great. I can cash money. I can use it all over the world." The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a body Catholic, a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside the Muslim area. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic Church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when kings have more power in church-state conflict, then Jews do well. They tend to get close to power. They tend to have more privileges, more residence, things like that. When the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay. Right. So let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh yeah, Mr. Krantz, thank you. Sorry. I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think they have. We still have the Ten Commandments. We still have, I will say that you're asking a huge question, and if we were teaching in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular lectures, by the way, okay? No, okay. But then we can talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way. But in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, of teshuva, which we do as well. But that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. If you look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbeinu Yonah, what is the first what do you have to use first? Karata, excellent. Regret. How many levels of karata are there in living and voluntary prison? And 20 different kinds of karata. I mean, seriously, we know how to do regret. We have like luck. It's like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? Because they live in no snow. We know regret. We have 20 different levels of it. So, yeah, Jewish guilt. But we'll in a different class, maybe, Mr. Kranzer, if you drop by my office, we're going to have a longer talk. Commerce, though, is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent their trade. I mean, amazing. Look at this. This is like in the 800s. The blue lines are where Jews are known to be trading. The Arabic geographer, he mentions that they speak about 12 languages, and they're totally fluent in everything they need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond them. So they may not go all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way up to China. And he describes many different things of trading back and forth. And it's really an amazing thing. Mr. Krantz. Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. So Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where they're a little bit higher, sorry. That's where we found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha from Rosh Hashanah that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite, in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are a few different theories. One theory is that it's based on a Persian word, to know the way. That's a little stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is called the Rada. It possibly comes from there. Moshe Gill, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Provence. Saw Provence earlier. Well, I'll find out soon. Because in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodanus. So the Radhanites might come from Rome. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents about it. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce. How do we get out of here? Okay, let me change this. Here we go. Right, so risks and benefits of commerce. Risks. Why is commerce risky, especially in these countries? People can get robbed, right? Definitely. Jews, in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuable things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the Muslim world because when it becomes united under a single legal system and a single language, it's a lot easier to enforce. What about the benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. That was a good illustration of it. It's a little bit obvious, but I think there's huge amounts to be raised here. I don't understand your question. You have to live anywhere? Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, they got to settle down with white kids, you think, though, so they probably are subject somewhere. But they're easy to pick up and move to a more hospitable place. That's also true. I didn't know that. Very good. The question, though, is the profit versus the effort. Right? This is a hard way to make a living. Very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in a very small town in northern Ontario. And my family was the only Jewish family in town. And there was one Meshula who was a collector for Beis Yaakov of Miami. And he would literally hitchhike, 600 miles all the way up from Toronto to my hometown and would stay at every little Jewish family he could possibly stand. I had to be kicked out of my room so he would have my roommate came up there. It's like, it was amazing. This guy is like my age, he's like 60 years old, in the northern part of Canada for a few dollars for a base taco. It's amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It may be very profitable, but the effort is high. Huge danger in travel and transport, not only robberies, but tolls, right, which are like sanctioned robberies, where you come across a border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border, tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. However, they had some advantages that made it easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to engage in commerce? Mr. Everson. Okay, very good. So, in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in the previous class, for example, it was a Jew who figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from the island of the West Antilles to Bordeaux. Yes, Mr. Grant. Spoken like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife behind, wife and kids behind, you go off on the road with your nose on? No, typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Abuna crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right? Historically, the most common type of Abuna was when the husband went off to go into business and never came back. And nobody knew what happened to him, right? So there you had a situation where he was probably killed on the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice that we know from ancient times of leaving a get behind a conditional get. You see it in the Gemara and Pete and Subos, long discussion of it. And of course, it's practiced today in the IDF as well. That if you go into battle and stuff, kick my ankle your life. So that's they would travel as men, so it's got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would also have at least some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This is especially useful in commerce because you could leave, I don't know, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad, and even though you can't speak the local languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up at shul, and say, yo, I'm here, I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland, and you would find takers, and you'd find a winner. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have, diaspora, community, and a common language. You want? Legal systems and norms, right? When you're going into a strange community and you want to sell things and you want to sell on credit, the person says, "Wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want you to bring me 10,000 more axe heads." You say, "No problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money, and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads." So, if you are a Christian and a Muslim, and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like a Arabic person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You go to the Rabbi, they're literate, they're numerate, they draw documents up, and you know there's a much greater degree of trust that it facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world, that, in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can communicate no people in common, and that that sort of like artificially broadens your social envelope to include them in your world of trust. So plain Jewish geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, "Yeah, I'm from Paris." Someone says, "Oh, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moshe Cohen." I said, "Moshe Cohen. I know him, but wait a minute. There's more than one Moshe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback?" "Yeah, that's the Moshe Cohen, right?" And they would connect each other. They trust each other. They would leave deposits. They would sell on credit, and it was way more successful venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have. Largely through the trade network. Develops slowly and expands. The fact that the Radnacs can do it in the 9th century means that they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about them. And it's one of the great mysteries in medieval Jewish history. Who were these religious people? We don't have any internal documents about them. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time. And we're at a huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly was agricultural nature. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already an elite in a college-educated environment. If you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in some kind of commerce. If you add finance to them, that's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, flips burgers at McDonald's, Smash House, whatever. Like that's basically how that's our economic profile for much of our history. Maybe an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. Right? Yeah, so it just developed. So don't forget also when we saw the Erfurt remains and Norwich remains that we have been using for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty of and dogged over and over and over again. Our genetics are so similar. So much more so than other people. Okay, now what were they trading in? So here's a bit of an nasty part. One of them was slaves. It's actually a picture of to be a Jewish slave owner. So with some 2 Jewish slave owners, and they got some African slaves. And a bishop is involved in selling the slaves to the king's slave. This is, I think, an 11th century representation on a church in Germany. I think kings sitting with their legs dry like that is kind of like sort of a Simeon demonstration of power. You sit like that, you sit like you don't care what anyone else thinks. You sit like this, like like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like prim and proper, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't think that's the queen. I think that's a knight or something holding a sword there, and there's like a representation. There's actually a fascinating. Oh, Mr. Lipschitz would know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with. I think it is maybe the Taz. It's a shop, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbatai Tzvi was really active, he sent an emissary to find out if he really was Mashiach, and the emissary came back and described what he saw when he met Shabbatai Tzvi, and he described how he sat, and at one point he was sitting on the ground cross-legged, and right away, whether it was a shop or the Taz, I don't remember, someone said, oh, this can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach would sit cross-legged. It's just not their affairs. I guess if you're Mashiach, it's like me to say cross-legged. But slaves. So from the 5th to the 7th century, Jews are definitely trading in slaves. Slaves are I don't think it's I'll get back to slaves, but we'll talk about it right now. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved with slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. Stocks were trades. Stocks mean like blocks with their hands in, or like no. Stock market really developed like 17th century. We're still a few hundred years shy of that. But they would know physically they would take enslaved people and bring them elsewhere and sell them. So we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, oh, Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved people. And we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas to try and exaggerate the role to which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery if you compare them to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or silk or whatever, because they were more traders than that. When you get, hang on, when you get to especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different story. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, you should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used like to farm massive plantations in inhuman conditions. It was basically like buying a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would not you would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded all other status symbols and much more fearsome as well. Just to jump ahead for the sake of argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which is a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the middle passage, where they usually die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible, terrible things. So basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule, was not disproportionate. There were a lot more people who were involved who made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from this rather noxious trade because it was reality as well. Okay, Mr. Grant. Right, not African Americans, but African Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money. Right? People made money from it. Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to get slaves. It's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of them. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian, sorry, not sure Lithuanians and Slavs. And they were often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, this is an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle Ages. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They also think that way basically up until the 1700s. Only at that point when people say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people, right? This is like, it's asking them to have a 21st century mindset morality when those standards were not applied in the Middle Ages. But what the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right. Okay. So what will eventually happen is, as restrictions are going to be placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, Jewish trade is going to be reduced and become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like the Radhanites. They're still heavily involved in it. We'll explore that next time. Look at this, and close with this picture. This is kind of cool. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Oliver Shalom, and he took over my grandfather's store. My grandfather is Alex, and my father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years, and then finally they closed it. But it was, Northern Ontario. Schmattes, textiles. He was very big into textile, work clothes, work boots, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it. I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class. We're going to get into money lending and the church, which is hugely important for our society economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me. Okay, so where we left off, we looked at this last amazing artifact, right? This coin that gave you a sense of how Jews slavishly fell over themselves, with amazement at the idea of getting equal citizenship, and what they were prepared to give up is a whole different story. We'll look a little bit at it in this class, but it's more relevant for the History 156 class. Now, this is a really much more important thing for us to understand. This is something that really was devised in Ashkenaz, specifically an organization called the Kehillah. Now, the Ashkenazim pioneered this structure largely as a result of being kind of like in the hinterland, right? They're far away from existing larger Jewish communities, existing in tiny communities, sometimes 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, and they've got to try and organize themselves. So the Kehillah emerged out of that movement. Well, both can be true. It was deliberate. They had to figure out a way to organize, and as they had to respond to social, political, and economic needs, and they added on features and developed and so on. Yeah, definitely deliberate. We have explicit takanot. We're going to talk about that in a minute. We have explicit discussions of, hey, we have to organize. This is how we are going to organize ourselves. Okay, and it is essentially how we do it today, although in a limited fashion. It's really good that we just contrasted the era of the millennium, because the main difference between the Kehillah of, let's say, 1650 and the Kehillah of 2025 is that membership is voluntary. Meaning, if you want to affiliate with the Jewish community, if you want to contribute some of your income to the maintenance of the Jewish community, you say to, hey, you can. But if you don't, God forbid, it's blocked. You can maintain a secular identity, you can identify yourself as a Charleston if you want, it really doesn't matter because you don't have to affiliate with the Jewish community. This was not the case before Napoleon. The only way out of the Jewish community was to become a Christian. That's it. There was no secular identity, no middle path. So you're either in or out binary, and the advantages of being in is that you have, I'm not speaking about religious advantages, but just social, anthropological advantages. You have a community supporting you, you have a service network that we're going to actually look at in more detail. You have protection, you have potential marriage partners, you have all kinds of things associated. The disadvantage is you got to pay for it. Nothing in life is free, you have to pay for it. Mr. Wait, I got to get this. Mr. Schwartzman. All right, good to see you. Schwartzen. Mr. Abrahams, yes, thank you for being in the house. It's Schwartzen, right? Parente. Right, Spinoza is a trailblazer in this regard because, and he is really unique and he set fundamentally a precedent in so many ways. But that we're talking already the 1600s. It's right when the Tehillah starts to begin breaking down. It breaks down at different rates in different parts of Ashkenazic Europe. It will persist until 1844 in Russia, for example. But Spinoza is a great example of someone who left the community, forced out, if you like, because he had a harem, but he did not join the Christian Union. And that was very rare. It would also have to do with the fact that it was in Amsterdam, which was an unusually tolerant place that could handle a variety of things. Mr. Epperstein. Yes, correct. So you're asking a brilliant question. It is complex to answer. It's complex both because we're compressing several centuries and several regions. Right? And the Haskalah was very different in many different places and times. At the time of Napoleon, you definitely had, largely because of the Portuguese Jewish Sephardic influence in the south of France, you had the possibility of a somewhat lackadaisical religious identity. Not saying the Portuguese were Spartans were lackadaisical, but they were former Christians who began to identify as Jews, and that in itself implied a liminal quality to their Judaism. And so that made those things possible. But the wide open, hey, why don't we just get baptized kind of Haskalah, that wouldn't happen until about 50, 60 years later in Germany. But let's not get too far ahead because we're still here basically around the year 1000. This is way before the Haskalah happens. But taxation and self-government go hand in hand. That in order to organize yourself, in order to have a functioning community, you aim Kemach in Torah. You have to have money to do it. You're not going to be able to apply for federal funds. No such thing. You have to raise it from yourselves. One of the things that was especially true of the Kehillah, that although it had these warm and enveloping and protective elements, it was also quite coercive. And the leaders of the Kehillah would literally tell you what to do and how much money you had to pay. And if you didn't like it, only one exit door, and that was to become a Christian. And that some people did take that route. Sometimes they did it and they were very bitter about it. But that's the only way out. Also, we should realize that the participation of women has kind of a fascinating aspect to this. The Kehillah was very androcentric, meaning it was based on the views and leadership of men by and large, principally concerned with the demands of men, the needs of men, things like that. Women were largely secondary. However, women also exercised a tremendous amount of power at the grassroots level through an organization called the Hebras, which were kind of like an important executive function of the Kehillah. And so they were able to exercise power in certain ways, but not indirectly. Perhaps the most obvious way would be who gets to be a member of the leadership of the Kehillah, only men. Who gets to vote for those leaders, only men as well, and even only property men for most of the time being, most of the period we're discussing. You could not vote unless you held, for example, a house. So those are a few caveats. Let's now look at actually how it works. So it was based on a Talmudic model. In the section of Megillah, you'll see the discussion of these people called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. Usually there would be kind of like a board made up of typically 7 men who were all fairly wealthy. And sitting on the board meant, on the one hand, you got kavod, you got honor, but on the other hand, you were expected to pay. You were expected also to pay for that honor with generous contributions to the community. This is exactly how we do it today. Usually when I speak to adult audiences, I say the opposite. It's totally unlike synagogue today, and they all laugh because they realize, of course, that's how it works today. If you are the member of the board of directors of a shul, you're not there because people think you have a nice haircut. You're there because people expect you to pony up every year and to provide a certain amount. That's how the good people of the city of Tuvalu are constituted up there. By the way, really important sort of ground rules in Judaism, and you will see, we'll come back to this in many different ways. There are 3 routes to status in the Jewish world. There are 3 ways you can get status. What are those 3 ways? Is there others? Okay. That's so nice. I was not quoting Rabbi, and I'm sure that in the books like this, that is really the answer. But in doing it on a more pragmatic and low-level way of thinking like myself, money, thank you, money. And I'll also tell you now, ask me when we finish this, what is the Abramson role of history? I will tell you in a second. But the first way to achieve status in the Jewish world is money. Lots of money. Mr. Blaschko, Rabbanis, close. I'm looking for a slightly different word. Mr. Abrams? Reputation is very valuable, but typically you get reputation for one of 3 things, which are the 3 things. Wisdom, also close, Mr. Parente? Yeah, learning, very good. So that's also a little bit like Keter Torah, that's also a bit like, as scholars, learning. So you get money, you get that status through money or through learning. And the third one, you certainly practice things in a slightly different way. Kahuna, what is kahuna? Okay. Close. Awesome. Close. Escalante. Aha, very good. So can only Kohanim have status? Excellent. The Hebrew word for this is yichus. Thank you. Yichus. Right? If you have lineage. Money, learning, lineage. Those are the 3 ways you get status. If you can find another way to get status, I love it. Tell me about it. But in my 30-odd years of advanced study of Jewish history, I found those are the 3 ways. And by the way, the only way that's truly open to outsiders, which is a good thing, it's a meritocracy, is learning. Unless you guys are descended from the Chafetz Chaim, or unless you guys have gazillions of dollars, learning's your only shot. So pay attention, because there's going to be a test. You can always make more money, which is definitely good. Mr. Rubin, Mr. Vasilevsky. I think that's true. Yeah, there definitely is. If you have a great rabbi and then his son takes over afterwards, he has like a head start. But you can lose that too. You can lose that. I think it's the least stable because people look at you and say, people look at a person and say, oh, he comes from such a wonderful family, and look at what he did. Right? So it's not the most durable. Money too is also not durable, but learning is the best to start at, right? All right. Mr. Vasilevsky. Yeah, so that's also attaching yourself to status, and that gives you status too. You know things people like extra things too, right? But it's in general, yichus, like whether you, and the word yichus really means like connections, right? It means connections in terms of who you're born from, but you can also have connections horizontally too. Okay, Mr. Anderson, we're going on. Doing terrible things, you get status. Yeah, negative status, I guess. Yeah, but that's not status. That is infamy, maybe. It depends on who like personally, I have so many jokes running through my head, but I am recording this, so I'm not going to tell you those jokes. Maybe afterwards we'll shut off the machine. That's true. That's true. Okay, so let's go on and look at the structure. First, at the top is the two here. These are people who typically have status through money. That's like the most fungible asset because you're going to have to give some of that away. But some of those people might be there because of vehicles. They might be there because of learning. But money is the most important. Under them is a body called, or a person called a parnas. The word president in English is definitely related to this, but it comes from the verb the parnes, right? To provide, to give parnasa, to give the livelihood. So the parnas is really the president. He reports to the board. I will use the male gender because male pronouns are all men. Oops. Yep. Okay, so the parnas, and he carries out the executive function, meaning like the two here decide what they want to do. The president is the person in charge of making it happen. You also have, beside the president, the rabbi or the beit din, the judicial branch. Right? I know all about this because I just had my citizenship test. This is the judicial wing. And here, we don't have a legislative wing in this really, because that's really built into the judicial wing in the system here. But the rabbi and the beit din are there to make sure that what the Shuvei asks for is within the boundaries of halakha, and there is kind of like a dynamic tension between the parnas and the rabbi all the time. The reason is because the parnas is typically one of the two ways. It's like nominated from among them. So that means he has what attribute? Money, right? The parnas is wealthy, and they represent largely the wealthy classes of people. The rabbi, on the other hand, pays his salary. Exactly. So he is an employee of the Shuvei. But what is the power base? Again, I'm not talking about philosophically, things like that. What is the actual human power base of the rabbi? He makes laws, but who supports him? So we give him money, right? But what if, I'll give you a theoretical example. Let's say the Parnas wants to have a huge party and they're going to invite inappropriate, I'm trying to think of an example that I can keep on the recording here. But let's say this happens in Mara actually. To have examples of this because they should release this quite often. Where they want to do something that's not really according to the Torah principles. And they have the money to do it. They want to do it. And the rabbi speaks up and says, no, you can't do that. Right? Because it's against halakha. So couldn't the Shuvei just shut down the rabbi? So we'll forget it. We'll get another rabbi. Very good. That's exactly right. The people support the rabbi. He's the popular person. He's the one who is offering spiritual support for people. He consoles them, he teaches them, he does all those kinds of things. So just like in a modern shul today, the rabbi and the president are sometimes at odds with each other. The president may want to decorate the shul in a particular way, to have a particular kind of event or something like that. The rabbi says, no, the halakha doesn't go like that. And sometimes, and they have to they could be, at loggerheads. Sometimes the Parnas and the surveyor will win a conflict like that. Sometimes the rabbi will. But it always ends badly if they have a long conflict. They have to work it out. It's a dynamic tension between the religious principles supported by the larger masses of people and the will of the wealthy elite largely supports the community. But on the other hand, they sometimes, maybe because of conspicuous consumption, they might overstep their authority. Now, how does this actually translate into services for the people? So both groups have gabayim. You all know the term gabai. Today we tend to think of a gabai as a likable person, and he's charged with a task that a lot of people don't want to do, organizing. Yes, what do we things like that. But the term gabai is in Pirkei Avos. It actually means collector, the gabot, to collect. And in that context, I think a better translation would be enforcers. Right? So in the case of the rabbi, his gabayim are there to make sure that people don't step out of line. And gentlemen, it may surprise you to learn that throughout much of medieval history, the rabbi had the power of corporal punishment. It's actually a Gemara in Daf Yomi just recently, or maybe it's just coming up, about Rav Huna cut off someone's hand. That's pretty extreme. You don't see too many examples of that, but you do see examples of the big din ordering floggings. And you would have the floggings take place, flogging with a whip, to whip people. Sometimes in the synagogue itself, sometimes in the synagogue courtyard, sometimes in a symbolic way, like rarely it's like actually meant to cause pain. Definitely social opprobrium. That's more of a typical Jewish tool. But the rabbi did have to buy in to do so. Where this might come up, like let's say for example, if a person refused to appear before the Beit Din after he had a summons several times and was warned and so on. You also see it with it's much more of a problem at the turn of the 20th century, but with men who leave their wives and refuse to give them a get. The rabbis would call out the Gabayim, go straight away, and this I'm sure in the Torah, based on the Gemara, that they're allowed to teach him until he recognizes that he really wants to be his wife again. But realizes of his own accord. Yes, Mr. Suman. The Marcus Martis would be in that category of what the divine could do. I don't know if how much of they would fit in politics. Oh yeah, definitely. We have it right up until the 19th century in Russia. Definitely. We even have some very rare isolated cases of capital punishment instituted by the Beit Din. Typically, when you have someone who's threatening the entire community, say, I'm going to go to the ruler and say that a Christian child was killed and so on, it would be disastrous. Yes, capital punishment. Assassination, not with the four of the just regular assassination, whatever it takes. Knives, sticks, stones, Mr. Grant. Yeah, that's exactly why the Gabayim were there. People in mind. Remember, I said coercion. The Tequila although Mormons reported, is very coercive. But the most typical thing would be, by the way, because that's with taxation. The two-day year would make an assessment every year of how much everybody had to pay in taxes, and then the Gabayim would come to collect it. Didn't want to pay it, then the Gabayim had other means to get out. Excellent question. That's like an essay question. But they've got plenty of extra legal powers that they can simply impose. Just like Rav Huna and Mars and Hedman actually cut off someone's hand that you do it to defend you. So that means they can say, we want to establish ourselves as Tefillah, as people we've got to collect money, that's how we're going to do it. Mr. Anderson. Yeah, it was very progressive tax. So they could see how many cows you had, all kinds of things. That's it. They use assessments. Again, remember we're talking about really small communities, maybe 500 people in the area, and they're looking around saying, oh, look at that. I see you painted your house. You're like, chickens are selling well this year, right? And then they would say, you should make 100 control with 500 well. Mr. Abrams. Yeah, absolutely. This is not a caste system, so you couldn't have upward mobility. You couldn't change from, this royal to Levi or to Cohen, but you could easily move up in terms of status with wealth. Largely because of Napoleon. Because Napoleon shut down any police authority on behalf of rabbis. And modern states basically follow that as well. We've had a situation here in New York and New Jersey 4 years ago, was the most recent time it happened. I mentioned cases of men who refused to give their wives gets. So there were some guys out there in Jersey who hired thugs to go and put hoods over this man and kidnap him, and then they beat him with rubber hoses and to threaten him. And then what happened is he figured out who it was, and he sued the people and they let him jail. Because we're not allowed to do that in America, right? I'm an American citizen. I just did the pledge of allegiance. No, can't have an independent police force. But this is how it worked. I mean, it got done, right? You didn't have a And a Guna crisis until the 20th century, largely as a result of the power being provided. Mr. Parente, you can go on. So that's a tough question to answer too, but I think we should understand this is a deeply religious society, but Judaism is an extremely agile in terms of legislation, where Judaism will, the Muslim will look at social, religious, economic, political developments, and they'll figure out ways to adapt philosophy with it. Everything from closing to everything and things like that are various adaptations throughout the centuries, trying to figure out how do we live in society, what's the Torah about to do. So I would say it is religious, but it's definitely not isolated from what hinges on it, as we shall see with Takas Reno Gershom in a moment. Now the Parnas is required to manage the chesed, and most Jews, this is where they're actually going to interact with Kehillah. These are so-called committees, right? From the word kevra, meaning friendship or circle, that kind of thing. And unlike all of these other groups, this is where women tend to be especially powerful and predominate. And you can have a whole pile of these, depending on how big and sophisticated and wealthy the community is. Like, for example, the most important of the kevras was the Kevra Kadisha, the burial society, which used to be the case where they would only take people who were a certain age and had a certain reputation and things like that. I know from my experience in America that unfortunately, you have an improved age, currently in some parts of the world like Florida where I live, that they'll take guys like me even, and then the burial society would have tremendous power. One of the first things that the Beit Din could do if a person didn't want to comply with a summons or a payment or a get or thing, they would say, if you don't follow through, we will tell the Kevra Kadisha not to give you burial rights. And you can be thrown into a pit after 120 years, a communal burial site with all the non-Jewish people who live in the area. We don't care. And people would be terrified, and they would say, okay, I will pay, I will be yes. The Kevra Kadisha is a really powerful one. Usually the first Kevra established once the got started. But there's so many others. There's Kevra Shas, Kevra Education, people holding, taking care of the poor, Tumke Shabbos, taking care of the sick, Tumke Shabbos, which of course we still have today. In most communities will have that Tumke Shabbos, supporter of Shabbat, which means, putting food to people, they'll get Shabbat. Ozer Dalim, for poor people, Hachnasis Kala, also very important. Kevra, that providing for poor brides to start their homes. Minat Tzedek, for travelers, Kevra for people who want to get together and say, whatever it is, the Kehillah would spread out the Kevras. And with the obvious exception of Kevra Kadisha, where you had to have men taking care of men for burial, many of these societies, these Kevras, are populated by women and run by women, and they would be funded by all of the taxes collected by the people. So I've given you kind of like the dark side of it, where they'll force you to pay taxes, and they'll send out the buy-in if you don't comply, and all things like that. But the upside is, this was an extremely rich, sophisticated, dense social support network that rivaled anything you have in Europe until really 20th century. This is way before universal education was required, way before you had hospitals for the poor. All of these things that we take for granted were really pioneered by the Ashkenazim in Ashkenaz in the 9th, 10th, and 11th centuries. So we're figuring out, okay, we can't rely on outside society to take care of us. We're going to become self-reliant, and it's an amazingly beautiful achievement that has stood the test of time and is still benefiting from it today. Okay, Mr. Taik, Mr. Clemente. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The non-Jewish world as a whole did have some sense of fusion, in the sense that there was this idea of the body Catholic, but everybody being Christian. But it broke down in terms of regions and languages and class in particular. Peasants did not feel especially close to nobles and so on. So, but Jews realized nobody else is going to take care of us. We have to do this for ourselves. largely an Ashkenazi creation. The Sephardim also ended up imitating this. They had the Ma'amad, which is a very similar kind of structure, and it stood the test of time. Yes. Oh, Mr. Bernard. The question is a good one too, and I think you could certainly explore it for a dissertation. A lot of the social movements of the early 20th century, especially in America, were pioneered by Jews. And they're at the forefront of movements like welfare, food banks, things like that. And it will be interesting to see if they got this from this sort of structures they developed. I think there's definitely a strong influence, but I'm not sure if it's linear, because there's socialism also has a big emphasis on big government taking care of things like this. But on a communal level, it's definitely very distinct. Last question, we've done the one. Yeah. Well, these are not people, these are like organizations. It's probably more like it is today. I mean, again, this is not meant to be the organizational chart, right? But the people are like way below here, and they're taking advantage of all of these services. If they're running short of money for Shabbos, they'll appeal to Tonke Shabbos. If they're poor and they need money to start their family, they'll go to Hala. And if they just want to get together, old people want to get together, and like they know together, they'll go to things like that. But there's always going to be a class conflict as well. There will be Jews who are very wealthy, who may not get along necessarily with Jews who are much lower level of status. But, as my father would say, I didn't tell you the Abraham history. Oh, I have to tell you that because the Abraham history, I'll repeat it again. Through with learning. Anyone knows the Abraham history? It's Reuben. What is the Abraham history? Very good, very good. I would say it's slightly differently, but you said it very well. If you don't know why something happens, the answer is probably money. Money is so important to how social processes evolve. It's not, you can't explain everything, but it explains a lot. Okay. Shall we go on? Now, women, I did mention how they were disadvantaged in the sense that they did not vote for the Tubei year. They could not be the Parnas, but be among the Tubei year, they couldn't be the rabbi and so on. But there were some interesting kind of avenues that were open to women to take charge of their destiny. Not only through leadership of the Tebras, and by the way, go to your local schools and just look at the organizational structure there. I bet you'll see that most of the Dalted and the Vidal's groups and all those things, the women are all over the place. They're really involved in actually doing this stuff at the government level. But you also had this long-standing idea of sanctioned disruption being open to women. Specifically, if a woman felt that her concerns were not attended to, that she was not being treated right by the Parnas or even the rabbi, like that, she could go into the men's section of school, often on Shabbos, just before Kriyas Torah, and stand on the bima and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received the promise that her demands would be heard. Yeah, but it happened. It was like a thing that was extreme. And you only get away with it a few times before people say, she's in the sugar mare and wheel. But nevertheless, it was a drastic way that it was an accepted way that, there's no other way to pronounce it. You have to go right to the center of the community, right on Shabbos, and refuse to let anything happen until you were heard. And we have interesting examples of this. Mr. Tillman. Well, when you use the term excommunicate, you have to be careful about that. Well, no, it can be. Right, let's review that. What power is we said they're very coercive. So what powers do they have? At the highest level, we talked about corporal punishment. Slightly below that, you would have refusal to be buried in the cemetery. Below that, you had of nidui, right? Ostracism, formal ostracism, where the Beit Din could say simply, this person has transgressed, he hasn't shown up for summons, he hasn't done whatever. Nobody is allowed to do business with him for 30 days. Nobody is allowed to stand within 6 feet of him. Nobody's allowed to talk to him. He can't get any aliyahs, can't, do nothing, whatever it is. They have a whole range of possible ostracisms that they can use. And that is perhaps the most commonly used form of social pressure that they use to their ends. So a woman who would do something like this, it was a big hit on their social standards if they didn't do it. But you know what? It might be worth it. Right? She might feel that she's being abused by the system, and this is the only way that she can progress. She'll take advantage of it. And their needs are typically hurt, maybe not addressed, but she's hurt. So it's not an equal system, but nevertheless it worked for 1,000 years, right? Okay. So let's go on to the Takanas of Rabbeinu Gershon, which is extremely important in this regard. We talked a lot about structure, and I've also sort of spread this out over several hundred years. But we have to look at one thing that is especially important. He is known as Rabbeinu Gershon, our Rabbi Gershon, Meor HaGolah, light of the exile. Extremely important person. Have you heard of him before? Yes. So the Arab Rabbeinu Gershon. So he was born in Metz, and he had yeshiva in Mainz, born around the year 960, died in 1828. He was Rashi's teacher's teacher. So intellectually, a grandfather of Rashi. Rashi refers to himself as Rabbeinu Gershon, there's a memory of the righteous and holy for a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. Right? That's what we get the term Meor HaGolah. And upon we all depend on all Ashkenazi Jews are the disciples of his disciple. That's a typo, but you get the idea. This is, by the way, a medieval woodcut. Rabbi Shalomo is supposed to be Rabbi Yitzchak Benchman, Rashi. I don't know if that's what he actually looked like. Rabbeinu Gershom passed a whole series of these takanos, these decrees that set up the Tehillah and all kinds of other things. We'll talk about the most famous ones in a minute. So important that lots of other takanos, long after he died, were published in his name. So we have lots of takanos that Rabbeinu Gershom never wrote, but they're called takanos of Rabbeinu Gershom because that's a way to enforce compliance. Right? People will say, "Oh, this is a takana of Rabbeinu Gershom. Must be really important." It could be that it was issued by some seniority 50 years after he died, but they lumped it in there in order to kind of like, if you see yogurt that has a hashgacha on it that says glatt kosher. There's no way that you could glatt kosher. There's only meat can be glatt kosher, but nevertheless, people have this phrase glatt kosher. It must be really kosher. And so Rabbeinu Gershom, his name is applied to lots of later times. We know a little bit of his personal. This is possibly his grave marker at the city of Mainz. It's a 1,000-year grave marker. There is some dispute over that. We know from the words of Yua, early Ashkenazic Rishon, that his son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later killed. There were pogroms in 1012, and he was somehow wrapped up in it. There was some question about the nature of that version, how Rabbeinu Gershom dealt with it, that is a subject of machlokas among historians. He was married twice, and we do have the Yudah for his second wife, whose name is Sona, dated 1213, which suggests that it could be his first wife was killed in those same persecutions. The most important, I think, I'm sure you associate with Rabbeinu Gershom, is Takanos, the conceptualized as very volunteer. Right? That's the one that I'm sure you're familiar with. I know you guys are aware of this, but I'm going to put this on the web later so for everybody to know. Historically, Jews practiced polygamy. Right? Abraham had Sarah and Hagar as a half-wife and concubine. Yaakov, of course, Jacob had 4 wives, 2 wives and concubines. So it's like certainly within the realm of possibility for Jewish men to have more than one wife historically, but around year 1000, in the era of early Ashkenaz, and Gershon comes up with a ban, a keren, right? One of these terms used kind of like excommunication, that you are not allowed to marry more than one wife. That's it. You're just going to have one wife for now. Now, why did he make this ban? Which is like about 3,000 odd years after we know that our patriarchs practiced polygamy. What were the reasons for the ban? Any ideas? Any guesses? Yes, please. Evening out the ratio of men to women. The ratio of men to women is basically stable except in times of war, when men tend to die at a higher rate. But that does not seem to be much of an emphasis in this context. It's a good hint. Well, Mr. Phil, let's show you the fighting with smoking race. Well, generally speaking, this would not be something that's new to Ashkenaz, right? Jews have been living in exile for 1,000 years at this point. And typically, who marries more than one wife? They're wealthy. They can afford more than one wife. And so that means you can have people in the poorer class who might not be able to do so, but if they have a daughter in a poor family, they can see it as an advantage to have her step up socially, marry a rich man, even as a second wife. So the system kind of works itself out. Funny. Yes, that's right. Yes. There you go. That's very interesting. Where are we living here? We're talking about this. Yeah. Exactly. Christian practice. Monogamy, right. So one reason for it may be because of a desire to be less out of step with the larger world, that, Christians are beginning to get powerful in this part of the world, and, Jews are out of step with their practice of polygamy. Think about, 19th century America, the Mormons would practice polygamy, and that was definitely looked down upon. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Mormons have somehow abandoned polygamy as well today, but so I simply don't know. He also, then here's one other really important thing. What about it relates to this here? The consent of a wife to divorce, that Gershon also, I think it was in Alpha he also said that it's not appropriate to divorce a woman against her will. He's definitely been speaking up until now a few times about men who abandon their wives. But what about women who don't want to be divorced and their husbands forcibly divorce them? What does it say in the Gemara about that? It's difficult for who to get by. Right, exactly. It definitely is not an advantageous thing for women because they tend not to be the prime breadwinners. And economically, they be cast adrift. If the husband were to decide, I don't like, the way you cook dinner and I'm going to divorce you, then it can be really tough. It can be abrupt and it can be harsh. So there seems to be, in the kind of Rabbi Gershon, a consistent follow-through of wanting to support women's status, position within Ashkenazi society. And so the ban on polygamy means no more half-status wives, no more second-class wives. And the consent of wives to divorce means that the women have to agree to be divorced. It means that they can insist more easily on their settlement or on the maintenance of their married status. Chris, right? So he seems to have a lot of concern for women's status, which is pretty significant for the found. Mr. Francis, last comment, you got to go first. Yeah, no, it's a separate thing. It's a separate. I don't know which one came first. I think they actually came at the same time. These were the package. I'm not positive. Another one that's interesting, he insisted on privacy of correspondence. This is like one of those examples where he's contributing to, or he's responding to a social change where people are writing letters, and there's no halacha before Rabbi Gershon that says you can't read other people's mail. Mail was not common in times of, we do have a mail system in Persia at the time of the Gemara, But I guess nobody felt at that time it was necessary to make a halacha you can't read anyone else's mail. How do we know, by the way, obviously, that we have lots of mail in the Persian era? Besides the fact that we know about it from other records. Right, the Megillah is all full of letters, right? And so sending those back and forth, you know. So he insisted at this point, for the sake of efficacy of business communications, that you're not allowed to use anyone else's mail. This, by the way, is a smaller, less known account, but became very, very important in the 20th century because of the invention of a new form of correspondence, telegram, post, email, right? Email is email correspondence. They're allowed to look at the metadata, like the envelopes, or can you actually look at people's email, right? Like one of the reasons, by the way, guys, I insist if you write to me, don't use your Gmail, don't use your private emails because that's not truly private for you. If you write in your sort of secure internal emails, then whatever I say to you, then it is like tracked forever and it's a legal document. So correct, but it's more private. And legally, it is, if I'm not mistaken, discoverable. I think, Dr. Emerson, for sure, I was graduating, and they go to court and they'll summon my emails. No, you do. You do, If you're emailing about, first of all, you're still emailing about, university business. So if you are using, if you're emailing anyone in the university, whether it's used for security for, if you're emailing me because, hey, I got engaged, come to my board, okay. Here's really important. This is probably one of the most significant, besides the ban of bullying. The ban on settlement. Anybody know what this thing is? Hugely important, massively significant. Mr. Anderson. No, that's going to be later. But the Hermanishuk was a social control on who was allowed to live in any given society. It was extremely important for economic reasons, where it controlled competition among Jews. So if you had a community, a yishuv, you had a settlement, right? And they had a shoemaker, and his living was entirely dependent on being able to make shoes for people in the region. And then some guy shows up from another, shtetl, and he wants to set up a complete shoemaker's store. The Herem Hayishuv, if it was imposed in a particular town, meant that the Kehillah had the right to regulate who could move into the Kehillah, who could set up a business, and who could compete with existing communities. It was extremely important because it meant that they engaged in a level of protectionism that might seem foreign to a kind of American mindset, but basically this is a way that they ensured that people could still have a livelihood. This was also often negotiated with the secular authorities, where the secular authorities would agree to uphold the Herem of Hayishuv of the Jewish community, where they could say, yes, you have the right to secure all the silversmiths. They're, regulated by your community, and the Jews could then say, all right, we have the Bronze family is in charge of silversmiths here. No other people are allowed to come to this town and set up shop as silversmiths. And it was hugely successful, somewhat rigid, and it maintained a coercive nature of society and the economy. But on the other hand, it meant that you could be fairly assured of your livelihood in this environment. Yeah, absolutely. It goes back to Mars and Baba Basa of how close may competing businesses be set up with each other. If you have a Chinese restaurant on this street, another Chinese restaurant opens up 3 doors down. Sorry, I wanted a salad. 3 doors down, another Chinese restaurant opens up. Like and say, what's going on? This guy's going to take away our business. Let him move to another neighborhood. Let him move to a different street. It's like 3 doors down from it. Well, it depends on where, if it's a kosher restaurant and they refer to the God, then yeah, theoretically, the God could say, if you don't think it's appropriate for you to set up shop so close to each other. Again, living in the modern era after Napoleon, we lose so much of our policing authority, we lose our coercive authority, so that means that it's kind of like anybody's game. Because what would happen is if the God says, no, we don't think you should set up your Chinese restaurant here, what's the guy going to do? He might go to get another restaurant. Say, what do I need this God for? I'll go to a different God. And that's how we have, kind of like loses its integrity because it figures out there's multiple authorities. There's downside to it. On the upside, you have coercion. And so on the upside, you have consistency and you holds together. But on the downside, typically means higher prices because you only have one shoemaker, one Chinese restaurant to shop at. And this is basically the compromise they made that was pretty effective and kept the kingdom going for about a year. Only exception to that rule, also Gemara, when is there no paramedication, no competition in Torah? That's right. If you have a day school set up right here, you can set up another day school, another yeshiva. It's right next to it. Because the Torah is open game. Everybody can teach Torah. Okay. Let's see now. We talked about why. Right? So let's do the last part here in the impact. This is Chagall's came to the wedding. That's not Chagall. Yeah, it's Chagall, right. So the ban is especially interesting to see over the next few years because the way he formulated the ban, polygamy, was only for 500 years, and then it was supposed to theoretically expire. So, bottom idea, why did he only make it 5 years? Maybe he didn't feel that he had the authority to extend the ban forever. Also, he specifically said it's in the lands of Ashkenaz. Like, it was not a pressing issue in Sephardic lands, especially in North African and Middle Eastern Sephardic regions, because they lived among Arabs who practiced polygamy. So it was not a crisis there. In fact, right up until the 20th century, we still had polygamy in Yemen and also among Yemenite Jews, even to Israel, with multiple wives. The Rashba in the 13th century recognized that the piece of letter gives us the source of the text party, David is actually 1240, and from that point on, that Yosef Karo said that, well, the ban expired, but Rabbi says, but we're going to keep it going. Let's roll it over. And it was supposed to expire around the 20th century. There were some exceptions, by the way. Like, for example, I'm not going to step into halakhic areas, ask your Monday Shir about this, but like I say, for what you have that other ban, then you can't divorce a woman against her will, right? So let's say a woman decides to join ISIS or Al Qaeda, and she moves to the middle of Syria. She doesn't want to hear from anyone. You call her up and say, "Sarah, please come home. Stop messing around with those ISIS guys." And she says, "I don't care, and I'm never going to accept a gift from you because of the kind of innovation I want to punish you." So in that kind of bizarre situation where you have a woman who's a Moreda, a rebellious woman, so to speak, there would be an exception to the ban where a man could marry a second wife, not undivorced woman, or divorce his wife if she's not Catholic, but he's allowed to marry a second wife. Now, similarly, if a woman is in custody, she would sanction it, don't feel like this provision is supposed to get involved with, but it's not an absolute ban because after all, it's imposed by a Rishon rather than something that comes out of the Torah itself. But there are always these crazy movements, like here in 1931, where people say, "Hey, wait, no, we don't have this ban anymore. Do we really have to renew it again? We have so many people waiting. This shit has crisis. Why don't we just let them marry rich men and so on?" But that never went anywhere. Okay, and one last point. I do want to say in this conference, we talked so much about this kind of innovation. One of the really important things is that it's mentioned that God forbid it, so get married and be happy and it's not safe. But if God forbid divorce is the option, give your wife the Okay. That's the end of this lecture. I do want to start the second lecture. Any questions, arguments, discussions? Mr. Adlerstein. Yeah, absolutely. I spoke at school recently, and I found in the Evo archives terrifying mimeograph document that was filled out in the displaced person camps where he was a husband bride, a potential husband bride. I'm going to Leia actually married from a sorrow, but I don't know what happened to her. And he would swear and he would sign this document that if from a sorrow shows up, she survives, and now he's married to two women, then he needs to do whatever the nation says the appropriate thing. Divorce the second wife, divorce the first wife, and terrifying. Good point. Okay, so let's go through economics now. So, a lot to say about this. Start with agriculture. Historically, Jews have only really been deep into farming twice in their history, in the ancient world and in the modern world, in the 20th century. Historically, farming was not the first choice for Jews for fairly obvious reasons. The first, now we do have there's kind of like from the 19th century, there was a bias in saying, oh, the reasons why Jews couldn't own land, couldn't farm, because they couldn't own land. And largely speaking, that's not true. For most of the medieval period, Jews could own land. It was legal to own land. There were exceptions, certain places, certain times, but largely Jews could own land. If they could own land, why did they not become landowners and Rabbi? Excellent, good point. When you're living far away, you can't live within walking distance of a shul or a mikvah or a close to a Chinese restaurant. So you definitely that's one good reason. Mr. Blaschko? Oh, moms, tell me about that. Right. So then what about the land? Okay, but how would that change? You're right, but I'm not sure you've explained the answer correctly. Why was land less desirable than, let's say, silver, gold, stuff like that? You can't say it with me. Mr. Rubin, do you have the word here? No, what I like to say is it's very hard to run area acre of land, right? Because you're exactly right. If people are to attack your community or whatever, and you need to flee, and essentially abandon your land. You can't take it with you, right? There used to be a joke. It's no longer true, but Jews used to not be good piano players. They used to play clarinet and banjo and things like that. Violin. The reason is it's very hard to run carrying a piano. How to flee. So real estate was not a safe investment for Jews. Not only pogroms, but legislative explosions. The local became more noble Jews were expelled 5 times from France in 1 century. Right? They kept on being expelled, invited back, expelled, invited back. But you can't keep your land if you're expelled. Mr. Ruben, Mr. Tillman, Mr. Ferrante. That is an excellent point. We'll see when we get to Eastern Europe, which will be in a couple of weeks, that Jews were frequently leaseholders, but it was primarily for the tax dividends of the land. The land was definitely not owned by them. It's really not farmed by them. Only in a few places, like Galicia, for example, you have Jewish farmers. But overwhelmingly, for most of the 100 years we're talking, Jews did not prefer to own land as choice. Mr. Finley. Okay, good point. Well, because you have to invest in real estate. If you afford, anything attached to the ground. Yeah. Well, we're going to discuss all the things. You definitely invest in skills, and invest in skills that were liquid, like medicine. Right? If you're a doctor, you can just put up your shingle anywhere and start doctoring. If you are a goldsmith, a silversmith, so you have to have a certain amount of gold or silver up to you to be able to have the skill. But if you take your money and you dump it into a piece of land, a building, anything like that, you're attached to that. You're stuck to it. Someone else confiscates it, it's gone. But if you are able to transform much of your skills into cash, like actual money, then you can not only carry it, put it in hiding places. Actually, I'll show you later some of the hoards that have been discovered of jewels and things like that that are frequently of Jewish origin. Quite fascinating. So you would bury it and then you come back and take it up. Sister Parentheses on the one. By what? Like Saunders? Yeah, it's not really a thing. Jews generally, when they were farmers, are more likely to dairy men, things like that. They're into the soldiers and stuff. It's really about price then. Perhaps the best example would be meat. Right? Jews need to be in the meat industry to have kosher meat. But Ashkenazim, as we discussed last week, right? The week before, Ashkenazim do not eat the git hamasher, the sciatic nerve, and that means that they basically, the back half of the cow, it's a filet mignon and very choice parts of the cow, they just sell to non-Jews. And non-Jews historically have been very happy to buy much cheaper, meat that's cheaply priced because the Jews have to get rid of it. They can't consume it themselves. The church, by the way, was very upset with that because it looks bad if Jews won't eat this, but Christians will happily eat it. But it's the same rule as ever. If you go to grocery stores today, people will buy where it's cheap. Sometimes that's good. Okay, let's see. Risks and benefit of agriculture we talked about. Agriculture also plays a really important part in the corporate structure of medieval society, which we have not gotten into, but we will talk about in much greater degree in a moment. This is what Jews did as the backbone of their economy. They're primarily involved in finance. Again, I'm restricting myself now to the period of early Ashkenaz. We will have a much broader field of economic endeavor once the conditions permit it. And Jews were definitely historically involved in a whole range of activities, even in this period as well. But the backbone of the economy, the strongest element in a given Kehillah, was Jews involved in finance, specifically money lending. This is a bigger topic, but we've got 7 minutes, so I'll try and give you a short version of it. It tends to have kind of like when I say finance, that sounds nice, right? When I say something like pawnbroking, that sounds kind of like seedy, sort of like on the outskirts of town, strip malls, things like that. But it's really both of those things. This was an excellent way for Jews to engage in commerce and to support themselves, specifically because, as we shall see, they enjoyed a monopoly on this for several hundred years. I'll get to that. Let's just look at the picture image. It's a 16th century image by Quentin Massey, the money changer and his wife. You can see they're living in a nice urban environment. They've got fine clothes, dyed red, which is expensive color, and so on. And he's counting out his coins here. The only problem is, for our purposes, it's not actually a Jewish picture. It's supposed to be a Jewish couple because you're reading clearly a Christian illuminated manuscript, very expensive, but it has like a Christ figure and Mary there, so definitely not a Jewish figure. By the way, you can also see the artist here portray a small conceit. He's put himself in the mirror at the bottom here. You can see his actual face in it. Not very good translation, but nevertheless. So it worked basically like this. When the king wanted to collect taxes, which is things that kings want to do, there's a few different ways that you can do so. You can either collect taxes in kind, which means farmers who are growing wheat can give a portion of their wheat to the king, which is great, right? Wheat is really useful. You can make it into bread and things like that. But it's difficult to transport. It has to be stored. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to transform that into other things the king might want, like, for example, fur coats. or, you know, Apple Watches or whatever it is. So it's, you know, taxes in kind are not the best thing for the king. Also, remember that this is a very, very primitive economy. There's actually very little cash money in circulation. In Europe, you're way behind the Dark Ages. They don't even have advanced minting available where people are making coins. Very common in the Roman era, but this is at the end of the Dark Ages. But just to get into a lot of this, most businesses conducted in barter. I will give you one dead rabbit for those 15 tomatoes in your basket. Right? The basket is extra, things like that. The other way is corvée, which is forced labor. Where the king can say, look, I don't want your wheat. I have so many acres of farmland. I would rather you just come and work my fields, let's say 1 day a week. And he can force the peasants to take whatever, you know, have it rotating. Mondays, all the people from this village have to come and work the more to the king's land and grow the wheat. And then the rest of the week they work on their own stuff. So it's taxes called corvée. Yes, this is a beautiful thing to talk about. Exactly. And the third kind of taxes, the best kind of taxes, is cash out money. Real money, holding money, or in this case, you know, gold and silver. But the thing is, that's in short supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing at a very, very primitive level in their country. So along comes the Jews. Jews are really good at this because they are literate, right? They can read, they can make records of who borrowed money, how much did they pay back, what rate of interest are they paying. They're also related to that, they're numerate. They know how to do math. They can say, yes, I will gladly lend you money to whatever, buy a new plow. It'll cost this much money, and you will pay it back at 30% interest. And over time, I will tell you exactly how much you have to pay me every week until you discharge the debt. This is something that is like magic for most people at this time. I have no idea how the math works, but Jews were able to do that. And yes, go ahead, Mr. Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's really valuable, and the Jews are able to afford it. Here's the key thing. The reason why Jews had a leg up in all of this, for two reasons. One is because the church did not want Christians to do it. We're going to spend a lot more time on Wednesday talking about that. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it because the king could say, oh, wow, Jews, you guys have all this gold and silver coming through your possession. I will tax you guys directly from cash and silver. And that way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my land. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return for you guys doing a great job, making money through money lending, which everybody needs in an agricultural society, everybody needs credit. Try to imagine the world today without credit cards, for example. It's ubiquitous. He says, I will protect you. You guys, you can buy special people, buy us, and I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about your business, makes lots of money, which I get from that tax. This was a special status called, in Latin, servi camerare regis, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. The Jews in their little Shtetl across Ashkenaz specifically reported directly to the king. And he did not want to mess with them because the king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could get taxed. Another way to, metaphor to use this, is kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry to soak as much money as he could out of them, and then he could wring it dry for his own benefit. So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship, at least vis-a-vis the king and the Jews, that actually protected them and encouraged them to be in this line of work. is also hugely important. Again, I'm going to emphasize, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, because nobody else is allowed to do it. Christians were forbidden to lend money on interest, and so that meant that if you wanted to borrow money for any reason, the only person who could go to is either a friend who will agree to give it to you at no interest, or more likely go to the tutor. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. We'll meet again on Wednesday, God willing. Have a look on Canvas because you have a new artificial intelligence challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take some time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning with me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it and fell asleep, something like that. But I'm glad to be able to show this to you because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College for Men at Ontario University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on the camera. It's what I get to see, having these bright young men in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics that they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud of our very vibrant postgraduate, where students begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, and after breakfast they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonason Sachs, and the leadership of our Manahal, Rabbi Yosef Sunshine. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. These are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. We have so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food, actually, a lot of food. So they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood, and then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud, and I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well. Let us just recap one really important point that kind of rushed through at the end of last week, but it's so crucial. Why are we talking about Khazaria when we are talking about the origins of Ashkenazi food? Why is Khazaria even relevant? Mr. Blashka. An essential why? Why is it essential? Khazaria is like way out in Central Asia, and we're talking about the Rhineland. What's going on, Mr. Anderson?
It's basically that people say that Ashkenazi food doesn't really exist. It's all just Khazarian,
Right, imposters, fake Jews and fake news. Very good. Mr. Rubin, did you want to add anything to that? Yeah, that's a big deal, because if you want to say that Ashkenazi Jews in particular are not ethnically related to the Jews of the Bible, then you automatically sever the historical connection between the Old Testament Jews that evangelical Christians love so much, and contemporary real-life Jews. And on the one hand, and that means to say that, we can treat Ashkenazi Jews at least badly today because they're not really the children of Abraham, stuff, right? And on the other hand, much more relevant politically is since Ashkenazi Jews played such a major role in the initial years of the modern Zionist movement, late 19th, early 20th centuries. It's true there's going to be a massive influx of Sephardi and Middle Eastern Jews afterwards, but in those years of the project of Ashkenazi Jews, you could say, if they're actually Khazarians and not descendants of the biblical inheritors of land, you could say they have no right to make any kind of a claim on the land of Israel. That is the logic behind pushing the Khazarian hypothesis as the origins of Ashkenazi Jews. Now, once again, Mr. Grant, a way of lying, allowing them. Yeah, it's an excuse for anti-Semitism. It has actual, political implications for modern day Israel. It's huge. Elise Stefanik, the representative of the UN, just recently said that Israel has a biblical right to Judea and Samaria. That should be a non-controversial statement, because if the Jews of Israel are descended from the Jews who live in Judea and Samaria based on the Bible, then whether or not you think that right is sufficient to lay claim to it doesn't really matter. You definitely have a biblical claim. If, on the other hand, you say that all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from Polynesians, then maybe you would say, what are you talking about? They don't have a biblical right to the land of Israel, right? So that's the reason why we had to spend some time on it. Now, one thing we did not spend a lot of time on is, I just told you that there is no basis to the Khazarian hypothesis, but I didn't tell you, why, right? So let's just explore that briefly. How do we know that we're not descended from Khazarians? Asked the Ashkenazi Jew. Mr. Rubin. Correct. And in other words, Ashkenazi DNA has broad similarities with Sephardic DNA, Middle Eastern Jewish DNA. The genetic basis is really clear that we're mishpacha, we're a family. We're not family in any significant way with Central Asians. How much is there any Khazarian DNA in Jews? Yes, actually, less than 3% by the most generous study, but that's because, you've got lots of Mongol hordes traipsing into Eastern Europe and occasionally, having relations, typically coerced, one might imagine, but who knows, with Jewish women. And so it's not unreasonable to imagine there's some amount of Central Asian DNA that makes its way into the Ashkenazi framework. But it's such a small number that it really is an exception that proves the rule if you want. Mr. Tillman. Well, there's not much basis for it at all. It's an assumption that really was pioneered by two things. Arthur Kessler is perhaps the most important thinker who came up with it. He wrote a book called The 13th Tribe, in which he wanted to say that Ashkenazi Jews are actually coming from the Khazarians. But it has no scientific basis. It's been thoroughly debunked underway. Even scholars who really tried hard to find it have been hard-pressed. Perhaps the most successful area where we can see Khazarian influence on Ashkenaz in particular is, ironically, in the Yiddish language. So Yiddish has a tiny amount of what appear to be Turkic words in it. The Khazars are a Turkic people speaking a Turkic language. There's a whole bunch of families like Tajik and so on in that family. So what are those words? Uzbek, I should say. What are the words? There's not a large number of words. If you know German, Yiddish is basically decipherable. It's so close to German. But what are those few words? Some of them are highly sensitive words. Like, for example, Max Weinreich, who's one of the greatest scholars of English language, says that the word daven is Khazari. Right? Daven is not a Hebrew word. Where do we get that word from? It's not a Yiddish word, because we use it in Yiddish. But where does the word daven come from? It's not a Slavic word, it's not a French word. Where do we get this word daven? So Max Weinreich argues that this is a tiny, tiny remnant of Khazarian influence on Jews, and it is an important word. Daven is a significant word in our culture, but it's not enough to say that we are Khazarians. There is one scholar named Wexner who wants to argue that it is basically derived from Ashkenazi, but he's kind of like way on the fringes of the extreme, bizarre, realm of, I don't want to say it on recording. Anyways, so that's basically the story why we don't hold that. Oh, and by the way, I'll give you the smallest reasons why maybe we do have some Khazari influence. The opposite side is overwhelming. We have DNA evidence. We have a massive amount of linguistic evidence, right? The Yiddish spoken by 97% of Eastern European Jews is overwhelmingly German. We have tons of historical records documenting the passage of Jews from Germany to Eastern Europe. Everything is laid out there for us. It's so obvious that Ashkenazi Jews come from Germany, not from the East. They come from the West. Mr. Krantz. Yeke refers to German Jews specifically, and it refers to those Jews who were really in Germany, let's say, 19th century. Ashkenazi is a larger category than Yeke. They didn't come from Germany. They probably have the same origins. They got to Germany because they did not leave with the masses of Jews who kept going east. We'll talk about this later in this class. We're going to have a huge surge of Jewish migration from the Rhineland to Poland, Lithuania, 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. That establishes a great center there. For various reasons, the population explodes in Eastern Europe. But there are plenty of Jews stay behind in German provinces, and they become the Yahuds. Okay, let's go Halabai Baita now, unless we're going to leave Khazari behind, okay? Okay, so let's look at a big question, something called historiography. Anyone want to try and define this term, historiography? Mr. Blasher. Not bad, not bad. Let's break it down. History. What is graphing? Like photography? Graph? Writing. Thank you so much. The writing of history. History is kind of a weird thing. It has elements of science, like something happened, one of the great German philosophers of history is Daniel von Ranke. He said that history is defined as was es eigentlich gewesen war. What actually happened? Just tell me what happened. That's the history, right? But it's not quite so simple, because the way that history is told, the narrative that is crafted to describe those points in time and events, definitely, promotes a particular understanding of the past. And this should be incredibly obvious. Your generation, you suffer from it more than most generations because of the influence of a movement called postmodernism that essentially says things like, well, this is my truth. What is your truth? And we can both be hit by the same car, but I have my experience and you have your experience. My lived experience, your lived experience is totally different, right? That's kind of like a 21st century way of thinking about these things. Historiography is like that too. How do you construct a story out of the events that we determine from the documents we work with primarily for history? So I'm going to say it's just two major historians of Eastern European, of Ashkenazic history that are hugely important for us. The figure on the left is Heinrich Krebs, who was a major 19th century, his years are 1817 to 1891, major German Jewish historian. He was actually, as a young man, a student of Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. He studied literally in his home next to Rav Hirsch, and he came up with, he was the first great encyclopedic historian, meaning he wrote all of Jewish history, and I think it was 12 volumes in the original German, and it was like a blockbuster. And it was huge. People were so excited to see this massive history of the Jews in the modern era. By the way, he's like a role model for me in many ways. I myself am now writing a small encyclopedic history. It's only 3 volumes, might expand it a little bit, but I nevertheless think a lot about the challenges of things. And one of the arguments about Gratz's approach to Judaism, which you may find very appealing, it's kind of like the same approach taken by, for example, Rabbi Beryl Wine, who's written in the modern era, also an encyclopedic, multiple volume history. It's a heroic, muscular history of the Jews that emphasizes what has been criticized as being private Geschichte, being sad stories. It's how the Jews were always persecuted, but we're so good and we're like, never to blame for any bad things and make all these beautiful contributions to society, and people don't understand this, they persecute us, and so on. And it has kind of like a feel to it that you just read it and you walk away saying, what do they say? Очень счастлив, я потому что я еврей, that song? No? I am so delighted that I am a Jew. It's a Breslov song in Russian. Очень счастлив, я потому что я еврей. I am so happy to be a Jew. Right? You read these books and say, my gosh, everybody should be Jewish. Look at these people. They're amazing. They're so good. They're so blameless. They do amazing things, and yet the world hates them and despises them and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the tone that he created in his books. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but that's nevertheless why he was so popular with Jews and so hated by Germans. Because the Germans, especially the great historian Heinrich ROTHSCHILD, put his name down here, great senior historian of the era, he said, what is this crap? I can't believe you're actually telling me this. Didn't you study the history documents? I did too. And I'm saying that we have Jews who are involved in speculation, Jews who are involved in crime, and not every time a Jew moves into a country where they treated badly and so on. And he points out lots of historical flaws in Gratz's very heroic work, and he says that you're not being fair to the German people, and you're like pumping up your own story, and it's not accurate, and not even not accurate, it is misleading. And so he came up with really the father of anti-Semitic slogans at the time. If you've ever seen like the big Nuremberg rallies that Hitler used to run, they would have this slogan like pasted in like 3-foot high letters. The Jews are our misfortune. Meaning these Jews, they don't take any self-criticism. They are hopelessly self-absorbed, narcissistic, and they present their history as if there are no dark spots in it whatsoever. You follow the debate between these two historians? Well, he was a raging anti-Semite, but he was also a brilliant historian. It's not like he was faking it. I think he did it. I think that Gretz viewed his writing of a history book not as a purely academic affair, but as a culture-building exercise. He was like saying, I'm writing this book so people will read it and feel proud to be Jew, which is, a perfectly admirable goal, but then is it good history? A lot of people, I actually think a lot of it is excellent history. He was really strong in certain areas and so on, but this is one of the challenges of studying Jewish history, especially if you go to like adult ed classes in synagogues and things like that. They will essentially give you a correct version of history that makes us sound like superhuman, beyond belief kind of individuals. And there are areas where I think it's fair to say that. But we also have, if you open up a newspaper, we also have our share of criminals. We also have a share of darker spots of things we're not proud of. We don't necessarily want to see them, publicized, but there we are. Salo Whitmer Bayer Farron, on the other hand, also an encyclopedic historian, wrote actually more than one encyclopedic history of the Jews, generally speaking on particular areas, like, for example, the Jewish community or Russia and Poland. But he wrote a 18-volume social and religious history of the Jews that only stops in the year 1650. He died before he could write any more of it. It's a massive, incredibly complex, very sophisticated book. many languages, incredible amount of archival research. And he said that essentially, when you look at Gress's model of the history, it is, he also used the German term, Leidens und Gelehrtengeschichte, which means sadness and learning history. That the Jews have periods of sadness, they're attacked with pogroms and anti-Semitism, and those things actually happen. That when we get to that section in this class, oh my gosh, gentlemen, you don't know how bad it was. It's really worse than you can probably imagine. And at the same time, they were learning, they were producing. You know, the Rashi was writing, and Bali Puf was writing, and we have the Shulchan Aruch, and we have all these amazing cultural artifacts despite the lies of Rashi. He said all of that stuff, it may be true, but it is what he called lachrymose, meaning full of tears. That's how he categorized Gretz's research, saying that, you know, it's more of a cultural activity than an academic one. And so his book is 18 volumes, which is in my office. If you want to see it, it's massive, almost unreadable. I don't actually know anyone in my 30 years of teaching history at the College of Roma. I have never met anyone who's actually read all of Barrett's 18 volumes because they're really thick and dense and difficult. But nevertheless, he provides a totally different version of history, which is more academically correct, but it doesn't have the same feel to it. But we're going to try and chart a course in this class that I hope to have you walk away with kind of Bretzian feel. I do believe that we are an amazing people. I'm putting it in the first person plural. We are an amazing people, phenomenal people. But on the other hand, I'm trying to give you a little more of the academic spin to it, so you'll see that there are some dark moments, and there's some areas where we can engage in reasonable self-criticism too. Arguments, discussions, debates, objections. Leiden und Gelehrtengeschichte is Geschichte, history. Leiden is sadness, and Gelehrten is like there's a Gelehrten here, right? So he's learned it back. So Gelehrten is like learning history. Sadness and learning. Or as one historian put it, Jewish history is basically books of pogroms of books. And it's not true. We have lots of other things going on there too, but there unfortunately are lots of pogroms and lots of books. Okay, so let's go to Ashkenaz to begin with. We talked last Monday, about the genetic origins of the Jews in Ashkenaz. Let's look at the literary record at this point. You've already had a chance to look at Bishop Rudiger's charter. This is a really unusual phenomenon that we can associate with medieval Europe. Beginning in Ashkenaz, later we'll see them appearing in Sepharad as well. Not so much in the Middle East, but very, very important in Ashkenaz. This is really where we begin to see it for the first time. We also see it in India too, actually. What is a charter? Someone help me. What do we mean by a charter, Mr. Adlerstein? Legally binding document. Excellent. Who are the parties? In our context? Excellent. Exactly, that's right. Government at this point is a fairly mushy term. We're talking about, again, major cities in the year 900 might have 10,000 people in them. These are not really complex organizations. But the local lord, the potentate, the prince, maybe the king, would be involved in creating an agreement with this significant Jewish minority. And this agreement was typically put down in words, which you should recall had this kind of magical calming effect on anybody who saw them. Because very, very few people were literate. The Jews are highly unusual in that throughout our history we have been incredibly more literate than our surrounding societies, with some exceptions. It's definitely true in Ashkenaz. Remember, Ashkenaz, they're barely even out of the pagan period. They're barely even at that area by the time you get to the year 900, where they have a literate class, a small class of people in the church, many of whom themselves are illiterate, nobility is almost always illiterate. Charlemagne himself very likely could not read, although his son and grandson might have had some ability there. I'll show you some examples of something in that way in a moment. But if you could produce a charter in writing, even if people couldn't read it for themselves, it was kind of like a magical talisman, an amulet. That you could say, hey, we're allowed to be here, we're allowed to do these things, we're allowed to have a monopoly because this is a charter that was written a long time ago that promised us these things. It was law, but law was something like overwhelming to peasants and even petty nobility at the time. People didn't, discard these documents and consider it very hard. There's also a significant number of forged charters that were probably concocted by Jewish communities in order to retroactively defend their positions or their rights and privileges in particular places. So we don't necessarily have to be 100% historically accurate to work. It's not like we have ways of verifying these documents, but just pulling these documents up simply make a difference. This, by the way, is an interesting English charter. You can see it's written here in Latin, and it has a little Hebrew codicil at the bottom and seal that has some notes for Hebrew readers as to what the content is. Yes, Mr. Truman. Well, because let's say someone was trying to encroach on their rights. Let's say, for example, the Jews had a right to be the sole providers of alcohol, which is something that we will see very much the case in Eastern Europe. You've heard maybe the term kretschma, like a little inn. Jews frequently had a monopoly on distillation and distribution of alcohol. It goes all the way up to the 20th century as well. And let's say some other peasant said, how come, the Jew is the only guy who can make vodka? I'm going to make some mahon here in my own bathtub, and I'm going to sell it myself. And Jews find out that he's undercutting their business, and they go to the local poets and they say, hey, we have the right to be the only producers of alcohol in the neighborhood. And the poet says, I remember saying that. I said, no, it wasn't you. It was your Zaidi who said it to us. And they pull out the charter. If the poets can't read it, it's like they've got the documents. It's like magic. And that can be a temptation for forging documents. So, yes, Mr. Anderson. Right of property ownership. This was a huge thing. So we didn't actually look at this charter, but it's one of the earliest. Louis the Pious is the grandson of Charlemagne. Remember, Charlemagne was hugely important European king. Louis the Pious is his son. He, in 1839, explicitly writes a charter saying that Jews are allowed to own property. What kind of property? Land. Exactly. Have you ever heard this idea that Jews are not allowed to own land, and that's where they want to finance? Yeah. So it's a widespread myth. Jews were allowed to own land for most of our history in Europe. It was just not necessarily such a good investment for Jews to be in real estate. Why might real estate not be a good investment for Jews in the middle here? Mr. Grant? No, people always like land. Mr. Remind me your name? Mr. Schwartzman. You might get kicked off your land. Right. One of the most important rights that Jews sought was the right of residency. Can I live here? It is exactly that reason that I'm going for my immigration interview on Wednesday. Because I don't want ever the government to say, I'm sorry, you can't live in this country. And that's why I don't go to pro-Hamas protests or anything like that either. There are other reasons for that. But, the right of residency is something that the Jews desperately needed, and the fact that it was denied to them for much of medieval history is a large part of the story of the time. Very good. Mr. Lloyd. Literature, well, it depends on when and where. We often don't have a good way of actually measuring it, but if, for example, you look at 1897, the Russian Empire did a major census, and that's quite late. That's already the modern era. Jews had roughly 60% literacy that was reported. It's probably an undercount because they probably didn't consider, oh, well, of course I can write in Yiddish. I thought you only meant Russian, for example, but 60%, and peasants had more like 15%. So there's a big gap. Mr. Franz, I like your points, but you got to raise your hand so it's in order. Go ahead, Mr. Franz. Yes, it's precisely. It's built into our culture in a very big way. And we also have a much higher rates of female literacy as well. If you go back to, there's even, well, I don't know the ancient period, but chances are those numbers are really much, much larger for the medieval period, where, I'll show you some examples on the screen in just a minute. They'll tell me what you think. Okay, Louis Tobias, right of ownership. That's a charter that was issued and preserved because he was actually the king, especially important. Are you ready to go? Who looked at in the assignment? Notice how he started out. He says that I want to attract Jews to Shpaya. I want actually Jews to come here, and so therefore I'm going to lay out all these privileges that they get. They're allowed to have the right to, sell to non-Jews. That was a controversy with the church because the church didn't like the idea that Jews would shecht an animal, and as I'm sure you're aware, the Gid HaNasheh is difficult to remove. Ashkenazim typically don't even bother trying; they just sell the back half of the cow to non-Jews because it's trade for them. And it's cheaper to simply sell it at a good rate than to try and detour and remove the Gid HaNasheh. Sephardim, on the other hand, with their taste for filet mignon, they say we have to actually do the removal of the Gid HaNasheh, and they don't necessarily sell the back half. But the church didn't like it because how does it look if the Jews are saying we're not going to eat this meat, but we'll sell it to non-Jews, right? So that was something that sometimes Jews were criticized for, and they were not allowed to sell. We still have these problems today, by the way. There are countries in Europe that have banned shechita. Like you can't buy kosher meat in a lot of the countries of Europe unless it's imported from a country where shechita is permitted. Lots of other things that you read about in that charter that are really important, but I want to highlight one of them, or just a few of them. Privilege of having a wall around their ghetto. Maybe I shouldn't use that word ghetto. Why would the Jews ask the bishop for the right to build a wall around it? To keep them separate? And what kind of separate? What are you worried about, Mr. Blanchko? Pogroms, that's right. It's defensive, purely defensive, right? And if you have a hard time imagining that, I would direct you to Boca Raton, where you see all these gated communities that are, heavily populated by Jews. And the same idea. The wall later became confining, especially in places like Venice and Frankfurt on Main, where it became a ghetto, like a prison. But certainly in the medieval period of the Ashkenaz, early Ashkenaz, they wanted the wall because it's a way of making sure they could be safe. But don't forget, they're a highly distinct minority. They're the only non-Christians living in the region. They tend to be much wealthier for reasons that we'll explore when we talk about the economics of it. And so they're a target for predation. It's so much better if they can have a wall. They also ask for a graveyard for obvious reasons, but this often marks the presence of an early Jewish community that they can get a place to bury their dead separate from others. Their archisynagogus, which is, it's interesting to see it in this particular context. That's an ancient Greek term that we actually have on very, very old church documents and even Christian Jewish documents that refers to the head of the synagogue, the president of the synagogue. Arkos means leader, and that archisynagogue serve as a judge. So in other words, Jews were given the right of self-government. I'll show you some examples of that in just a minute. Hiring Christian employees. Why would that be a problem, hiring Christian employees? Mr. Tuman. It's beneath the Christian employees, very good, especially owning slaves. You have the church very upset with the idea that Jews can own slaves, and especially if those slaves were Christian. That was hugely insulting. Got very upset about it. What else might happen if Jews have Christian or even pagan employees? They might even become Jewish. Judaism was a highly competitive ideology at the turn of the millennium. And Christians are frankly, especially churchmen, are frankly, unhappy with the contact that Jews had with uneducated peasants. Mr. Krantz. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am saying you sound like kind of yes, right? Because, well, I think just imagine yourself in those days, right? Jews today, first of all, we want Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where the things you want first. First, we want safety and security. Then we want unity. Then we want, financial success. We want all these things. And so you'll have a whole range of Jews who will be behaving at various points along Maslow's hierarchy. So there are definitely lots of Jews who want, first of all, we want not to be attacked. But there are lots of Jews who want to get rich too. And it's not bad. A lot of Christians want to get rich as well. And so you already mentioned. Okay. So these charters are hugely important. We have quite a few of them, large and small. Now let's go to Mr. Loiki's discussion of literacy, which is so fascinating. This is another great Jewish historian. His name is Guido. I always find it strange that a Jewish historian has the name Guido, but that's what he should. He's an incredible historian. He was a brilliant lawyer who spent a lot of his time studying law and the Jews. And although he made his fame originally as a historian of medieval German law, he also applied a lot of what he had studied and learned to understanding Jewish history. There's an interesting kind of larger personal story about him in that he compiled this massive 4-volume, big medieval volumes of German law, and the Nazis confiscated all of it. And he would eventually survive to move to Chicago, where he was a professor. But the building that the Nazis took all of his records to was bombed by the Allies, and all the records were lost. And Kish actually reconstructed it from memory. He was able to tremendous, prodigious intellectual skill to essentially go back and rewrite this huge 4-volume work on medieval German law. Now, in particular, why this is relevant is he studied a document called the Sachsenspiegel, which is really fun to pronounce. Sachsenspiegel. That makes me happy. Sachsenspiegel. Sachsen is a place in Germany. It's like a province. And Spiegel is mirror. And it is a 12th century book of law. It's as if you called it like the Queen's Mirror. Why would you call a book of law the Queen's Mirror? Not bad, not bad. Mr. Krantz? Excellent, Mr. Krantz. Mr. Blushby, you want to answer that? Yeah, exactly. Reflecting more the reality than the ideal. So the notion of this is that, again, remember, we have a very different idea of law, primarily because we inherited the revealed tradition, right? Our understanding of law, we use the word halacha, is Moshe Rabbeinu goes up to Har Sinai, and Kadosh Baruch Hu gives him a set of instructions, that becomes the Torah, and of course we have an interpretive tradition, the rabbis who make into it the Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Berurah, and so on. But it's got a source with a capital S. But in medieval Ashkenaz, they're not working with a source. Religion generally, especially Christianity, does not have the same amount of invasion into daily life. It's so much more based on creed, on what one thinks, what one believes, and does not seem to be really particularly concerned with, the order in which you tie your shoes, or what happens if you put a milk spoon in a meat pot. That's just not Christianity. Islam is much more like that, but Christianity is not. So how do you deal with when someone's ox gores somebody else's cow, and you find the carcass, dead on the road? You need to still deal with that. So without the huge tradition that the Jews have for these decisions, they essentially said, well, right? Go out and see what the people do. And that's the sense of the word spiegel, mirror, is that this is essentially a recording of what has evolved as common law. What is the procedure when these kind of crimes happen? So this is an amazing 12th century document that was written to basically record how things are dealt with, how disputes are handled in the 12th century in this region called Sachsen. And it was so popular that it was repeated over and over again all over Germany and became essentially the core of German common law. Okay, now, why is it relevant to us? Because this is going to Mr. Reute's observation. Most of the people who wanted to read German common law could not read the books, meaning the judges, certainly the government officials, the kings. Nobody could read the words. And so they had to provide a graphic novel version of a law code. Can you imagine that? Like those of you who are studying a comic book version. If you're studying like pre-med, you say, oh, this biology text, there's so many big words. Just give me like a picture version of it, and that would be your Sachsen Spiegel. So he was great, Guido Kisch, at pulling out the cartoons. And here's, for example, an illustration, 900 years old, from the Sachsen Spiegel. And let us interpret it, okay? Who are these people? Who's the king? Yeah, I think it's actually a king, but you're right, royalty. Right? Royalty. Royal person. Crown, right? Long hair, but yeah, could be. Those are not bearded, right? But Christians are not bearded generally. These gestures are important. What does this gesture mean? That would be you. Yeah, I'm teaching you what you need to know. The first thing you got to do is this, right? Instruction. You often find in debates, you'll see them depicted with their fingers like this. Who are these people here? Yeah, look, first of all, they're happy, right? It's kind of nice. They're smiling. Let's bring it down. Who's this guy here? What's he wearing? Jester. Jester, nice call, but no. Not a bishop either. Bishops have the mitras. He's a member of the church. He's a member of one of the mendicant orders, like the Dominicans or the Franciscans or whatever. He's wearing like this monk's robe, right? So an official of the church. Who's this guy here? Exactly, another mendicant order, right? With the Oscar haircut, I think, right? Another friar, exactly, like Friar Tuck. Those guys that have to watch those things. They only have teacups. This one here. This is, I think, is a long finger thing. Like you're the guy. I have. You guys ever hear of? You guys ever hear of a rapper named Missing Black? Yeah. So I'm sort of like social media friends with him, and we have done a couple of things together. We had a podcast like we were. I happened to see him at the OHEL once, so there was the other day. At the same time he was at the OHEL, and he stood beside me. We said, hey, let's take a picture, right? So my son takes a picture of me and Missing Black, and Missing Black, he just puts his finger out like this, pointing at me. Felt so good. Blow that up. Anyways, so here's two mendicant friars. Good. Who are these people? Women. Good. Why are they women? I think they mean gender. Well, women. Yeah, all women. Put to a plural, mean all women. Right, yeah, but you've got three men. You got a king, you've got one type of mendicant friar, you've got another type of mendicant friar, you have two women, which represent kind of class, gender of women. And who's this guy? Jew, right, okay, not Gandalf. Yes. Boy. Yeah, so how do you know he's a Jew? Beard is a good guess, but you can have other people's beards too. The hat, right? This is a special hat called the Judenput, Jew had, which was according to the Fourth Lateran Council, a church council that convened in 1215, all Jews were required to wear a distinctive article of clothing. This document actually predates the Fourth Lateran Council, but it is from there that we get the institution of the Jewish badge. So sometimes it would be a round circle representing a coin, or it would be this kind of funny hat, but not a star, that comes later. But it's meant to label, for our purposes, this is a Jew. We'll see it over and over again in the images we look at. There is some debate as to whether or not, I see your hands up, I think it's like, there is some debate as to whether or not Jews actually comply, or it may be a convention of the art world at the time that when you wanted to depict the Jew, you always put something like that on him. But for our purposes, this is a law document, right? It's a legal document. It's trying to teach us something about society, and a Jew is clearly a character here. Okay, wait. He's Mr. Kurtz and Mr. Kranz. Mr. Kurtz, Mr. Kranz, and Mr. Vasilevsky. Good. Excellent. Very perceptive, very perceptive. This document is essentially saying that the king is responsible for protecting mendicant friars and women and Jews. In that order, right? But the king is like, these guys are like supposed to be devoted to religion, right? They're not like knights or something like that, or fighting, or they're like members of society, but they're like charitable, sort of. So these are all people that the king protects. His face is not especially happy, it's a little more stern. His fingers, maybe that's why he's so stern. He's saying, my finger is like I put it in a vice. But everybody else is happy here to be under his protection. And as Mr. Gertz points out, there's clearly a hierarchy. The Jew is even a little bit smaller than the women too, which I think is interesting. But this is a document that essentially is explaining. Next to it in the original, there'd be like a long text in German and Gothic letters. But for those Germans who could not read their language, a handy photograph, a handy illustration of what you got to know. And if you ever forget, you can just flip ahead. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to be responsible for the Jews. Mr. Kranz. So I don't think I've read a lot about the history of Jewish costume. There's a book by Rubens where he goes into this in some detail. I haven't read it. I looked at the pictures. But I'm pretty sure that the Strymel originally came out of fashion of the 17th century, meaning it was a classy hat, kind of like the Borsalino today, right? Like, why do Orthodox Jews wear gangster hats, right? Is it because it was forced upon us? No, it just was a cool hat, and we just kept wearing it. If you look at photographs of Shivas in Europe in the 1920s, hardly ever are the Talmidim wearing black hats. The Rabbi get the black hats, but we have like grade inflation, hat inflation. Students get to wear it. In fact, you very rarely see guys with beards too. That was like, it was considered presumptuous for a student to have a beard. Rabbi, Mr. Eggleston. She said it was a talk about like rabbi still yeah, with a beard. It's so interesting. I have two responses. The first is, it reminds me of the fact that one of the reasons that the Ramchal got into so much trouble with the Venice base did, it was the first of many legal situations that he got involved with. One of the things was that they were criticizing him for being 23 years old and still not wearing a beard. Right? And another thing is, my grandfather allowed Don Jews to say, Besser Rabbi Onabort, the abort on Rabbi, which I'll translate for those of you who are usually impaired. Better to have a rabbi without a beard than a beard without a rabbi. What is that? Okay, so here, that's what the Sakshan is saying, and it's important to understand in terms of our context. The Jews, we don't have any idea of like citizenship, right? Nobody is a citizen. Everybody is a subject. And so the Jews are actually considered subjects of the king in the 12th century. That will be degraded in many ways, but they're legitimate subjects. They're below women in their status, but they are there and they should be protected. Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, well, in this particular picture, if a judge is saying, okay, the king in this case, the king says, okay, do I really have to like help these Jews out? I mean, they're enemies of Christ and everything. Why do I have to? Well, look at the Sakshan Spiegel. It says the king is responsible for the mendicant friars, the women, and the Jews too, and you have to protect them. The Sakshan Spiegel is actually very pro-Jewish. This is a slice in time where you will see that Jews have a significant amount of rights and privileges, and that will erode over time significantly. Oh, sorry, Mr. Vasilevsky, you got your hand up earlier. What do you think? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Derogatory. You know, we'll see the worst things. Actually, you saw it in the beginning here. This is an English tax roll. This image here. So an English tax roll from about the same period. Okay, this guy you sort of recognize, right? This would be the double, right? Here's another Jew wearing the uniform, right? What do you notice? This is, I think, a Jewish woman. This is supposed to be Aramaic Lincoln. What do you notice about these Jews? Big pointy noses, right? I mean, why do they have to point them that way? You know, because they want to make them look like demons and stuff. There's demons blowing shofar and stuff like that. Nasty pictures of Jews are almost as old as pictures of Jews. You know, Mr. Ellerstein? I'm not sure if that's the king. I think that might be the devil, and this is like one of his demons. I think. I mean, this is, if you want to look at it, it's a tax register roll from 12th century England. Okay, let's look at another one of these images. You guys are going to be legal experts by the end of the day. Okay, now what's going on here? Mr. Gertz. Well, he's that. No. Yeah, these are pikes, and yeah, they're weapons. Right? Okay, so what's going on here? You got this. Good, army draft. And who's this guy? Yeah, probably. Doesn't look like king. This isn't a crown, but probably like a general type guy. And he's standing there on the wall. It's how we're going to organize our defense against the lawful hordes of whoever is coming into town. And who has to listen to him? So you got hoi polloi, right? The dark, unwashed masses. Everybody has to put down their plows. They've got to come defend the city. We'll give you a pike. You're going to be able to poke some of our, nomadic people who are coming to attack our town. But everybody's got to chip in, even the Jew. And the note on the Jews' participation, he doesn't have a pike. Right? Jews, you got to help, but you don't get a pike. So this is essentially saying that Jews will be responsible for the defense of the city, but not necessarily armed. Go ahead, Mr. Because these guys all have pikes coming out here, right? This guy, where's his pike? Oh, wait a minute, we should count it. Maybe you're right. Hey, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think you go. I think that's a peasant. But once you want to say that the Jew has the pike, but this guy doesn't, and everyone's hands are empty. It looks like the pikes go in the back or something. It's a good question. We'll have to go back and look at Guido Kish's comments on this picture. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. What for sure is involved is Jew is included. I don't know. I don't know. But the message we got to get is that Jews have some civic responsibility. Maybe it's not the same as the peasants, but they're required. We saw that also with really those as well. And here's another one that also I find quite interesting. It just amazes me how maybe this P and that W might be some kind of like legend that goes with the text. I love how primitive this art is. You know, like this is like a book that the king would read. It's like amazing. It's so cool. What's going on here? Okay, who's he? Mr. Blashkow? Right, very good. Obviously, cool haircut, right? And riding on a horse. And there's a Jew behind him, bearded, wearing the yud kut. What is this picture even telling us? Maybe. Yeah, it could be. We have to see what the context is in the other picture. It's been a while since I looked at this. But even if we observe it in isolation, what do we got, Mr. Abraham? Now it's interesting. Yeah, possible. This looks like he's inviting to come along. I'm not sure what to make of this gesture here. But what about how often do you see a Jew riding a horse? Not so often. It's actually illegal in Muslim lands at this time for Jews to ride horses. Jews are not allowed to ride horses. They have to ride either donkeys, or there are some exceptions that are allowed to ride side saddles. They can't ride like regular. Camels, they're allowed to ride. What about this thing here? It's a nice big sword. It's with the sword for sure. Not as long as a pike, but pretty long, right? In Muslim lands, Jews are not allowed to carry weapons. So, what is this document overall telling us about the status of Jews, Mr. Epperstein? Yeah, any non-Muslims who are dhimmi. Exactly. If you are non-Muslim and if you don't make the dhimmi category, you can't even be there. But you're right, Christians as well. So, that's for sure. That's for sure. And even if they're not aware of what's going on in Muslim countries, it's showing that Jews at least have the same rights as Christian mendicants when it comes to status things like riding a horse, really expensive thing, and bearing arms. Yeah. Again, given the skill of the artist, I don't know how much sense to make in that, but I do think that this is saying to the king, hey, it's okay if Jews are armed. Hey, it's okay if Jews are, on horseback. Mr. Rubin. No, it is. This is a law textbook. This is when the king needs to decide something about how to run his society, and he says, "Please bring me out this auction spiegel so I can see what we do with this auction." And they'll take it out and they'll flip through and they'll say, "Is there anything about Jews in here?" And they'll see this picture. So you're obviously they can carry Jews, carry swords, but that's what it says right here, black and white. Mr. Wait, is it Mr. Yampo? One, yeah, with your hand up. What's your name? Schwarzman, Mr. Schwarzman. Yeah, it's a good question. We really got to go back and figure out that Taik picture. We're not sure if that Taik picture says they're not allowed to carry guns. The picture is meant to say Jews have to participate in civic defense. Whether or not the Taiks, I'm still not sure. You guys ruined my lecture that way. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
It's sort of long to be carry, but we're not getting with that one carry. We're not getting it.
Could be. It's hard because the talent of the artist is not so clear. And it's been a while since I actually read Guido Kish's research, but you can look it up yourself. Maybe you'll write your essay on, Jews and pikes, Jews and arms, or something like that. Okay, so, but what I think we can walk away from this here is that Well, we started with a discussion of historiography. When you think about charters and you think about Jewry law, would you want to hazard a characterization in general about the status of Jews in medieval Ashkenaz, especially this period of time up to the 12th century? Are they like hated and chased out everywhere? Or what is their status? Okay, right? Very fair, very good. Mr. Abrahams. Separate but almost equal. Yeah, there are definitely areas where you might even want to say they're privileged, as we shall see later. Well, actually, as we saw already, there are certain things that they can do that other people can't. They may have monopolies in certain type of trade. You know, it's not like it's not invariably starved everywhere. Mr. Anderson. I think that's a fair assessment. Let's also not forget that Jews are highly visible because they tend to be much more urbanized than the general population. General population is overwhelmingly rural, peasants working the land. Jews tend to live in tightly knit communities where they are walking distance to a synagogue, a mikveh, Chinese restaurant. They have to live close together, so they tend to be in towns or in mid-sized villages. So they're very visible to everybody. Mr. Abrams, one more point. Question. Good question. Were Jews allowed to assimilate? Yes and no. Jews were allowed and even encouraged to assimilate. However, the only way you could do that was through baptism. There was no possibility of a secular identity really until the 18th century. Right? So we're like 800 years away before you could live a non-sectarian existence. You either had to belong to the Christian community writ large, perhaps a subset like the nobility or the peasantry, things like that, or you were a Jew. And there was no like kind of I'm going to participate in both worlds. Here in America, assimilation is rampant because people can simply opt out. They simply say, "Oh, chuck it. I don't want to have anything with it. I'm just going to live my own anonymous life without any communal attachments." And the only thing is, if you get on the United Jewish Appeal mailing list, you need to get on the FBI Witness Protection Program to get away from them. But otherwise, you can live an assimilated lifestyle today. But in the medieval world, the only way to do it was to convert. And lots of Jews did. We will look at Jews who convert to Christianity, what happened to them, and so on. Unfortunately, most of the stories that we have of Jews who convert to Christianity, they tend to become infamous for them using their Christian positions to attack Jews. I'm sure there are way more Jews who simply married, let's say, non-Jews and then just disappear from Jewish history, but the ones that make history tend to be rather negative. Okay. In fact, it's good that you asked that, Mr. Davis, because where I'm going right now is in that context. I want to take you ahead to that moment when Jews suddenly had the opportunity to assimilate. So let's just break our mindset for a minute from 9th, 10th century Ashkenaz, and let's go all the way up to 18th century France, which of course is part of Ashkenaz. When I say Ashkenaz and I often use the term Germany, it includes really much of northern France as well. And you have this guy here, Emperor Napoleon Le Grand, the great Napoleon. We're going to come back to him later on in this course. But basically, in 1789, there's a massive break in the way Europe deals with its citizens. The French Ancien Regime, the old kingdom, falls, and you have the beginnings of a democratic country right in the center of Europe. It takes a long time for them to work out exactly how they're going to be a democracy. They go back to have, an emperor for a while, things like that. But one of the things that happens is shortly after that revolution of 1789, first Sephardic Jews and then Ashkenazic Jews are made equal to French Christians. It was a massive watershed moment in Jewish history where there were no longer residency restrictions placed on Jews, the occupational restrictions, all kinds of anti-Semitic laws were simply disappeared overnight. And what ended up happening was Jews had kind of like all this built up, spring-loaded energy that allowed them to surge ahead in all kinds of areas of endeavor, especially in business, because, among other things, they had this huge advantage of being literate and numerate. Right? They could do math. And so, in the decade or two after 1789, Jews all of a sudden became incredibly wealthy, incredibly powerful, and a lot of non-Jews in France were saying, "This is ridiculous. This is our country. It's true the Jews lived here for so long, but nevertheless, we can't let them get ahead of us." They complained to Napoleon. So Napoleon said, "Well, I hear what you're saying, especially in the area of money lending, right? Because Jews were allowed to charge interest on lending money." We'll get back to that, God willing, a little bit more when we go back to Jews and the economy. They go to Napoleon, they complain. Napoleon says, "Well, let's find out once and for all, are Jews positively disposed to building our country with the rest of France, or are they our internal enemies? Do we have to do something about the Jews, or can we let them be equal citizens?" What he says to his advisors, so what's who runs things for the Jews? Who's the final word on what Jews do? And they say, well, there used to be this organization called the Sanhedrin. Maybe Napoleon, you heard of it from Dafyomi? I didn't see that. I made that word up. And they said, but it hasn't, the Sanhedrin, this great court of 71 judges, it hasn't sat for 2,000 years, And he says, that's great. Let's call a Sanhedrin. And he convenes, amazingly, in 1806. I think it was 1806. I think so. He convenes a Sanhedrin. He pulls Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe, Italy, France, Germany, everywhere where he's conquered, and he sits them down and he asks them 12 basic questions to try and figure out, what do you Jews want? Do you consider yourselves separate from Frenchmen or the same as Frenchmen? Do you guys have a separate police force? How do you govern yourselves? Should we continue to allow you to be separate, equal citizens? Or do we have to treat you as enemies or join the Germans as soon as you get a chance to do so? So, of course, the Sanhedrin, they knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They gave him 12 very good answers. And he said, okay, so that's it. It's settled. Jews, you get to be regular citizens like everybody else. Put in some other anti-Semitic stuff, but basically that was a major chapter in Western Jewish history, and we are the inheritors of much of those ideas. But with that, he essentially emasculated the power of the rabbis, because the Beit Din no longer enforce its decrees. If a Jew wanted to say, hey, I don't care, I'm separating from my wife and I'm not giving her a get, I don't care, you can just walk away. Because the French government says, we don't get involved in your internal things. You want to get divorced, it's up to you, but we don't take care of those things. And so that's when you begin to have assimilation as a reality without baptism. Wow, I've talked so long here. Any questions about this period of history? This is the period we live in. It's 250 years later, but we're still, echoing the decisions that were made by that Sanhedrin in 1806. Ms. Ramos. We know every one of them. Well, the majority of them were what we would call maskilim. We'll talk about them more later on this course, but majority of them will be not traditionalists. They would want to change halacha. It's very, very early Haskalah, but yes, they were very inclined towards, we're prepared to do away with some of our Jewish customs in order to achieve, equal citizenship. And we'll spend more time talking about this later on. But they did have a very important Rabbi David Simsheim, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, very respected Pirush on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied today, such 20 volumes. So they had some funnies on it too. And he very carefully threaded between what Napoleon wanted to hear and what Judaism was prepared to offer. Just to let you know how Jews felt about it, I'm going to show you one really mind-blowing artifact. The Jews were so grateful that Napoleon confirmed their citizenship that they minted a commemorative medallion to show how much they loved Napoleon. Just look at this. It's like hard to believe they actually did this. But on this side, you can see Napoleon, Emperor and Roi, Emperor and King, right? Okay, very nice bust. And on the other side, what is going on here? This is his grandson Edrin, and as the years went sat, what is going on here? Who's this guy? That's Napoleon, right? Who's this guy? Yeah. Oh, shit. It's crazy. And here, and what's he giving? Oh, sure, later. Yikes. And what does that mean? Portraying a, yeah. That's like a wild artifact, right? And it's saying, Napoleon, Jews made this. Napoleon, you are to us like Hashem, Abdel, Elef, Alfe, Abdalas. You're like Hashem, giving the luchos to a grateful, genuflecting Moshe Rabbeinu. This was not like, this did not get an art scroll Hasanah. I'll tell you that. It was the police, but it was, well, I have a feeling that it definitely wasn't police. He was, an incredible narcissist that he loved these kind of things. Yeah, I would say that most world leaders are, actually, my humble opinion. But I'm going up to my station review on Wednesday, so I don't want to mess that up. So, but it's also indicative of the slavish attitude that a lot of us not even took to say we'll do anything to get our equal rights. Yes, the Hasidim, especially Chabad, were very much against this. They called, Napoleon, it's Bonaparte, he's Chelek Tov. And there were Jews that were saying, he's the Chelek Tov, he's like Mashiach, he's the good portion. And Chabad was saying, are you crazy? He's like the opposite of that. Anyways, this is the last article. We'll stop with. Okay, so let's first of all ask the question, where is Ashkenaz? So Ashkenaz, I'm sure you're aware, we call Jews Ashkenazi. The yud at the end means of Ashkenaz, right? Jews who are from Ashkenaz. Where exactly is it? The first, hang on, not too fast, Mr. Prince. The first example we have of Ashkenaz, the word here in Mauritius, very good, where we have this description of the grandchildren of Gomer, right? Or no, sons of Gomer, who are the grandchildren of Noah. Just go through this again. I forgot my little clicker, so I'm going to stand over here for a second. You have Noah has a son Japheth. Japheth has a son Gomer, and Gomer has a son Ashkenaz. So here we have the first reference to this thing called Ashkenaz is in the Bible, and it is a person, not a place. It is associated with the people who descend from Ashkenaz, and then during the medieval period, Jews applied that moniker to a particular piece of geography, and more specifically, it ends up referring to the Jews who come from that place, which is associated with a biblical ancestor, not necessarily, as in this case, Jewish. That's where we first get the term Ashkenaz. Mr. Kurtz. Sorry, thank you. You are anticipating my next slide. So, by the way, how many people are we talking about? In the period that we're looking at today, about the 9th century, maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people, fairly small population. But by the time you get to 1939, on the eve of the Holocaust, that's about 80% of all Jews in the world who are Ashkenaz. Of course, that number is going to precipitously decline with the Nazi onslaught, but it became a very, very significant population. So we know Ashkenaz so far is a place somehow associated with people. Where exactly is that place, like Mr. Crowns was asking? So we have another reference to the word Ashkenaz that occurs in Yirmiyah. So Yirmiyah is written around the 6th century before the Common Era, right? Yirmiyah talks about the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the first one. So there's a description here, reading in English: raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her. Oops. Assembled kingdoms either Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So here, there's these three kingdoms, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. We sort of know where Ararat is. Anyone know where Ararat is, at least in the biblical imagination? Yes, exactly. So if you look at this map of the ancient Near East, and this is kind of like a 19th century cool map. The world as known to the Hebrews according to the Mosaic account. Here, of course, is the land of Israel in the center. And if we were to place these on a map, Ararat is showing up in Turkey, which is a little different from what Ashkenaz is. This is where one particular scholar places it in actually Turkey. And here's the region of Gomer next. Oh, look at that, it bounces up. Here's Ashkenaz. This particular map identifies them with the Phrygians. Not especially good grounds for that association, primarily linguistic, but it's most likely somewhere in the ancient Near East in this context. Possibly up here in the Caucasus Mountains, near the Caspian Sea, would be modern-day Georgia, things like that. Nowhere near Germany at this point, right? These are roughly where we think these places existed. Here is, by the way, Shinar, which was Babylonia, also home of some very famous chemistry teachers. Some people might get that, but okay. Those of you who are not new students. Anyways, how do we get to Germany? So if you look over here at the Chuvos HaGeonim, which is written by Rabbi Gaon around the year 1000, right? So we're jumping from the biblical account in the Chumash, which just gives us a place. Then we go to Yirmiyah. We probably, if we guess that those three places, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, are somewhat close together, has to be somewhere in Asia Minor. And now we get to the year 1000, which is 1600 years later. So Rav Hai Gaon, writing in Pumbedisa, which would be in the land of Shinar, right, Babylonia, he writes, from all the lands, from Yemen, and the east, which would be Central Asia, Bukharia, places like that, and from the north, which would be probably Khazaria, which we'll probably talk about on Wednesday, and from the land of Ethiopia, which would be most likely on the east coast of Africa, and Ashkenaz, and France and Spain. So we definitely have Sarfat Baspania, right? This is France and Spain, and Ashkenaz comes just next to them between Ethiopia and these places. Mr. Lloyd. Correct. Well, if you were to look at this list, where would you guess Ashkenaz has to be? Yes. Correct. You're absolutely right. We're trying to figure out, though, when Jews use this term Ashkenaz, what are they talking about? Right? Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Ethiopia and France. And likely, you could imagine Italy is between Ethiopia and France, also Egypt, but we're getting closer to Europe, right? Yes, those places have places, so why not name them? You're right. But the thing is, for sure, when we get to Taik, there is a place known as Ashkenaz, and there are Jews there. That's the context of this particular tshuva, and it's probably somewhere here. We'll find just one further. Mr. Vasilevsky. You would think so, right? Yeah, especially if you look at the box. Good Ashkenaz, good Sarfat. Okay, so let's do this one last thing here. We've got Rashi, of course. Rashi refers in a different pasuk altogether to a word called sneer or schneer, and he writes, "Sheleg b'loshen Ashkenaz." So sheleg is the word in Hebrew for schneer. Of course, this is snow. Uveloshen Canaan. So let's translate it. This signifies snow in the German language, Schnee. That is in fact the German word for snow is Schnee. And in the Canaanite or Slavic language, Sneak, which is also the Russian word for snow. So we have a concept of the Lashon Ashkenaz which corresponds to what we know about German from Rashi. Rashi quotes a German word saying that's what the Ashkenazis speak. Yes. Correct. Correct. Pretty good assumption, I think, right? Snow, snake, modern day snakes. So great. Could be the words changed totally. It'd be hard to press it as snow, but not terrible. Snake, not terrible. The English is, of course, derived from Anglo-Saxon. So, yes, correct. It narrows it down to the Anglo-Saxon regions, or at least Saxon regions. So we're getting closer at it. But by the way, guys, the number of times that the word Ashkenaz shows up before Rashi is like infinitesimally small. Dozen maximum, right? It's like when you throw out the word Ashkenaz with no context whatsoever. But when you drill down, it seems we're getting to Germany. And I'm going to show you a map that hopefully will settle this linguistic discussion. This is, for sure, by the time you get into the Valley Tostos, this is Jewish geography. We've got a region here which is kind of cut off Sarad, which is identified with Spain. That goes to a pasuk in Habakkuk, which was identified with Spain, possibly incorrectly, but nevertheless it was well accepted. Provincia, which is a region of southern France, but it was really very different culturally than Sarfat, which is France proper. And then you have Ashkenaz, which is associated with the Rhineland in particular, northern Germany in particular, places like Köln, there's an early settlement, Frankfurt, you can't see it here, but Fire ones and Mainz are smaller towns where Jews live. And then you have the usual place over here in Eastern Europe, Knaan. They call this Knaan because this was one of the major slave markets of the world at the time, and Knaanim were associated with slaves. It may be related to the word for Slav in English, although most Slavs don't like that. They say, no, the word Slav is related to the word Slava, which means glory, not like Slava Ukraine, right? Glory to Ukraine, not Ukrainians are slaves. But it does translate basically the same. So that's our Jewish geography. This is what we're talking about here. The Jews who live in this part of the world. Later, they are going to migrate to Eastern Europe, and later they're going to migrate all the way to North America. But this is the history we're going to start with. Mr. Lloyd, yes, hold your hand. Okay, Mr. Kranz? Yeah, Schnee, yeah. And Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. That was a joke, guys. Laugh at that, thank you. Okay, so let's go to a deeper question now, which is, how did the Jews get to Ashkenaz? And at this point, we're going to be in this topic for the rest of the hour, but it's pretty fascinating stuff, I think. We have two sources of information on how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition. Yes. Yeah. I don't like the word sect of Judaism. That's kind of, I don't think a lot of Jews would say, and that sounds like a little bit too harsh a boundary. I would say an ethnic subgroup. I mean, Ashkenazim, just in terms of their complexion, tend to look different from Sephardim, for example, or Yemenite Jews. We're going to see today. Okay, ask me again. If I haven't answered this question in 30 minutes, then I'll give you $5. Okay. Yes, Mr. Wade Siegel. Yes, and including this recording. Because I got a camera, so I'm going to put the recording on. You can listen to it as many times as you want. It was very smooth. Put it by your bed. Fuck. Mr. Ryan again. Adlerstein. Hey, perfect. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank. Okay, which is the kind of German they would speak today. So we have two traditions of Jewish settlement of Ashkenaz. We have our internal literary tradition, meaning like who wrote down how the Jews got to Ashkenaz. It's essentially a rabbinic tradition associated with a group called the Hasidic Ashkenaz that we will study later. But they tell us that essentially there were a small group of Jews who made their way primarily from northern Italy to this region somewhere in the 800s. We even know the names of some of the families, the Colonimus family, for example. That's the tradition. Why did he get there? Well, in our own literary traditions, we refer to the invitations from local monarchs. Here's where it gets a little bit more hagiographic, meaning a little bit more kind of legendary and kind of self-serving. Like, for example, Charlemagne, who is a very, very important Frankish king from the period. He lived 747 to 814. He probably did not invite the Jews himself. This is interesting. A gold bust of him from his capital city of Aachen. And I read on one site, this is said to contain his actual skull cap. I don't think that means he's Jewish. I think it means that actually the bone of his head is on the inside of that, which I think is somehow grotesque, but sort of fascinating. So he probably did not. We have no other records that Charlemagne actually invited Jews, but we definitely have his son shown here. It was the pious who was actually much more involved in inviting the Jews. So this is already still 8th century when we know there are kings interacting with Jews. We have like non-Jewish sources that corroborate the idea of small Jewish communities in Ashkenaz at this point. And in particular, his grandson, Charles the Bald, who does not actually look very bald. His courtier down here, who's a little bit unhappy, he looks much more bald than he does. But Charles the Bald in particular is very involved with the Jewish communities, particularly creating these things called charters that we're going to say. So to summarize our first body of information, which we hope to delve into a little bit more in coming classes, is a literary tradition, right? Books that talk about how Jews got there and portrays this image of Jews coming in the 9th century, settling in small numbers, making relationships with local royalty, and establishing themselves. Mr. Krenz. Yes. Yes. There's this interesting story of the 3 boats that were released by Vespasian there's 2 actual fabulous book stories. One of them goes all the way back to Vespasian. The other one is a boat that was captured by pirates, and then Jews were sent to abroad. Let's go to the first one. Vespasian, rudderless boatswain, says that Vespasian, in his cruelty, he put a whole bunch of Jews on boats. In the 1st century, this is after the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. He gave them no skippers and no rudders and pushed them off into the Mediterranean. And they landed at 3 distinct ports: at Lyon in France, at Arles, also in France, and strangely enough in Bordeaux. Although to get to Bordeaux, there's no access from the Mediterranean. They would have had to go out to the Atlantic and come all the way around. And those were the establishment of the first 3 Jewish communities in France. Most likely an apocryphal story, kind of made up, but not this story. This story has some actual good scientific data behind it, as we shall see. What's going on with this period of these 3 kings in particular? So we have them giving out these things called charters as incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning the kings want the Jews there. And they say, if you live here, we will give you these privileges. You will have the right to establish monopolies in these businesses. You'll have the right to settle here and no one will kick you out. Some desirable things that Jews wanted. And as we shall see, when you go on to Canvas, that's one of the very first assignments is I'm going to show you one of those charters and I want you to analyze, is this good or bad for the Jews? Is it a good thing to accept these charters or not? The Colonimus family that I mentioned earlier, they moved to the Rhineland, late 19th century. They ended up becoming an extremely important family, provided one generation after another of Jewish leaders at the time. This is all part of the literary tradition. What about the genetic record? What can we say about Jews genetically? Here we're getting to these saving $5 because I'm going to tell you the story of how they're somewhat different. I want to explain to you something called the founder event and the bottleneck that created Ashkenazi Jewry as a distinct ethnic subgroup within the Jewish people. I want to take you to a place called Erfurt, which is right here in central Germany, where in the 14th century, a small Jewish community had a cemetery, and the municipality in the 21st century, our century, asked for permission to dig up that cemetery because they were doing some renovations to the city center. Jews typically live in city centers. You go to any great city in Europe, the Jewish quarter is almost always right there downtown, usually right next to the river. The Jews were early settlers and very much involved in trade. Here is, of course, the cemetery laid out. Here is actually some of the bones which were exhumed at the time. Now, they asked for permission from a virtually non-existent Jewish community, who also relayed the question to Israeli authorities as to the appropriateness of this. In the end, they received a psak that it could be done, and a whole bunch of Jewish geneticists said, we're not going to get too many opportunities like this. We want permission to analyze the bones of these 14th century Jews, right, the 1300s. Including among the many experts they asked were the great Rabbi Dr. Abraham Steinberg, who wrote the massive 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics. And he ruled that under these circumstances, where the bones were going to be reinterred in another Jewish cemetery, they couldn't do anything to the bones themselves, but they could study the teeth that had been dislodged from the jawbone. So in other words, they made a massive deep dive genetic study into the teeth. Just out of curiosity, why would you think the teeth are okay when the bones are not? Yeah, but finger bones can also be dislocated and so on. I'm sorry? Yeah, they're not so prominent. We don't like, we lose tooth, you don't bury it, right? On the other hand, if a limb is amputated, you do tend to say that bury it. It's kind of weird news to do decrease, but, you know, that's right. So yeah, the teeth are distinct. They're not part of the body. People have the same procedures with regard to teeth. They discovered some amazing things about their diet, and they also, of course, genetic analysis. And what did that genetic analysis say? It said something which we already knew from another bizarre genetic experiment that was conducted in the early 21st century in England. This is the Castle Point Shopping Centre in the English city of Norwich, which was the site of a terrible pogrom in the 12th century associated with the Crusades. When they were digging a foundation for this beautiful shopping centre, they discovered a well, and at the bottom of the well, discovered about 24 skeletons, men, women, and children, all piled up in a mess, thrown into the well. Many of them died either fires being thrown into the well or as a result of the fall, and so on. In fact, some of those bones, which were taken back for scientific analysis, they could actually calculate from the DNA what they must have looked like. There are 2 reconstructions of an adult and child in the bottom of this Norwich well. They also could determine their eye color and, in fact, the incidence of red hair among them, which was something for which Ashkenazi Jews were specifically well known. So we knew a lot about these. Then what they did was they said, okay, well, who are these people? They looked at like 23andMe type data and they found that, oh my gosh, they're overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews. Were thrown into this well in the context of a pogrom, and they immediately handed the bones over to the Jewish community who reburied them in the Jewish community. But we see that there were Jews living in Norwich, Ashkenazi Jews living in Norwich in the 12th century. Mr. Adlerstein. does that mean, not natural for Jews to have? How can you not say it's
Well, Jews who are their origin
okay, but
terrorists were
correct. But that, so you're saying two different things. The second thing is essentially true, that there are lots of Jews that have genetic characteristics which are not commensurate with Near Eastern relations. Right? If it was aim achar aim, av achar av for generations, we probably would not look like we look in this room here. But we're not defined as Jews by our genetics. There are sort of like convergences where there are bodies. No. So that's precisely because if you look over your right shoulder, they actually see it. It was right there. So that's the point. That we know what is a Jew. This really speaks to the question: who is a Jew? One thing we can say for sure: a Jew is not a genetic concept. We have a wide variety of genetic complexions. Yes, Mr. Siegel. Yeah, exactly. I bet you the vast majority of us in this room have a significant chunk of genetics which are not Middle Eastern origin. And there are tons of people with Middle Eastern genetics who are not Jewish at all, too. In other words, they're not necessarily, you can't define Judaism by genetics. I can't put a number on that, but I would probably suggest well, Ashkenazi Jewish, right? We shall see. Let me answer that question. If you want to just say Jewish, and you want to say like Middle Eastern, I think that would be fairly rare. But when I'll get to your question in a second about Ashkenazi Jews as a whole when we get to the bottom line. So let's see. We've got now two data sets, right? We have the Norwich massacre, and we have the Erfurt cemetery, where we actually have medieval bones not too long after Jews apparently, according to literary tradition, settled in the region of Ashkenaz. What can we learn from these things? So there's a lot of good stuff, but this is the most important. Okay, this is how it appears from the genetic records Jews ended up in Ashkenaz. So here's a chart here, going from bottom to top of time, right? This is long ago, this is the present day. And this kind of like bottleneck shape is the genetic mixing of Jews. What do we have here? If we start out with Jews in ancient Israel at the bottom, and we put modern Ashkenazi Jews today, I think most of you in this room, 7 out of 10 Jews in America are of Ashkenazi descent. So you have in the ancient period, we have lots of examples of non-Jews joining the Jewish people. Just for one example, Ruth, who was a Moabite woman, of course, described in the Bible, Antipater, who was the father of King Herod. They joined the Jewish people, they attached themselves to the Jewish people with conversion, without conversion, with consensus, sometimes violently. We have non-Jews who get into the gene pool of the Jewish people, and they are absorbed one way or the other. Helena of Adiabene, another great example. We can read about her in Masechta Sota in particular. Queen Hilmi, she comes to us as Malka Hilmi, Adiabene, which is in today's Syria. And then we have another major event, the destruction of the Second Temple in the first century, where we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 Jews who are shipped off to Rome as slaves in the first and the second century. It's a massive number of people attested not only in internal Jewish sources, but also, for example, in Josephus, who was writing for a Roman audience, a huge number of Jews shipped off to Italy. When those 200,000 Jews, maybe not 200, but 100,000 Jews are living in Italy now for generations, they're mixing with South Italians, again, not necessarily willingly, in a different context. I will show you some of the archaeology of we have, for example, a gravestone of a Jewish woman who was taken captive and was forcibly married to a Roman soldier, and he fell in love with her, and when she died, he actually put up a beautiful tombstone in memory of her that we have today, dating from the 1st century in Italy. So we know that Jews are involved in the gene pool. They're also marrying with North Italians, which have a slightly different genetic mix. And then at some time around 800, you have what's called the founder event. This is the founder event of Ashkenazic Jewry. A certain number of Jews, particularly from northern Italy, make their way up to northern Europe. Remember that one of the cool things about genetics is that not only can you calculate forward as to what kind of God forbid diseases a person might have, hair, eye, complexion, things like that, you can also calculate backwards. You can figure out when did it come into this person's system, how many generations back does it go. That's why some amazing studies have been done on Kohanim that indicate that most Kohanim have a chromosome as a feature on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the idea of a single male ancestor living about 3,000 years ago, which was like mind-blowing. That doesn't mean that every person who calls himself a Kohen is in fact a kosher Kohen, but genetically, most people who call themselves Kohen can say, I have the same great-great-great, who knows how many babies back, as someone else, which is consistent, of course, with the biblical account. So what happens in the year 800? Yes, please. I've forgotten your name already. Tell me again. One more time? Tuma, how can I forget that? Genetics just doesn't go back that far to find it. We do find, however, with the Ashkenazim, and also it's very difficult to do a proper data set. But when you study Ashkenazim, there is among Levites and particularly Levitim, that 46% of people who are Ashkenazic and Levitim come from 4 women. I think they're called Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. But no, 4 women who lived around the year 800 in northern Italy. Non-Jewish women, right? Italian women are the mothers of half of people called self-slaves. So, well, it's through the father, right? A Levi can marry a Bjork, right? So if a woman converts, then she becomes Jewish. Yes, if she converts. And what is then, there's a massive question, which is not very stable, what is conversion, right? We have a basic idea of, for a woman, mikvah and Kabbalah's mitzvos. So what if her daughter goes to the mikvah and is Kabbalah o mitzvos, even if her mother wasn't properly converted? There's some really interesting shuvas on this from Rav Moshe. Not my area. I don't want to get in trouble with the rabbinic side of the college. Just ask about that, though. But what exactly is conversion? What we do know is genetically, half of Ashkenazi Levium are descended from 4 Italian women. Okay, so anyways, what happens here? We get the Erfurt and the Norwich remains, and amazingly, they are remarkably consistent with each other and with modern Ashkenazi Jews. In the study of the Erfurt Jews in particular, the researchers, which were at the center of the Hebrew University, were blown away by how incredibly similar on a genetic level modern Ashkenazi Jews are Jews who lived in Erfurt 700 years ago. How did that happen, that Ashkenazi Jews are so similar after 700 years? Constant endogamy, constant in-marriage. Over and over again, this tiny thing, that's the bottleneck, right? The founder event is when you have a tiny group of Jews who move here, maybe 200 people, very small amount, and they're always cousins marrying cousins over and over again. That's why we have a lot of inherited diseases. Lactose intolerance is associated with Ashkenazi Jews. Taik is a great example. My own parents are actually, I think, 3rd cousins with each other, and they were married in the 20th century. It's just that's how Ashkenazi Jews essentially came to be formed based on the genetic record. That's the bottleneck, which is a good reason for marrying an Ethiopian Jew or a Yemenite Jew or something like that. But you didn't hear that. Any arguments, questions, discussions about this? Between Ashkenazi Jews and other Jews? And the what family? The bones. Oh, we're like really close. Like we could be beside them today, and people would think they fit right in. They wouldn't look weird and things like that. We look a lot like similar complexions, eye colors, things like that, which is like astounding. You know, we tend to look at each other and we look at the huge diversity, but when you look at the huge family of peoples, we're remarkably similar. Mr. Tuner. Right, we had a bottleneck based on a very small origin founder event, and then constant and dogmas over the last 700 years. I give you the citation for the study that goes into it in great detail. It's Mr. A. Hickelstein, Adlerstein.
So, at first, that Ashkenazi are
It sounds not unreasonable. I don't know the science well enough to affirm or deny, but it's consistent with what I've read here. Mr. Vasilevsky. They're right here. Like, let's say 800 so on is when we start the founder event, and then I probably should have not made these curves. It's basically like a straight up and down. What is depicting is back in the ancient world, we had like a huge number of Jews coming in. Huge number of Jews coming in. I don't know how to do that. And then at a certain point, like other Jewish populations, not necessarily going to Italy, would have like, moved across North Africa, mixed with, let me just show you the next slide. This will be even better. So here is the next slide. This is the best map we have of how the Ashkenazim came to be genetically. This is, by the way, the study that identified the Levites as having those four mothers, and it looks like this. Jews are originating in the Middle East, and there's huge dispersion of them in the first century. A certain number of them will make their way across the coast of North Africa, and eventually you will have a major civilization developing in Spain, somewhat earlier, by the way, than the Rhineland. We get to see archaeological evidence from Jews in Spain in the first century, and we have good external records of them in the 6th century, and by the time we get to the 8th century, we know a lot more about Jews living here. So they predate Ashkenazi Jews by 100 years. Big civilization happened here. Much smaller civilization emerging out of the Jewish migrants who were taken off to Rome, and eventually migrated up to the Rhineland here in Germany, and then later in the 17th century, which we'll cover in a few weeks, they began to push east towards Poland, Lithuania, Russia, and so on. But the word Ashkenaz does not mean Poland, Russia, and Ukraine. It refers to the people who trace their origins back into the Rhineland in particular. And then, of course, you have the mixing of Ashkenazi and Spartan after, especially 1492, with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. That's basically the genetic. Now, here's a question which you might be wondering about. The DNA of those Erfurt Jews show that 15 to 45% of their DNA is consistent with Middle Eastern DNA, but 45 to 70% is Italian. Yeah, intermarriage, conversion, rape, all kinds of things, but this means that Ashkenazi Jews are more or less half Italian. We have a huge infusion of Italian DNA in our complexion. And, if you look at Italians, we sort of look like Italians too, right? Some of us are a little darker, some of us are a little lighter, but we look more like Italians than we do like, let's say, Palestinians or Syrians or Iraqis. Right. So that's the Ashkenazi genetic story. Now, what is also important to note about all of this is that the literary record that we described at the beginning, the idea that what we have from the Columbus family and so on, moving there and establishing relationships with kings, things like that, is broadly comparable to what we have from the genetic record. They confirm each other, and it seems to be a pretty reasonable story of how the Jews got there and also roughly when they got there as well. Okay. Questions, arguments? Yes, Mr. Leakey. Well, again, when you look there, they had about 20 different people to look at. It's not a massive chunk. But when they broke them down and they look at these two groups, every one of them had at least 15% Middle Eastern DNA and at least 45% Italian. And then the rest could be, German, French, or whatever we would associate European at that time. Mr. Siegel. Well, I don't think I said it quite like that. We definitely have, well, what is a Jew? What is a Jew? If you want to say a Jew is a product of a Jewish mother, you go back very far, and yes, all Jews, at least before, let's say, Yitzchak Avinu. Before Yitzchak Avinu, all Jews are either, no, I can't even say that. Jews are either a product of a Jewish mother or convert to Judaism. And that's always been that way. Well, as far as we can tell, it goes back to the 4th century, 4th millennium before the Common Era. It goes way, way back to Parshas Bo times. But it gets very hazy there because you don't even know what to do with it. We don't have big samples of other people's also. There's a huge amount of people moving around in parts of the world. So it's not an easy history to write based on genetics. Here we have a couple of sample sizes, a couple of samples which are especially useful because, yes, they're buried in a Jewish cemetery. That's really indicative that they were Jews. They're thrown into the bottom of the well. Good chance they were Jews. I shouldn't say that. That's terrible. Take that out of the recording. But, it does make sense. We know there was a pogrom there at that time, so it's entirely consistent. We have a literary record. Okay, I want to take you to another totally bizarre piece of history, which I'd rather not discuss, but I think if we don't discuss it, I don't want you to be hit over the head by a Russian bot or an anti-Semite who says, no, Jews are actually Khazarians. So what do you know about Khazaria? Mr. Leakey. There's a book, yes, Kuzari. Let's see that just better. What is the Kuzari all about? Yeah, it came from Central Asia. Let me just close this a little bit. That's not helping. Okay, we're going to lose this for a little while. Yeah, so I'll have to get maintenance to figure that out. The story in the Kuzari, which is a book written by Yehuda Halevi in the 13th century, describing events in the 8th century, was that there was a particular king named Ulan who was looking at the world becoming monotheistic around him, Christianity, two different kinds, Orthodox and Catholic, Islam, and so on, and he decides to hold a debate between the leaders, or at least representatives of these faiths, and he's going to choose a religion for himself. And according to the Kuzari, when he hears all of this, he says, well, you know what, I think I'd like to become Jewish. And he converts to Judaism. I'll give you a little bit of the history of what we know happened and a lot about what we don't know happened. Well, we'll see. It's confusing. There are some elements which indicate it may have happened, but it's difficult to understand the depth of that conversion, how broad it was in society, whether it was rabbinic or something else and so on. But the reason why Yehuda Halevi wrote Kuzari is because writing in Spain in the 13th century was a great way of contrasting Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because those three faiths were active in that part of the world. And it was kind of like an excuse for him to write a religious polemic in which he could say that Judaism is definitely better than the other two religions who were very active here in Spain. But it's not a history book. It's a book of philosophy. It's a book of religion, religious philosophy, and so to take it as history would definitely be missing the point of the book. What we do know from multiple sources is that this group of people, who we know from many, many sources, non-Jewish, they're active here in this large area, which would be actually penetrating into the eastern Ukraine, basically where Russia is right now, this war with Ukraine is basically where the Khazars penetrated. According to some prominent Ukrainians, like the great Madame Tzak, the city of Kiev was actually founded by Khazarian Jews. And in Kiev itself, they had a Khazarian gate. It was definitely a well-known people. They flourished up until about the 13th century, and then they basically disappeared with the Mongol onslaught. A whole bunch of Central Asian tribes coming in this direction, destroying the Khazars, taking over much of Russia, and so on. And by the time they proceeded, Khazaria was gone. But there definitely was a major Turkic people living here who it appears at some point actually converted to Judaism, probably in the year 740. So this is a copy of the book that's written about it, the Kusari, which is, again, not intended as a history book, but we have lots of interesting historical sources. We have a great scholar and diplomat in Spain named Castell de Chaput. None of you were in my Sephardic Jewish class, right? No, I don't think so. He was a great Spanish Jewish figure, and he was really curious about what happened in Khazaria. He had heard about it 300 years after, 200 years after it happened. So he actually sent emissaries out to say, can anyone please get to Khazaria and tell me if they're actually Jewish there? His emissaries did not reach Khazaria, but when they got to Constantinople, they met some travelers who said, oh, yeah, we came there, and we'll get you some letters. And they went and they brought back letters from the king Joseph, who told them the whole history of Khazaria, which he then later said, wow, this is mind-blowing, and we still have those letters today. The problem is we don't really know if those letters were real or if they were faked by the messengers. Meaning, here's a rich emissary of a Spanish diplomat. For 500 dinars, I'll give you whatever letter you want and tell you whatever kind of story you want. So we don't know if they're actually true, but nevertheless, they do paint this fascinating picture, which was the basis of the Khazari. We also have medieval travelers who made their way there and report on the people of Khazaria, usually in a negative way, indicating that these guys are supposed to be Jewish. Are you serious? They don't even do this. They don't even do that. So the level to which they were adherents of Judaism is not entirely clear. However, let me stand over here, so I'll walk over there. This is a fascinating document. It is discovered in the Cairo Geniza. Over here. The Cairo Geniza, which is a massive treasure trove of documents that were discovered in a synagogue just outside Cairo that has tremendous amount of data about Jews living in the medieval period. And this is a document which sometimes is called a Petek. Have you ever heard the term Petek? You may have heard it like as a ticket, sorry. No, that would be Petak, but Petek with a kuf. And it's like someone knocks on your door. Nowadays they laminate them. Someone knocks on your door, asks for tzedakah, and they pull out a laminated document saying this guy represents a real tzedakah, and it's this post, and this is the story of how it fell apart, and things like this. So this is a document from a Jew collecting tzedakah in Cairo, and he claims to be from Kiev, a Khazarian. And there's the signal, usually when we see tzedakah, I don't know if you guys answer the door or if a parent answers the door, but typically, what do you look for at the bottom of a petek? What do you picture of whom? Right, saying that this is for real, it's not. And they have this weird signature here, which is written in Turkic runes. There are other signatures here which are written in Hebrew, but evidently one of the most important people living in Kiev at the time could not even write his name. It's as if, you've got a petek from, I don't know, Kansas, and the chief rabbi could not sign his name in Hebrew and wrote his name was I don't know, Christopher Roberts or something like this. Right? It's weird. So it indicates what kind of community was this that the head of their community, who would write in Hebrew, represented the Jewish community. Mr. Rabbi. That this is the way he always meant it, but it's a Hebrew document. It's like a Hebrew community. Yeah, but if you would sign a the word aid on a consumer, would you write, Mr. Lloyd? No, you would write Hebrew, right? In Hebrew. Yes. Triangles and stuff like that. Yeah. But this is actually letters. They're so down the house schools. Yeah. So you're so down the house schools. This I think means these names. They're not right names. But maybe this is like we're so close to comes back to Shiva. You should go down the house schools. No, it's definitely it's an error. It's definitely it says we have read it, and then there's a signature here. So it says. Exactly, because he's a born case, the president of the Jewish community. He's the president of the Jewish community. You can't sign his name in Hebrew. You wonder what's going on there, and it tells you something about the nature of the Jewish community. We also have Arab historians who write about the Khazars, and they have no problem just saying, yeah, there's these Jews living in the middle of Central Asia. They don't necessarily know the ramifications of how Jewish is Jewish, but they're perfectly willing to accept this notion that there was this Jewish community. And then we have this amazingly strange document called the Chronicle of Bygone Years. A Russian document called the original title of it. And what it refers to is how the great Prince Volodymyr converted to Christianity in Kiev back in the year 988. And amazingly, the Russians have, I should really say the Ukrainians because it's happening in Kiev, although the Russians claim this is their story too. The people of Kiev and the Rus claim the same story as the Khuzaris. This Prince Volodymyr, who's like a pagan, they were worshiping essentially trees and thunder and rivers, things like that. He says, we can't stay pagan anymore because it's the year 988. I mean, it's already almost the year 1000. It's a modern era. We have to choose a monotheistic religion. Let's invite representatives. And they invite a Muslim representative, they invite a Jewish representative, and they invite a representative of Orthodox Christianity and a representative of Catholic Christianity. The Muslims get knocked out. He says, we're not going to become Muslim. Anyone guess why? Nope. He was probably illiterate, but that's not why. What do Muslims not do that Ukrainians and Russians definitely like to do? Drink alcohol, right? Muslims don't drink alcohol. It's forbidden. So what do they call it? Haram. So he says, no way. He says, literally, he will not give up our house. So and then there's a little comment, which is probably added by a Christian monk afterwards, saying, and also this year that bread that years the Mexico, which is hard to believe. I think that the monk just added that for extra flavor. Then he comes very, very close to adopting Judaism. He really likes the arguments of the Jewish representative, who is, by the way, a Khazarian Jew, explicitly a Khazarian Jew, and says, wow, Judaism sounds so great. I like everything about it. So then he says, where's your kingdom? Where's your homeland? They say, unfortunately, we have been exiled from our homeland for our sins. He says, well, you know what? If it weren't for that, I would definitely become Jewish. Can you imagine if Kiev, if Russia became Jewish? That whole part of the world was Jewish. Came that close. And then he goes back and forth between the Catholics and the Orthodox, and he ends up going with the Orthodox Christians, and that's how Kiev became Orthodox Christian in the year 988. But it's identical to the story of the Khazari, although with a very different outcome, obviously. Okay. They have some really interesting artifacts there, like some gravestones that seem to have really clear Jewish signs, but there's quite a bit of debate over how authentically Jewish that is. We don't exactly know what happened because they has not left behind many sources. My senior colleague, Shel Stamper, has written quite a bit on the Khazars. He believes it's entirely made up. He calls it a splendid story. And he asked three basic questions. He asked, like, why would they, in the first place, he thinks it's entirely made up. I disagree. I personally think it probably did happen, maybe not to the same degree that, for example, the Khazars seem to take it. Definitely a big question is how Jewish were they? All the evidence indicates they were not especially Jewish, especially not rabbinic. Meaning, even though they're very close to the Gonim and places like Babylon, you don't have a lot of correspondence between, let's say, Baghdad and Khazaria, probably because they had Karaite readings, something like that. And three, what ended up happening to them? What happened to those Khazaris? How come they just disappeared? So here's the argument, which is why we started this discussion and where we're going to do this. There are many figures, especially anti-Semites, and without some exaggeration, some self-hating Jews who want to say that Ashkenazi Jews are not even Jewish at all. That Ashkenazi Jews are actually the descendants of these Khazars. That these Khazars sort of jumped in and adopted the Jewish identity. If you remember the map, it's true that Ashkenazi Jews definitely go back to Germany, but the great bulk of where Ashkenazi Jews live by the time you get to the 20th century is in Eastern Europe. Some scholars, pseudo-scholars, a lot of pseudo-scholars will say Ashkenazi Jews are simply an invented people. Like Shlomo Sam was one of the darling historians of the anti-Semitic world, writes his book, The Invention of the Jewish People, indicating that Ashkenazi Jews have no connection to the biblical past. Not setting in the past. You're speaking way too fast for me. You're already speaking English, right? Just having difficulty. Oh, the history of the Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, definitely. This is like a doctrine that the real Jews, they come from Ethiopia, or maybe the Sephardic Jews, but it's really the Ashkenazi Jews are these people, mud people, who have nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. Why would, think about politically, why would anyone want to promote this really bizarre argument? By the way, Shlomo Sam, he says, I wish to resign and cease considering myself a Jew. Why would people want to say Ashkenazim aren't real Jews? Which land? Israel. What do you mean by that, Mr. Grant? Exactly. Go back to Poland, where you belong, you Khazars. If you look carefully at the nastiness in comments, you'll frequently see that pro-Palestinian sources will accuse the Jews of being illegitimate colonists of a land that is not theirs, saying they're all descended from Khazars. They have nothing to do with ancient Israel, right? Jews will say, hey, what are you talking about? You've got this biblical precedent. Everybody's been reading the Bible for over 2,000 years. It says clearly Jews, Israel. It's the same thing. And they'll say, oh, that may be true for the true Jews. Where are they? Probably the Palestinians. And those fake Jews, especially the Ashkenazim, they also continue to admit the fact that more than 50% of Israel's population is actually Middle Eastern in origin, not Ashkenazic in origin. But they'll say that there is a separation between the land of Israel and the Ashkenazi people. One more political context. What else would it mean if you want to say that Ashkenazim are not the descendants of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov? What else do we not have claim to? Torah, Mr. Kranz, brilliant. What do you mean by that? Right. We're not the chosen people, is what the argument is. Oh, those Ashkenazim, they're not the Jews of the Bible. The Jews of the Bible, we love them. We'd be so nice to them. David, Saul, Solomon, they're great. But Shlomo and David, definitely not Jewish. They're Khazars, not Jews at all. So this is like the argument that's used against Jews, both in terms of a political position for Israel and also in terms of their connection to biblical growth. Now, I made this particular lecture many years ago, and I just have a couple of examples. This happened to come out here, this is a great. This is a book on Amazon, by the way, buy right now. I don't have a copy myself. Rulers of the earth are Satanist gangsters, Khazari and scam, right? They have all these strange Khazari guys wearing Khazari and black hats. You know, there's this star of Khazari with another 666 in it, thing like that, right? Masters of lies, deception, illusions, and mind control. This shocking book is not available anywhere else. We're not saying we're not anti-Semites, we're anti-Khazaris. Right? Okay, I'm actually at the end of today's lecture. Do you have any last questions or arguments? Mr. Tuman. Right. Or not racially Jewish. It has to be, the only way this argument makes sense is if you adopt a racial definition of Jews, which we never have. Thank you very much, gentlemen. See you on Wednesday. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to give you a brief update on my experiences in my most recent trip to Israel. I just got back yesterday, and tell you a little bit about what's happening on the channel, and answer one question in particular, and then a call to action. So I just got back yesterday, as I mentioned, and it's always such a phenomenal experience to go to land in Israel. I was there in my capacity as the Dean of Lander College for Men, meeting with new and prospective students who will be coming to us, God willing, in the fall. These are primarily students from America and Canada. We also get quite a few students from the UK and elsewhere who have gone to Israel post-high school to study full-time in the yeshiva, and they are really amazing students. I mean, these are students who are totally focused and motivated and ready to commit to a very rigorous program of study when they come to us at Lander College. I was especially pleased to spend a little bit of time in much smaller groups, having dinner with some of them,